Our protagonist this time is an old-looking middle-aged guy wearing armor, sitting slumped on the ground, breathing heavily in exhaustion. He is 50 years old this year. Song-yoon didn't even know what he was doing with his life anymore. He asked himself, "What on earth am I doing at my age? Everyone else is planning for retirement, but your life is a total failure." Just as that thought crossed his mind, a series of growls and glowing red eyes locked onto him from right in front of him. Song-yoon thought to himself, why was he a failure? Exhausted as he was, he forced himself to stand up, grabbed his sword, looked at the monsters ahead, and called out, "Can't you guys even give me a second to catch my breath?" Without a moment's hesitation, the massive dragon monsters quickly shattered the entire stone cave, sending debris flying everywhere. Opening their giant maws wide, they lunged right at where Song-yoon was standing. Other players of his generation were called sword gods, sword saints, or whatever, while he was just looked at as some old guy holding a sword or a sword master who keeps forgetting things. That was all the recognition he ever got. Was that reason not enough? Going back to the time when the monsters first appeared and started wreaking havoc. At that point, Song-yoon was still just a little kid, sitting in one spot watching a girl who had been caught by a monster covered in blood. He had no family and grew up in an orphanage. Looking at Song-yoon with tears streaming down her helpless face, that woman tried to reassure him, "Song-yoon, don't be scared. I'm okay, you just..." But before she could even finish her sentence, the monster squeezed the life out of her right on the spot. Blood splattered all over his dirty face. He ran, but even the orphanage teacher, all around where he was sitting, countless other people were also being grabbed and brutally killed by monsters. Desperate cries echoed endlessly. "Save! Save me!" Song-yoon was truly hopeless back then. A massive monster's hand quickly closed in on him and the other kids. The people who were like family to him were all dead. When the sky collapsed over the world, monsters poured down like rain, stripping away everything from Song-yoon. Facing the grotesque, horrifying monster that was about to swallow him whole, he could do nothing but sit there in silence and take it. And just when he thought he was going to die, suddenly, a person clad in shining armor, wielding a great sword, stepped forward, cutting down the monster with a single strike and slicing it into 100 pieces. Yet he didn't despair. Song-yoon's eyes widened in sheer shock. That person was like a beam of light cutting through and chasing away the darkness in Song-yoon's heart. He sat dazed on the ground, standing right on the line between life and death. Standing there, the figure slowly turned their head, glanced at him, flashed a gentle smile, and asked, "Are you all right, kid?" Receiving that care and concern, his tears burst forth uncontrollably as he sobbed out loud. A miracle had happened. Back to the present, Song-yoon was now a middle-aged guy with immense power, taking down a monster in an instant with a single move. He had been saved by that icon, and he wanted to be just like them. So Song-yoon tried really hard and never gave up. Ever since he was young, he had genuinely given it his all. So why? Thinking about this, he couldn't wrap his head around it even more and started swearing up a storm. No matter how many monsters he cut down, Song-yoon glanced down with a look of pure desperation. He hadn't gotten a single bit stronger. Things kept going on like that as he got older, and the people who mattered to him slowly passed away one by one, leaving him unable to protect anything. On the brutal, ruined battlefield, corpses lay scattered everywhere alongside monsters chopped into pieces. Song-yoon sat there, screaming in agonizing desperation. That memory was like 1,000 knives carving into his heart, making it impossible for him to ever forget. Right now, after finishing off all the monsters, he sat there with a sigh. "Man, I'm gonna die." Now you get it, right? Song-yoon's entire body shook violently, drenched in sweat like he'd just taken a bath. Both of his bodies were really giving up now. Things are getting pretty rough. Just when he thought everything was going to end here, a loud noise suddenly echoed, followed by a violent tremor in the ground that shook his whole body. Standing right in front of Song-yoon now was a massive dragon monster, its body glowing brightly with surge lines of fire that looked like flowing lava, staring right at him. Before he could even react, the monster opened its giant mouth wide, forming a massive fireball aimed right at him. No dreams, no home. Even now, on the brink of death, He kept thinking about the things he had always dreamed of. No family. His life such a total failure that he couldn't stop drowning in regret. Song-yoon let out a heavy sigh, unable to hold back the tears welling up in his eyes, and blurted out, "Well, fuck. Damn it. I want to regress." He thought everything would end right here, but nope. After a long, exhausting day, Song-yoon finally took down the massive dragon boss. His sword plunged straight into the middle of its head, sending blue blood gushing out wildly. System notification. Congratulations on clearing the ancient dragon's nest dungeon. Hearing that, he didn't look happy at all, his face darkening in gloom as he grumbled, "Oh, for crying out loud." Mad at himself, he clenched his fists tightly and shouted out loud, "Why the hell am I almost 60 and still doing this backbreaking work?" He was Shin Song-yoon, 50 years old. He introduced himself. His name was Shin Song-yoon. He had been a swordsman for 30 years, but his best achievement was merely ranking in the top 100 of his hometown. Suddenly noticing something, Song-yoon glanced to the side and let out a quiet "oh," meaning he was nothing more than a nobody, since there were so many players around the world. What caught his eye right now was a book glowing with a mystical blue light, floating right in midair. Song-yoon wondered, is the reward this time a skill book? I've eaten artifacts before, can I eat this too? Before he could even finish speaking, a blinding beam of light shot straight down from above his head, dazzling his eyes. Looking closer, a spatial gate had appeared out of nowhere. System notification. Constellation, late bloomer model student has outstepped a man with brilliant golden hair from inside. The kind-hearted late bloomer model student blesses you for your hard work. On top of that, he even praised your perfect finishing blow. Receiving those compliments, Song-yoon replied cheerfully, "Haha, thank you." He was really grateful to him for making a contract with him back when he was just an average third-rate swordsman. The system panel popped up, late bloomer model student. Once a player reaches level 850, all artifact and title stats will be doubled. Once a player reaches level 900, stats will be tripled. Because of that, Song-yoon wasn't getting a single benefit right now, since Shin Song-yoon's current level was 650. Forcing an awkward smile, he wondered to himself, level 850? Because of this insane requirement, Song-yoon still hadn't reaped any benefits from making a contract with him. Before he could utter a word, the contracted constellation urged, "The late bloomer model student tells you to eat the skill book." Song-yoon chuckled and replied, "Huh, I was actually planning to eat it." Wasting no more time, he began turning the book into a bright blue orb of light. "I'm about to eat it." Artifact consumption. That was the one and only skill Song-yoon had gained since his awakening. To figure out his skill, he had tried cooking and eating artifacts. Various pieces of jewelry were also on Song-yoon's research list. He had even tried frying them with eggs, but he didn't notice any difference. Because of that, by the time he wrapped up his useless experiments, 30 years had already passed. When Song-yoon synced his mana with an artifact of the appropriate rank, he realized it triggered his artifact consumption skill. However, Song-yoon realized this way too late. Everyone else had gotten strong the moment they awakened. Looking at the book currently sitting in his hand, dead silent with zero reaction, he was too dismayed to even speak. Immediately, without a second thought, he slammed the book straight onto the ground, startling the constellation in shock. Shouldn't this thing come with a manual or something? There's no way this is a skill book. The system popped up, late bloomer model student says. There's very little information about the available skill, and apologizes for not being able to help. He says there's still plenty of time. Hearing those words, Song-yoon couldn't hold it in, his face darkening as he asked, "Plenty of time? However, you should give it another shot and start sinking your mana again." He burst into tears like a kid, feeling insanely bitter, and yelled out loud, "Who says I have plenty of time? I'm almost 60 years old." He continued to vent. "If I had a kid at 30, they'd be pushing 30 by now. If I had a kid even earlier, I'd already have grandkids. You might not know this since you're a constellation, but humans die pretty damn early." Worried, the constellation quickly replied, "Late bloomer model student apologizes if he said something wrong." Song-yoon let out a helpless sigh. "No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just," Song-yoon grumbled in frustration, "my life is full of regrets. I can't forget that person's back. I tried so hard to become like them, staring off into the distance with a look of utter hopelessness. But now I'm exhausted. I'm just too old. Right now, he just wished time could turn back to when he was still full of vigor. If only I were a little younger. The moment those words left his mouth, a mysterious smile suddenly crept onto the constellation's face. Song-Yoon scratched his head and continued. Anyway, I'm planning to retire. Just so you know, I'm going to cancel my contract with you. You should go find another player. Before Song-Yoon could even finish speaking, a faint glow emerged and enveloped the surrounding space, causing everything to warp and distort. A look of complete confusion washed over his face, having no idea what was going on. Constellation, what you're witnessing right now is the final memory of my 50-year-old self. Turns out the constellation actually granted the wish Song-Yoon had longed for. Late bloomer model, student maximizes the essence you've been in contact. In the pitch-black space, floating words and glaring trails of light drifted continuously, initiating the regression. Scene change. At an unknown location, a smartly dressed man in a suit smiled and spoke. Dungeons and gates. Those are the basic environments where awakened individuals, or in other words, players work, right? He was player Park Jong-min, a journalist. Sitting across from him, a calm-looking woman replied, "That's right. You can think of dungeons as a stepping stone for players." She was the CEO of the Hyunjong Group, Han Hyunjong. She continued talking about the gates. They're different dimensions. In other words, they connect to unknown areas. This was a trending TV broadcast that was super hot right now. Their conversation was lively, but those areas were places that players had to pioneer and explore. Oh, so what do you think about this year's dungeons? My hypothesis is, right now, sitting in front of the TV screen, the person with a youthful face without a single wrinkle was Song-Yoon. He had truly been sent back to the past to start a brand new life. I really did regress. Man, it's been a long time since I watched this show. Song-Yoon had grasped the situation, but 4 days had already passed. To be exact, he had returned 30 years into the past, so he was still bewildered. Back then, in the blink of an eye, when he snapped awake, he found himself sitting on a bed in a very familiar place. After that, he passed out, and when he woke up again, Song-Yoon was in his apartment from 30 years ago. No longer in a 50-year-old body, but his 20-year-old self, along with all his memories from before the regression. No matter how he looked at it, the reason Song-Yoon regressed was probably thanks to the constellation's magic. There was no other explanation. Thinking up to this point, he swung the knife and let out a light sigh of relief. I'm still a bit confused. Well, whatever. I should probably head out and get to work, right? Information on the knife popped up. Venomoth's dagger, bronze artifact. One-handed weapon, dagger type. Attack plus 17, speed effect plus 10. This is a self-defense dagger. It doesn't dull easily. This was a bronze rank dagger that Song-Yoon was lucky enough to get around this time. Its rank might be low. Without a single moment of hesitation, using the knowledge he had gathered before regressing, this time he could easily wield mana to perfection. But I know its hidden skill. Absorption rate has been determined. The absorption rate for bronze rank artifacts is 10%. Previous artifact usage is applied based on past evaluation, boosting the absorption rate to 20%. Unable to hold it back, a satisfied smirk crept onto the corner of Song-Yoon's mouth. Although its absorption rate was low because he hadn't used it for a long time, what really mattered was its hidden skill. System notification. Mana synchronization with Venomoth's dagger has begun. With that said, he was pulled into a pitch-black, alternate space. His hair also turned a stark, snow-white platinum color, entering the subconscious void. The subconscious void is the space Song-Yoon must overcome to consume an artifact. He smiled and said, "I always get nervous coming here. I never know what kind of food will show up." Very quickly, right before his eyes, a food tray, glowing with a brilliant golden light, appeared, floating in midair. The notification chimed again. Preparations for absorbing Venomoth's dagger are complete. Resting, there was a roasted chicken with an incredibly mouth-watering color. Looking so tempting it made his mouth water just staring at it. Barbecue roasted chicken with olive oil. Song-Yoon let out a breath of relief, genuinely glad it was a normal dish. I was worried something like a swamp centipede would show up. Wasting no more time, he picked up a large drumstick and brought it to his mouth. If it's food like this, I can easily eat it. Absorption of Venomoth's dagger has begun. Once he finished eating the dish, the reward was granted immediately. You have received speed stat +2. Obtain the hidden skill, Ghost Walk. Finally, the dagger melted away like foam, vanishing right on the spot. Venomoth's dagger. Once completely absorbed, it disappears forever. Back to the present. Even though he had gained a super useful skill, Songyun couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. It's a shame it got destroyed. Well, it's not like I was going to use it anyway. I managed to absorb a useful skill just as planned, so I should get moving. Scene change. Outside, along a blocked-off street, a massive spatial gate stood towering over the area. Dungeon number 85. Yoon Daekyung's team. While everything was quiet, someone suddenly came running over with a panicked look, calling out, Captain Yoon Daekyung. Hearing this, the man holding a notebook flinched, turned his head back, and asked, What brings the Gatekeeper team leader over here? The Gatekeeper team leader stammered in reply, one of my team members got dragged out. He's a newcomer who joined 4 days ago. His name is Shin Songyun. He blurted out, Oh, don't worry about Mr. Shin Songyun. He's been transferred to the player team. Hearing this, he was startled, his eyes widening in shock as he asked back, What? He joined the player team instead of the Gatekeeper team. Without a moment's hesitation, Yoon Daekyung smiled and replied once more, I was the one who approved it. Is there a problem? He yelled out, Of course there is. He hasn't been awakened for that long, and he hasn't even graduated from the player academy yet. You can't just throw a guy like him onto your team. If you do that, the whole team balance will be thrown off. How am I supposed to? Before he could finish his sentence, Yoon Daekyung stepped forward with a dark, stern expression, cutting him off. Gatekeeper team leader. He stammered, Yes. His demeanor right now was genuinely menacing, scaring the daylights out of the guy. Didn't I already take care of everything? Like my team and the contribution distribution system? The Gatekeeper team leader offered a forced smile. Oh, of course. My apologies. Refusing to stand there and argue any further, he had no choice but to turn around and leave reluctantly. Yoon Daekyung was still fuming, standing there muttering under his breath. Seriously, if you give those Gatekeeper bastard a chance to open their mouths, balance? What bullshit. Speaking of which, the blonde guy standing next to him asked curiously, But sir, why did you accept him? I didn't expect that either. He replied, What? You too. Without missing a beat, he let out a sigh and explained, If someone has to die, it'll be him, not us. He needs to mess up and kick the bucket. That's the only way those gatekeepers will shut their traps. That way, we maintain our value too. They stood there bursting into excited laughter together, gossiping lively. What can a level 1 idiot even do anyway? I had no idea that was your plan. While they were chatting, Songyun walked over and spoke up. Hello. He introduced himself with a bright smile. Starting today, I'll be working as a player. My name is Shin Songyun. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire group glared at him with hostile expressions. And of course, Yoon Daekyung was no exception, a sinister, wicked smirk creeping onto his face along with his devious scheme. This sight caught Songyun quite off guard. Even though he had anticipated it beforehand, everyone was laying it bare. They didn't even bother hiding their true feelings, did they? Even though I saw it coming. After a moment, Yoon Daekyung finally stepped forward, calling out with a big smile, Our rookie is finally here. Songyun, right? Great to meet you. I thought you'd be late on your first day working as a player. Deep in his eyes was a flurry of hidden motives. Glancing behind, he blurted out, Your weapon? He asked directly, Is that a long sword? He chuckled and replied, That's right. I learned from watching YouTube videos. Hearing that, Yoon Daekyung warned him, A long sword is one of the hardest weapons to master, you know. But Songyun didn't care much, clenching his fist tightly as he interrupted, I'll do my best to protect myself. Trust me. Right after the words were spoken, he put on a friendly face, slung an arm around his shoulder, and praised, Great spirit. Good stuff. A man's gotta have grit, just like me. Let's not waste any more time standing around out here. He glanced over at his crew, signaling. Time to start clearing the dungeon. Let's get to work. Just like that, Song-Yoon followed the group and started heading inside the dungeon gate. All right, once we step inside, stay close to the gate. They seem to be really looking forward to this hunt, chatting and laughing with each other. I wonder how many I'll kill today. Haha. Can't say for sure, but I bet I'll get more than you. Walking at the very back was Song-Yoon, looking unusually calm and confident, completely different from his usual self. That very demeanor caught Yoon Dae-kyung's attention even more. He furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, he learned on YouTube? How ridiculous. Does he think dungeons are a joke? He got arrogant just because he awakened and became a player. Looks like the guy has a death wish. Inside that dungeon, a horde of massive orcs was already waiting. They were the most bloodthirsty and battle-crazed creatures. Well, based on the raid strategy one got, orc dungeons are like a wall of lamentation for rookies. Just thinking about it was enough to make Yoon Dae-kyung grin ear to ear. He'll learn his place real quick. What a dumbass. However, his expression quickly twisted the moment he stepped inside. Drenched in sweat, he wondered to himself, this dumbass. Lying on the ground were countless orc corpses, blood spilled everywhere like a gruesome battlefield. This is insane. Who the hell is this guy? Not only that, but Song-Yoon had also wiped out a giant orc in no time flat like it was no big deal, standing tall right there. The more Yoon Dae-kyung thought about it, the more he felt something was seriously off. What the hell did I just witness? Orcs. Monsters that almost exclusively show up in games, light novels, and fictional movies. Because we're so used to them, it goes without saying that we tend to have a bias. It's like something deeply ingrained in human subconsciousness. It's the starter monster, and also the easiest one to defeat. Orcs are super weak. Naturally, compared to other monsters like dragons, they really are weak, stupid, and fueled by nothing but sheer savagery. Because of that, arrogant new players often dive headfirst in a battle against orcs without giving it much thought. This foolish young guy was one of them too. Bursting with excitement, he grabbed his sword and charged forward, yelling out loud, "Here I come." An orc's stats are even simpler. Before he could even figure out what was happening, the orc's giant green hand reached out, grabbing his head in an iron grip and holding him fast. Its eyes glowed blood red in the faint darkness as it hoisted the young man's body high into the air. "Let go of me, you monster." On average, they stand 250 centimeters tall and weigh 180 kilograms. Their physical stats give them an overwhelming power advantage over humans. Before he could finish shouting, the orc squeezed its hand tightly, crushing his head on the spot. Dark red, foul-smelling blood splattered everywhere. That's why orcs are dubbed the Wall of Lamentation. Returning to the exact moment Song-Yoon's group stepped into the dungeon. They marched in single file along the path unfolding before them. Suddenly, a man glanced over at Song-Yoon and reminded him, "Hey, Shin Song-Yoon, don't expect any special treatment just because you're a rookie. So from here on out, you're on your own." Carrying a stack of suitcases on his back, the gatekeeper team leader spat on the ground in utter contempt, just awakened and already acting like a big shot player. Elegant brat. Facing those harsh words, he didn't get angry at all, merely scratching his head and stammering, "Huh, I'll do my best. Guess nobody's nice to rookies." Before he could finish his sentence, that man cut him off in anger. "Don't just do your best. Do it damn well. Do your best, my ass." Hearing that, a helpless smile forced its way onto Song-Yoon's face. Then, without hesitation, he asked, "So, can I fight on the front lines if we run into monsters?" The man flinched, startled by the question. "Huh? Are you out of your mind?" But as he looked closer, he suddenly realized something, his expression shifting as he let out a gasp. Ugh. It turned out that right behind where Song-Yoon was standing, an orc holding a sharp axe had snuck up out of nowhere, its face oozing murderous intent. He screamed, There's an orc." Seeing this scene, he felt super thrilled. After all, this was the very first monster he had to face since regressing. "My first battle since regressing. Leave it to me." Before he could finish speaking, that man rushed forward with a shield to block the orc's attack. Looking back, he roared in a fury. "You bastard, are you crazy? Moving that slow, how the hell do you plan on using a longsword?" Hearing that, Song-Yoon interrupted. "You don't need to help me," he shouted out loud. "Then stop talking nonsense and prove your skills. He replied, all right, all right. Look right in front of you. Even though he didn't understand what was going on, he was still rendered speechless, looking back while cursing under his breath. You better be grateful, you brat. In that split second, the orc's massive axe came swinging down right before his eyes, leaving him no time to react. Yeah, luckily at the most dangerous moment, Yoon Daekyung managed to rush in just in time, knocking the orc aside and saving his life. The orc's entire body tumbled hard onto the ground, creating a loud crash as dirt and rocks were ripped up, sending a cloud of dust flying into the air. Furious, he turned to glare at Song-yoon and the other man, roaring, "Are you two here to play around? Pay attention." Witnessing that scene, they gasped in awe. Holy crap, that was awesome. I'm sorry. He continued, "Get back. I'll take care of it." After taking that blow earlier, the orc was completely unscathed and seemed even crazier than before. Its eyes glowing brightly, it lunged forward with a heavy punch. Yoon Daekyung was extremely confident in his abilities, tightly gripping his sword and running the orc's body straight through in an instant. "Is that all you got?" From the wound, drops of green blood dripped down continuously. Witnessing the sight, the whole group grew even more hyped up, laughing and showering him with praise. "You're amazing, Captain." He plunged it right through its heart. Is it dead? However, completely contrary to their expectations, the orc was totally unbothered. Its eyes flared a blood-red color. Low growls and groans echoed from deep inside its throat once more. Without a second of hesitation, it swung its axe wildly behind its back with a roar, aiming straight at where Yoon Daekyung was standing. Fortunately, his reaction was quick enough to leap backward and dodge the blow. Where the axe struck, the ground caved in deep, shattering rocks that scattered everywhere. Couldn't kill it. Standing in the back, Song-yoon quietly observed everything without saying a word. He thought to himself, he's probably the highest level guy here, but he's only hit level 50. There's no way he can land a fatal blow on that monster. He looked completely wild right now, gripping his sword tightly, determined to pierce through the orc's body once again. Damn it, take this. Fortunately, having been severely injured earlier, the orc had grown weaker. Taking another hit, it couldn't react in time, letting out a painful roar from its mouth. As the words fell, the orc's body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Everyone blurted out, "He killed it." He killed an orc single-handedly. Seeing everyone showering him with praise, Yoon Daekyung looked back with a pleased smile and replied, "It was nothing. Are you guys all right?" The suck-ups continued to flatter him. "Of course, you are so reliable." After taking care of this orc, they set off on their way once more. However, before they could even get going, a series of loud thuds rumbled through the area, shaking everything around them. "Let's move then." When they glanced back, they discovered a horde of orcs with skin glowing fire red swarming toward them. Following that loud rumble earlier, their momentum was insanely fierce, completely different from that previous orc. The blonde guy realized it immediately and shouted out loud, Hi orcs? And they have armor. Captain, what do we do?" As the situation grew increasingly dire, Yoon Daekyung had no choice but to make a decision. We'd better fall back to guarantee the team's safety. We barely managed to take down one orc, and now this whole pack. However, Song-yoon had zero intention of running away. Stepping straight forward, he asked, "Mind if I give a shot?" Hearing this, the crowd openly looked down on him, sneering and throwing reminders. What is this guy even talking about? "Hey, Shin Song-yoon, have you lost your mind?" "Sorry, Captain. I should have trained him properly." Yoon Daekyung looked back and interrupted, "Song-yoon, I know you're excited because you just awakened, but..." Before he could even finish his sentence, Song-yoon's body blurred past like a gust of wind, charging straight at the orc in front of him. "Hey, you're gonna get yourself killed." Contrary to their expectations, with just a single slash, Song-yoon cleaved a high orc clean in half in the blink of an eye. Longswords really are amazing. That sight rendered the crowd who had just looked down on him utterly speechless, their faces pale with fear as they stammered, "Say Shin Song-yoon, what on earth just happened?" "Hey, a high orc got chopped in half." Even though it's a long sword, still, unlike them, he wasn't particularly surprised, standing there striking a pose as he spoke up. "Could it be because I'm still level 1? That strike wasn't as smooth as I hoped." The status panel popped up. Player info / name. Shin Songyun / level. 1 / title. Constellation / unique skill. Artifact consumption / consumed artifacts. 1 / HP. 200 / MP. 20 / FB. 40. Back to the battle. Seeing their comrade get wiped out in no time flat, the remaining orcs blew a fuse, grinding their teeth tightly as they growled and snorted. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged forward together to attack Songyun all at once. Yet he didn't panic at all, remaining motionless as he waited. My level might be low. His hand tightened around his sword, continuing with confidence, but I've had a lifetime of experience. Finishing his words, Songyun displayed his mastery once more, running straight through the high orcs' bodies, slicing them into two halves before they could even fight back. Meanwhile, another high orc lying in wait took advantage of the moment he was off guard to bring its axe down hard toward the ground. Thinking it was all over for him, it turned out otherwise. Songyun easily sidestepped the strike, a smirk creeping onto his face as he asked, "Do you know?" With the long sword in hand, he unleashed a powerful upward slash, taking it down effortlessly. "How many monsters like you I killed back when I was young?" By this point, everyone's jaws dropped so wide they nearly hit the floor, their eyes wide in complete disbelief. Is that really Shin Songyun? I wouldn't be surprised if he wiped them all out single-handedly. No joke. It wasn't over yet. One last target remained standing quietly behind the high orcs this whole time. Songyun, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, dashed forward. "You're the last one." This orc was entirely different from the ones before. It wore heavy armor alongside a thick shield, its glowing red eyes flashing with an even more terrifying aura. Seeing Songyun rushing towards it, the armored orc reacted, swinging its weapon back and letting out a roar from its wide-open mouth. A barrage of attacks rained down at breakneck speed, tearing up the ground below, yet failing to land a single hit on him. Suddenly, he paused for a beat, glancing back with a dark, expressionless face. Taking advantage of the armored orc being caught off guard, Songyun delivered a lightning-fast, gleaming slash aimed straight at its neck. However, this strike only managed to breach a layer of hide without severing its neck. Very little blood trickled out. Seeing this, Yoon Daekyung shouted in panic. "Its hide is too thick. The attack didn't work. We're doomed." The armored orc retaliated, swinging its sharp, massive axe right at Songyun's neck. Just as the blade was about to touch his skin, it suddenly came to a dead halt. A smirk formed on his face as he said, "Don't panic." Turns out it was the effect of skill. The orc couldn't control its body at all, trembling uncontrollably from head to toe. Skill activated. Demon Strike, level 1. Upon acquiring this skill, Songyun was quite satisfied. Skill details popped up. Demon Strike. Hidden skill / abnormal status blocked / cooldown. 15 seconds / skill level. 1 / impedes the target, human or monster, from attacking for 2 seconds. / success rate and crowd control duration depend on the target's skill resistance level. That's right. Just stay put right there. Without further delay, he lunged straight at it, causing its expression to warp as its eyes bulged in pure terror. Before it could even process what was happening, its head was severed, detaching from its neck and rolling along the ground. The armored orc's head flew right to where Yoon Daekyung was standing, leaving him frozen in shock. What the hell did I just witness? The scene right before their eyes was a field of orc corpses lying everywhere, blood splattered all around. Not a single one left intact. Didn't he just awaken 3 days ago? And that crowd control skill he just used, isn't that an advanced skill? I thought even famous players could only block attacks for 1.5 seconds at most. They couldn't believe their eyes. And he's so proficient with a long sword too. Should we ask him what YouTube video he watched? While the group stood there whispering among themselves, Yoon Daekyung sank into a vortex of confused thoughts. An advanced skill? For real? And against an armored one at that. Looking at Songyun's confident demeanor made him even more baffled. But he only awakened a few days ago. Where on earth did he get that skill from? Suddenly, in front of Songyun, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations on leveling up. You have fulfilled the requirements for a title. You have been awarded an F-rank title, Plucky Pup." A few more lines of info appeared. Plucky Pup, F-rank title/effect. Evasion +5. Seeing this, he fell in a deep thought, muttering softly, I don't really care much about leveling up, but I didn't expect to get a title and an effect too. Awesome. You have unassigned bonus stat points. Please select a stat to enhance. Available points, 1. He had already decided which stat he wanted to boost. Without a second thought, Songyun reached out and tapped the luck stat. In his past life, he learned this lesson too late, but the luck stat directly affects skill accuracy and item drop rates. Right now, I desperately need it. System notification. Player's luck has increased. Right at this moment, Yoon Dae-kyung stepped up from behind and called out to ask him, Are you really Shin Songyun? He asked in disbelief. That skill you used earlier was crowd control, right? Where did you get that skill from? Hearing the question, Songyun let out a forced smile and stammered. He had just regressed and had used the skill for a good cause, but still, he couldn't just reveal the truth. I had it right when I awakened. But of course, there was no way he would fall for that answer. Does that even make any sense to you? Yoon Dae-kyung stared intently at the long sword in Songyun's hand and continued, Stop deflecting. Are you sure? Don't tell me you just got lucky out of nowhere. It turned out he suspected the sword Songyun was using harbored immense power. Did he acquire a diamond rank artifact or something even higher? Before he could finish, Songyun held out the sword and asked, Want to take a look yourself? He stammered, this. To get to the bottom of the truth, Yoon Dae-kyung took the sword and inspected it carefully. Fine then. The sword's details popped up. Striking longsword. Common artifact / two-handed weapon. Weapon type. Longsword / attack power. 50 / effect. None / a standard longsword with a plain design. No special abilities. Seeing this, he gasped in utter shock. What? This really is just a normal longsword? Then that skill really belongs to you. Songyun added, Told you so. Facing this reality, he felt extremely disgruntled, biting his lip tightly as he thought to himself. Damn it, I've been raiding dungeons for 2 whole years, yet my skills don't even compare to his even though I've reached level 50. I guess I'll divide today's rewards later. Just as he thought of this, someone standing behind shouted out loud, Captain, the mid-boss has appeared. The blonde guy hesitated, stammering. Captain Yoon Dae-kyung cut in, Yeah, let me go. Before heading out, he didn't forget to issue a reminder, Songyun, thanks to you, we cleared out those small fry easily. But don't get ahead of yourself and carelessly lose your life. That neat trick of yours won't do squat against the demon orc we're about to face. Hearing those words, Songyun paused for a beat, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He almost forgot the reason he returned to this team after regressing. As Yoon Dae-kyung kept walking, Songyun called out, Captain. Hearing him, Yoon Dae-kyung flinched and asked, getting scared now. Before he could finish speaking, Songyun interrupted him. If I kill the demon orc myself, can I take the artifact as my reward? This team pays based on performance, right? The red stone was a sacred object that could only be obtained by defeating a demon orc. However, even after defeating hundreds of demon orcs, obtaining it was still extremely difficult due to its ridiculously low drop rate. Songyun recalled that back on this team, everyone had failed to get it. However, in his previous life, after his team failed to slay the demon orc, everyone was still lucky enough to glimpse the red stone when another team managed to drop. With his face smeared in blood as he sat in place, he suddenly heard loud voices echoing over, Wow, Captain, congratulations! Standing right ahead, a bald man was holding a stone that glowed blood red, glittering beautifully. The people nearby asked curiously, How did you manage to get that? This thing would fetch a fortune on the market, right? The man replied, Isn't this the only relic that possesses the delay skill? Hey, stop blabbering and let me get a breath of that aura. Hearing those words, Songyun didn't quite understand, wondering to himself, Delay? That's the skill I'm longing for right now. Returning to the present, following the question Songyun had just posed, the entire group fell dead silent. Yoon Dae-kyung didn't answer right away either. Songyun smiled and continued. If my memory serves me right, our team splits loot based on contribution level. So if I solo the monster, there shouldn't be any issue, right? The expression on his face darkened upon hearing these words, standing frozen in place. And that didn't surprise Songyun much, because he understood why he reacted that way. Whether he got that delay skill or not was crucial for future events. However, most people would find it annoying for a rookie to be this arrogant. The blonde guy, along with another teammate, rushed over, standing in front of him with looks of disdain. Nobody took Song-yoon seriously. They asked in unison, "Hey, have you gone stark raving mad?" The blonde guy yelled in fury. "Who the hell do you think you are? You just killed a few orcs, and now you think you're above everyone else? You even have the nerve to bring up splitting loot." Before they could finish ranting, Yoon Dae-kyung interrupted. Hey, calm down. Have it your way." Hearing that response, the crew turned back in astonishment, asking, "See, Captain?" He continued, "However, that's only in the event that we fail to defeat the boss." He pointed right at Song-yoon's face and warned, "Only then can you enter the dungeon alone and handle it yourself. Got it?" Hearing this, he felt quite satisfied, thinking to himself, "That was way easier than I thought, huh?" He replied, "So that means I don't need to join this fight, right?" Yoon Dae-kyung turned around and walked straight off, replying, "Yeah, do whatever you want." The blonde guy hurriedly called out, "Captain, wait for us." Even though he was utterly furious inside, he had no choice but to curse under his breath. That arrogant bastard, acting like he's top dog, just because he got lucky with that game-breaking skill. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became this time. This time, I'm definitely clearing the dungeon and shutting his mouth once and for all. I'll show the guy how much experience matters on the battlefield. The moment the door was pushed open, a wave of freezing air blew straight into Yoon Dae-kyung's face, sending a chill down his spine. Standing inside the dark room was a towering, massive figure with a glowing red right in the middle of its chest. "System notification. You have entered the mid-tier boss room." As soon as those words were spoken, a series of torches around the room flickered to life in rapid succession. Thanks to that surge of light, the surroundings gradually became clearer. Only then could they clearly see just how terrifying that monster looked. Two long horns atop its head, heavy chains wrapped all around its body, and embedded right in the center of its chest was an orb known as the Red Stone. A bloodthirsty mid-tier boss, the Demon Orc. Even though he was a bit freaked out, Yoon Dae-kyung had to stay calm and remind the group, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Anxiously, he thought to himself, "Even if it looks pretty scary, I heard it's easy to beat based on the info I got. Surround it and attack from behind." Just thinking about beating Song-yoon fired Yoon Dae-kyung up, a confident smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Going solo? Sorry, but you won't get that chance, Shin Song-yoon." Without a second thought, he gripped his sword tightly and charged forward alongside his companions behind him. "I'll take the lead." In the blink of an eye, before he could even process what had happened, his body was flat on the ground. Blood splattered all over his face as he gasped out, "Huh." Yoon Dae-kyung could feel sharp, agonizing throbs surging through him as he slowly sat up. What just happened?" Standing off to the side, Song-yoon was completely speechless. He had been worried the second he saw these guys run in, but who would have guessed they'd just mindlessly charge straight ahead like that? He muttered under his breath, "This is exactly why I failed back then." The blonde guy ran over in a panic, helping Yoon Dae-kyung up as he asked, "Captain, what do we do now? If this keeps up, every single one of us is going to die." This situation was definitely not part of Yoon Dae-kyung's plan at all, not even those high-level orcs earlier. Why are they this strong? Damn it. This is why you never trust advice from those market vendors. Thinking up to this point, he cast a glance towards Song-yoon and yelled out, "All right, we don't need to fight the boss today. Let's retreat for now." Having been waiting for those exact words, a bright smile broke out on his face, signaling that he had no intention of leaving. Seeing that, he gasped in shock. "You?" The blonde guy gritted his teeth and demanded, "Seriously, what is wrong with you?" But there was no time left to stand around arguing. Yoon Dae-kyung urged them on. Forget it. Everyone, retreat quickly. Its vision is super narrow, so we can use its blind spots to take a breather. Thank God, yeah. After all, this is just a mid-tier boss." As they were leaving, Yoon Dae-kyung said to Song-yoon, "I'll leave the rest to you, Shin Song-yoon." Surprised, he asked what. His expression turned grim as he warned, "I'm telling you right now, if you die, don't you dare come back to haunt me." Facing those words, he could only let out a sigh and scoff. Song-yoon gripped his long sword tightly and replied, "Don't worry about me." His face and eyes radiated absolute confidence in this fight as he continued, "I'm not dying today." The moment those words left his mouth, The demon orc charged forward at top speed, axe in hand, eyes dripping with murder. Song Yun stood rooted to the spot, taking a deep breath to compose himself. If it were purely a matter of raw stats comparing the demon orc to him, he would never win, but that was assuming he lacked. With that thought, he unleashed a slash that knocked the demon orc's attack back, his real combat experience. Even the demon orc was caught off guard by this scene, unable to believe a regular human like Song Yun could parry its strike. Over on Yoon Daekyung's side as they walked away, they also heard the loud noise echoing back and asked blankly, "Did I just hear a clashing sound? Did he just parry its axe?" Standing opposite the demon orc, Song Yun maintained a completely calm demeanor, shaking out his aching hand. "Oof, my arm's totally numb. Guess I really can only parry your attacks, huh?" Jokes aside, his gaze had been glued to the red stone embedded right in the center of its chest the entire time, the very thing he coveted. The corners of Song Yun's mouth curled up in anticipation. It's been a while. Redstone. The reason he was so obsessed with the redstone was because of the special synergy when combining delay with his status skills. Stats made it really hard to notice the 2-second stun effect of Demon's War, which was already pretty decent after being improved. That way, he could swing repeatedly. Stun again, stun again, stun again. However, with his official skill, Relic Absorption, he could merge effects from different skills, giving him the idea. What if there was a skill that allowed Song Yun to stack the stun duration of Demon's War? That would be the perfect combo skill, allowing Song Yun to inflict an infinite stun. If he could get a crow control skill, this would become even more viable. So he called out, "What's wrong? Come at me." After standing there dazed for a moment, the demon orc finally snapped back to its senses. Low growls rumbled from deep within its throat, and once again, it charged insanely fast straight at where Song Yun was standing in an instant. "And you're looking forward to this too. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to see." Finishing his sentence, Song Yun delivered a fatal slash to the side of the demon orc's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. "Then I can target your weakness." Taking this blow, the axe in its hand dropped straight onto the ground below, shattering the rocks and kicking up a cloud of dust. It turned out that whenever it took damage, its skill would also be triggered. Level 1 Demon's War skill has been activated. The demon orc will be stunned for 2 seconds. Witnessing this scene, Yoon Daekyung asked blankly, "That skill, it even works on a mid-sized boss? That's totally game-breaking." Song Yun nodded slightly and spoke up. "I know regular orcs drop easily, but you're a demon orc." Before he could even finish his sentence, a lightning-fast blow slammed down right beside his face. It turned out the 2 seconds had already passed, and the demon orc had begun moving again, launching a brutally violent kick toward Song Yun. Luckily, he raised his sword just in time to block the attack. His entire body was sent flying backward, and he had to plunge his sword into the ground to anchor himself and stand firm. This situation wasn't in Song Yun's calculations at all, because he had forgotten one key detail. Completely slipped his mind. It turned out this demon orc possessed a very special ability, self-regeneration. The demon orc's self-regeneration skill has cleared the stun status earlier than expected. To stun it once more, Song Yun would have to wait another 15 seconds, prompting him to sigh exhaustedly. "That's why I need delay." In no time, the demon orc regained its footing and charged straight toward where he was standing. "If I can't stun it, I'll just have to overpower it." Facing the demon orc's giant axe, he could easily use his long sword to deflect it, making it easy to bring down. Hiding in a corner behind the pillars, Yoon Daekyung's group watched without missing a single detail, and the blonde guy asked, "Captain, do we really have to go now?" Even though that guy's skill didn't work. He cut him off. Why? His stun skill didn't work, and there's a massive gap between their stats, so why? It turned out what Yoon Daekyung cared about most was Song Yun's composure right now. Why could he still pull off a face like that? Is he really a newbie? He smiled and asked, "Why not end this right now?" To Song Yun, a scene like this wasn't unusual in the slightest, having experienced it countless times before. "I've been through something like this before." Murderous intent flared in Song Yun's eyes as he thought, "If you're too weak, just focus all your power onto a single point, forget about severing the enemy, and instead turn their own strength into your advantage." The corners of his mouth twitched into an amused smile as he thought, to pierce right through it. With that final thought, a single slash from Songyun ran straight through the demon orc's body, shattering the giant axe in its hand right along with it. System notification. Congratulations, you have defeated the mid-sized boss, Demon Orc. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired an E-rank title, Demon Hunter. The demon orc's body collapsed onto the ground just like that, dying before it could even catch its breath. Title rank. E-rank title description. Stamina recovery rate increases 5-fold when facing mid-sized bosses or higher. Hearing that, Songyun mused happily. I've already got 2 titles. Guess this is the perk of playing solo. His attention shifted over to Yoon Daekyung's group, who were all standing there completely stunned out of their minds. He still hadn't processed what had just happened here, his eyes filled with sheer disbelief. Seeing that, Songyun forced a smile. To avoid troublesome situations like this, he could only think of one single way out. Without hesitation, he dove right into character and blurted out, "Ah, I almost died. If the captain doesn't deal damage to the monster, what am I supposed to do?" Hearing that, the blonde guy burst out laughing and praised him. "I knew it. How could a kid like you deal that much damage to a monster like that anyway?" Yoon Daekyung asked blankly, "Huh? What?" He glanced over at Songyun and said, "Are you saying?" Before he could finish his sentence, it suddenly seemed like Yoon Daekyung caught onto his intention right at that moment. He smiled softly and let out a sigh, thinking, "You're not an idiot, right? I'm giving you a chance to save your honor here." Right on cue, the reward, the red stone, appeared, floating in midair. And Yoon Daekyung kept his promise, not interfering with that reward at all. Just stick to the promise. That's what he's trying to say, right? "Man, I lost embarrassingly bad." He turned around to face everyone and shouted, "Listen up, everyone. We defeated the mid-sized boss, so get ready for the final boss." Everyone chimed in together. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." As they walked off, they gossiped loudly amongst themselves. "Whoa, knew it. No way that brat could have beaten that thing on his own, right? Man, I wish I had a stun skill too." Forget it. It didn't even work on a mid-sized boss anyway. Waiting until they had all left, Songyun finally turned back to the main task with an excited grin. "Now that the audience is gone, the thing you're looking at is that red stone. It's about time I devoured you, isn't it?" Item details popped up. Red stone, silver relic special equipment, equipment type, accessory special effect, delay stats, health plus 10, strength plus 10 rare item. Obtained by defeating the demon orc, a crystallization of enduring power and stamina. Instantly, Songyun was pulled into a different space, the subconscious space. He gasped in awe. Whoa. Sitting right before his eyes was an appetizing bowl of noodles with vibrant colors waiting for him. Head chef's spicy cold noodles with jellyfish. Songyun had never felt as happy as he did right now. Grabbing the bowl of noodles, he spoke up. "Things are going way too smoothly, aren't they? Who could resist a classic combo like this?" System notification. You are ready to absorb the redstone. Wasting no time, he picked up a large clump of noodles along with a shiny, juicy piece of meat using his chopsticks. Absorbing the redstone. For every 20% of base stats during silver rank absorption, your strength and health stats will receive an additional bonus. After finishing his meal, just as Songyun had anticipated, he gained a brand new skill, Delay. You have acquired a special effect, Delay. You can now apply the delay effect to your skills. Even though he was thrilled, he still felt a bit anxious. Why am I suddenly feeling so uneasy? Finishing his sentence, he decided to gamble everything on his own luck, binding it to Demon's War. Instantly, a system notification chimed in. The delay effect has been added to Demon's War. If you use Demon's War before the first stun status ends, you can inflict a longer second stun effect. The third attempt has a 90% chance, the fourth has a 60% chance, and the fifth has a 30% chance to extend the stun duration. As soon as the system notification ended, Songyun was transported back inside the dungeon. Looking at the info before him, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. A whole 4-second stun. Yeah, I figure it worked in theory, but I'm glad it actually does. Suddenly, Yoon Daekyung walked up and asked, "Can we talk?" Songyun replied, "Yeah, what's up?" He continued, "Right ahead of us is the final boss room, the Berserk Orc." Before he could finish, Songyun cut him off. Do you want me to join the fight later? But contrary to what he expected, Yoon Dae-kyung answered, no. Saying that, he smiled and reached out his hand. As the captain, I'd be a total failure if I didn't make good use of a party member like you. Let's fight together, Shin Song-yoon. Without a moment's hesitation, Song-yoon stood right up, gripped his arm firmly, and laughed. Haha, but just so you know, my terms remain the same. He agreed. Yeah, got it. Just as they finished talking, the blonde guy stepped forward and spoke up. We're ready to enter the boss room. Yoon Dae-kyung nodded. Is that so? Then let's move. While he was still talking, the blonde guy shot a hostile, completely resentful glare at Song-yoon. Now everyone really needs to stay on guard. Catching that glare, Song-yoon quickly noticed it, looking back with a clueless expression. Before he could say a word, Yoon Dae-kyung pulled the blonde guy away. This is the final battle. Once it's over, let's go grab a round of drinks to celebrate. Song-yoon wondered to himself, did he just scam me? Wasting no more time, everyone charged into the boss room together. Berserk Demon Orc, dungeon number 85, final boss. Standing right in the center, a demon was already waiting. Its eyes glowed brightly, and its wild, unkempt hair covered its entire face as chilling growls rumbled from its throat. Its body was covered in bulging veins alongside strange, intricate patterns, gripping a massive spiked mace in its hands. The final boss, the Berserk Orc. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Yoon Dae-kyung's group didn't dare step in just yet, standing frozen in place to observe the situation. Terrified as he was, as the leader, he forced himself to stay calm and said, Ahem, Song-yoon, I'll head in first. But before he could step forward, Song-yoon walked right past him, reaching behind his back to draw his long sword, cutting him off. Just stick close to me. Hearing his words, the others barked out angrily. Song-yoon, you really don't need to. The Berserk Orc actually has lower skill resistance than the Demon Orc, so it'll be easier to stun if I just stay calm and attack. Immediately putting all the knowledge he had beforehand to use, Song-yoon rushed straight toward the Berserk Orc, figuring there shouldn't be any problem. Indeed, this orc was completely different from the previous ones. Frenzied and wild, it charged fast at Song-yoon, aiming for a head-on clash. Song-yoon mused to himself. Wait, what? Stick close to me? Since when did I get this confident? Memories of the past came flooding back into his mind. When he was young, he was afraid of everything. After growing up, Song-yoon struggled just to survive. Can I get a spot? I told you, your level is way too low. Facing the spiked mace of the Berserk Orc, he swiftly swung his blade, parrying the weapon away, reminding himself, you can't live a life like that anymore. That's right, you need to change. Song-yoon blurted out. Change that weak past and the future too. Naturally, to do that, you need power. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he glared at the Berserk Orc. To pull this off, he needed to show off and prove himself. Right now, Yoon Dae-kyung's whole party was still standing there watching. And for that exact reason, Song-yoon needed to go all out in front of everyone here. Yoon Dae-kyung's face turned pale and his eyes widened in sheer disbelief at what he was witnessing, blurting out, he's a complete monster. The moment those words left his mouth, Song-yoon delivered a slash straight across the Berserk Orc boss's body, sending blood spraying wildly accompanied by its agonizing shrieks. Having inflicted the wound, taking advantage of the opening, he turned to the party and urged, it's going to be stunned for 4 seconds. Level 1 Demon's War skill has been activated. Hearing this, without a second thought, Yoon Dae-kyung raised his shield and shouted, giving the command, charge. Get in there fast and take it down. Subjected to the stun effect, the Berserk Orc could do nothing but stand there helplessly and take the hits, its long tongue dangling out. Unable to fight back in time, it took dozens of slashes raining down from all directions. System notification. Congratulations, you have defeated the final boss, Berserk Orc. Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon, Shrine of the Hell Orc. Looking at the boss lying on the ground in a massive pool of blood, the entire party was still bewildered. Wasn't this dungeon way too easy? I didn't even use a single potion. Yeah, stuns really make everything a breeze, huh? Standing behind Song-yoon's back, the porter crew leader whispered quietly. Do you think that guy is a personal porter yet? Should I go ask? The guy next to him chimed in. Hey, I was about to ask him first. Song-yoon could hear the entire conversation. Completely speechless and helpless, he thought. What's with listening to them bicker? I need to make a living too, you know? Man, they flip faster than a pancake. You wouldn't even see this coming. System notifications chimed continuously once again. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired a D-rank title. Overwhelming power. Overwhelming power. D-rank title. Title description. Status effect duration increases by 10%. Hearing that, he chuckled happily. Is this a title harvest season or what? In my past life, I didn't even have a single title. A whole 4.4-second stun is straight-up game-breaking. Saying this, Song-yoon still felt a lingering restlessness, but this was nothing compared to that guy. Du Young-soo Ma, the title-seeking monk known as the Perfect Sword. He was the strongest swordsman player in South Korea and possessed countless titles. Just 2 years after the era of players began, he became a monster reaching level 500. Before his rebirth, he was the kind of person Song-yoon always looked up to, but now he couldn't let himself fall behind. He clenched his fist with determination. I'll definitely catch up to him. If I pick up the pace from now on, I might still have a shot. Seeing Song-yoon standing there muttering to himself with weird gestures, Yoon Dae-kyung asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" He replied, "Just stretching my muscles." Before he could process what was happening, Yoon Dae-kyung held out an item toward him. "Well, great job out there. Here, take this." Song-yoon gasped in shock. "What? I can't believe Yoon Dae-kyung is randomly handing me an item." He asked back, "Are you possessed or something?" He replied, "You really carry the team this time. I'm a fair guy, you know." He chuckled and continued, "Well, it's just a bronze rank item anyway, so I can afford to be a little generous." Song-yoon forced a smile and chimed in, "You sure are brutally honest." It turned out Yoon Dae-kyung had calculated all of this beforehand. "If it were expensive, I wouldn't be giving it to you. I'm handing it over because it'll be a long time before we meet again." Looking at Song-yoon standing there, he had to admit one thing. As much as it hurt, he had to acknowledge that the guy was truly living in a completely different world from his own. Song-yoon smiled and said, "Well then, I'll gladly accept." Not far away, the blonde guy stood silently watching everything, his fists clenched tight. His face scowled, lips pressed tightly together as if boiling with resentment and indignation. Is the captain favoring that bastard just because he showed off his skill a few times? How long have I been following him around? Isn't this just a total waste of effort? Thinking so, he immediately pulled out his phone, dialed a number to call someone, and cursed, "Fuck it, we're going down together then." "Hello, sir, it's me." A while later, at Shin Song-yoon's home in Sompa District, Seoul. Inside his house, he was beaming with a bright, thrilled grin, blurting out, "Hey, this is why I became a player." On his phone screen, an astounding figure popped up, 6 million won. Working as a porter only makes around $200 a day, but looks like he paid me double what others get. With that, Song-yoon snapped his phone shut, casting a glance at the item sitting on the table. On top of that, there's even an item. Its item details appeared. Berserk Ring, Bronze Relic Accessory Equipment. Type, Ring Special Effect. Lighten Stats, Strength plus 10, a ring that can only be obtained from the Berserker. This ring can extend the user's blood frenzy. Song-yoon smiled and said, "Even though it's only bronze rank, it's a free relic that grants the Lighten Effect." Special Effect, Lighten Description, consumes 1 mana per second to reduce the weight of all equipped relics by 1 G. He leaned back in his chair, thinking carefully, so that's why it's only bronze rank. Most players would drain their mana before even swinging their sword. Consuming mana like that is crazy. Finishing his sentence, the corner of his mouth curled into a sly smirk. But that's most players. After a whole 50 years, Song-yoon finally fully understood his own ability. Thanks to that, he grasped every detail. In his past life, Song-yoon had absorbed items that consumed mana before, but the actual result was mind-blowing. A relic's special effect that consumes mana. Just like that, Song-yoon began absorbing the Berserk Ring, which would trigger a penalty, but in return, it wouldn't consume mana anymore. System notification, synchronizing mana with the Berserk Ring. He cheered happily. Who cares about the penalty anyway? The more skills, the better. Scene change. Inside a private club in Gangnam District. Colorful lights gleamed alongside a bustling crowd as thumping music echoed continuously. At this moment, the blonde guy was sitting there shouting angrily, "I'm not lying. That bastard can seriously land a 4-second stun." Before he could finish, another guy sitting opposite him cut him off. "Who do you think you're raising your voice at?" He quickly stammered, "Sorry." The other guy continued, "So what? You want me to get revenge for you?" The blonde guy replied, "And no, that guy is definitely no pushover. He might even be using a stun relic." The buzz cut guy asked again, "So what the hell do you want me to do?" Though terrified, he still answered, "Team up. I want partner up. And that Yoon Daekyung guy is favoring him too." The buzz cut guy added, "So you do want revenge, don't you?" Listening to everything, a blonde woman turned over and whispered, "You don't look close to him at all, do you? He looks like some random loser." "Huh," he called out. "Hey." Before the blonde guy could even process what was happening, a slash swung out from nowhere, slicing off one of his ears in an instant. "Igriegajis," another guy holding a longsword smirked and asked, "Who do you think we are, huh? Do you think we are lackeys or something?" Not only that, he poured an entire glass of liquor directly onto the blonde guy's wound, making him shriek in agony. "If not, hurry up and name your price." The one-eyed guy looked increasingly amused as he spoke. "Your ear is worth something, so I'll hear you out. Where the hell is that bastard?" Early the next morning at Jamshul Training Ground 43, Song-yoon was dragging his longsword along, taking exhausted steps forward. He slumped down onto a nearby step, letting out a heavy sigh. Ugh. In his mind, he recalled the meal he had enjoyed last night. Who would have thought the berserk ring would turn into cold cucumber soup? Oriental cold cucumber soup could kill anyone who accidentally tastes it. My stomach feels like it's doing the lambada. Either way, that was in the past now. Song-yoon tried to force a wry smile, looking forward to the future ahead. There's always light at the end of the tunnel. Now, the longsword didn't feel heavy to him at all. With a single flick of his wrist, he spun it right up into the air like a pinwheel. Song-yoon then casually reached out his hand and caught the hilt. Holding the sword, he inspected it closely and smiled. "It feels way lighter now. Turns out it's thanks to the power of light. The special effect is always active with no cooldown. Thanks to the relic absorption skill, the mana consumption effect of the old skill was removed, and the penalty have the effect of lighten. The weight of all relics is reduced by 100 G. Hearing that, Song-yoon mused to himself, "Looks like it'll be a long time before I can ditch this greatsword. Wonder what would have happened if I hadn't caught it back there." Saying this, he reached out and tapped on his system panel. "This is pretty neat." Next, a series of information popped up. Player info name, Shin Song-yoon level, 7 titles, overwhelming power, and 2 others constellations. Unique skill, relic absorption absorbed relics, 3 MP, 32 FB, 307. Status window, strength, 13 stamina, 12 agility, 12 mana, 10 luck, 16 speed, 15 defense, 10. Song-yoon needed to start drawing the attention of the constellations. Since each player could only have 1 constellation, he had to think very carefully. "If possible, I want someone who matches my best stat luck." Thinking up to this point, he stood up and let out a long sigh. I still don't have what it takes to attract the constellation's attention." Song-yoon's gaze shifted toward the wooden dummies right in front of him. "Oh, well, for now, I'll just focus on training." A few days passed by. On a deserted road, a car came speeding out of nowhere, screeching its tires to a sudden halt, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Stepping out of the car with a pale face, Song-yoon gasped. "Thought I was a goner for real." He stood there stretching his limbs to loosen his joints, groaning, training nonstop for 3 days, plus a long drive. That was seriously rough. But at least I got a new skill out of it. An information panel popped up, 2-handed swordsmanship, passive skill swordsman basic skill level. 1 increases proficiency with all types of swords, including daggers and one-handed longswords. Appearing right before Song-yoon at this moment with a massive spatial gate. Dungeon number 101, exclusively for solo players. Looking toward the dungeon, he let out a sigh and said, "To get into a solo dungeon, you have to wait in line for a month. Guess I should be glad it's finally my turn." Just as he said this, he suddenly noticed something strange. His gaze flicked to the side, freezing for a split second. Hidden behind a clump of tall trees was a black car parked right where it had pulled up right after Song-yoon arrived. A bit surprised, he wondered to himself. Who would have thought someone would tail me all the way through the forest like this? Even though he didn't know what they wanted, Song-yoon knew standing here to settle, it wasn't the play. Whatever they were up to, he had to get inside first. Figure out inside the dungeon. A short while after he stepped inside the dungeon, another group of players arrived and walked inside as well. This group was none other than the mercenaries hired by the blonde guy to eliminate Song-yoon, led by the one-eyed guy. Right as they stepped inside, a voice suddenly echoed out. Isn't this dungeon supposed to be for solo players only? Hearing that, he flinched and cast a quick glance to the side. Where the shadows hung thick, a figure sat waiting. Song-yoon had known all along that they would come inside, so he calmly looked up, eyes dripping with murderous intent as he continued. Don't tell me you guys entered the wrong dungeon. This is my spot. Hearing those words, the huge guy holding a massive cleaver smirked and asked, Are you an idiot or what? They weren't your typical party. Song-yoon replied, I won't report you guys. Just leave. No hile, no mache. They were fully decked out in defense gear, an absolute necessity for any dungeon sweep, and their lineup consisted strictly of swordsmen and archers. Naturally, Song-yoon also recognized this group from piecemeal memories of his past life. They were a team specializing in hunting humans, the Hyena Squad. Hearing what he just said, the huge guy burst out into a contemptuous laugh. Is this bastard seriously thinking he's hot shit? The guy beside him added, You dumbass. If you die here, they won't even be able to recover your body. The player association cracked down on them and handled them a long time ago. He replied with absolute composure, I know all too well. His gaze flicked toward the guy holding a bow, standing in the back. With a team like theirs, the archer was the trickiest target to deal with. The leader urged, All right, let's hurry up and finish this bastard off. Before they could process what was happening, Song-yoon added, And that's precisely why I've been waiting for you guys to arrive. He slowly began to stand up, long sword in hand. If you're looking for a place to dispose of 4 corpses, where could be more suitable than right in here? Hearing these arrogant words, the huge guy blew his top, wanted to charge right in and rip this miserable bastard apart. But right away, the one-eyed guy held him back and warned, Keep it simple. Yet the huge guy turned a deaf ear to those words, gritting his teeth as he interrupted, Isn't this the simplest way? I'm going to tear his mouth wide open. Seeing them just standing there without charging in, Song-yoon threw in a taunt to provoke them. Good doggy, obeying your master like a champ. Haha, make sure you get in here and don't waste time. Sure enough, the bait worked like a charm on that huge guy. His face darkened as he growled. You should. As he lunged forward, he swung his cleaver back as if intending to take Song-yoon down on the spot. Shut your fucking mouth. Facing that sight, he remained rooted to the spot, the corner of his mouth curling into an amused smirk. Only the fittest survive. What line could be more fitting for dungeons? Monsters were constantly aiming for players' lives inside dungeons. Yet inside those very same dungeons were the relics that all players crave. His life was always on the line. If you were weak, you died. There were no rules inside a dungeon. That's why you had to kill just to survive. Right at this moment, the one-eyed guy's group froze in place, mouths agape. This was precisely Song-yoon's past life experience, and it still held true now, before their very eyes. The huge guy was sliced clean in two by Song-yoon in the blink of an eye, slumping onto the floor as blood splattered everywhere. And the result was everything taking place right here. He reminded himself, just self-defense. Murderous intent flared in his eyes as he urged, What are you waiting for? Come on, hurry up. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged forward all at once. But instead of a head-on clash, they broke off in a different direction. The one-eyed guy barked orders to his subordinate. Keep your distance from him. Cover us while we get into position. Following behind, the archer replied nervously. Gee, got it, understood. Did he just kill Sango? Even if he was a fool, SHO was still level 100. But this guy literally just awakened. While he was still sprinting, Song-yoon was suddenly blocking his path out of nowhere, spinning his long sword like a pinwheel and slicing a long line into the ground as he asked, Hey, where do you think you're going? Witnessing that scene, he quickly backpedaled, firing off a flurry of lethal arrows toward him while screaming, Damn it, you crazy bastard. But naturally, Song-yoon wasn't about to let the archer get his way. His face darkened as he delivered a single slash. With just that one strike, he sliced every single arrow that had been shot at him straight in half. This is insane. Before he could even react, Song-Yoon brought his sword down, killing him right on the spot. Hearing the loud noise, the one-eyed guy flinched, looking back in shock as he blurted out, "Did he just throw his greatsword?" The brown-haired guy asked in sheer terror, "Who the hell is that bastard?" And then in that brief split second, he suddenly realized something. The one-eyed guy watched intently as Song-Yoon rushed forward with an urgent look on his face. As it turned out, the direction he was running toward was the exact spot where he had accidentally thrown his longsword. Sai got a little too carried away with that taunt. He gasped out, "That means he's weaponless right now. This is the perfect chance to strike." Without a second thought, he changed direction and shouted orders to the other guy. Right now, the longsword remained stuck firmly upright in the archer's body, dripping wet with bright red blood. In that fleeting second, all three were in a race against time. Song-Yoon sprinting with everything he had toward his sword, while the two of them rushed to reach him first. Staring at the sword right before his eyes, his hand reached out, trying to grab it. Suddenly sensing a surge of murderous intent right beside him, his eyes snapped wide as he glanced around. The instant Song-Yoon gripped the sword, two razor-sharp slashes from the one-eyed guy came slicing straight down as he roared, "Die!" Thinking this was the end, they couldn't have been more wrong. The moment the sword was swung toward the ground, Song-Yoon's figure vanished instantly, nowhere to be seen. Witnessing this scene, the brown-haired guy flinched, his eyes widening in shock as he blurted out, "What?" It turned out that at the most critical moment, Song-Yoon had luckily managed to grab the hilt just in time, hoisting his body up to float midair as he muttered under his breath, "Whoa. That was close." The group was completely stunned by the sight, standing frozen in place, utterly helpless. This is pure madness. Before they could wrap their heads around what just happened, he pulled the longsword straight out of the archer's body. Unexpectedly, in that split second, a hand reached out from behind, grabbing the brown-haired guy firmly by the head, leaving him startled as he asked, "Juntae, what are you doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, Juntae yanked his body straight in front of himself as a shield. While he was still confused about what was happening, Song-Yoon delivered a powerful slash, slicing the brown-haired guy clean through in an instant as blood sprayed wildly. His eyes went completely blank, drained of all life. Unluckily, during the process, Juntae's hand also received a small scratch. Having wrapped things up, Song-Yoon landed back on the ground and asked, "Thinking back now, all of you are organ traffickers, aren't you?" Murderous intent flared in his eyes, a smirk tugging at his lips as he continued, "No matter how I look at it, you guys aren't teaming up out of trust or anything like that, right? Your goal is to awaken mana stones through organ transplants, isn't it? Looks like I know quite a bit about this. For what it's worth, I've been through a lot myself." Hearing this, Juntae burst into a mocking laugh. "So what if you know?" Screaming at the top of his lungs, he lunged forward, sword in hand. "So what if you fucking know, you bastard?" The sharp blade drew closer and closer to Song-Yoon's face. Yet he wasn't worried at all, replying with utter nonchalance, "Yeah, I was just asking." Notification popped up. Level 1 Demon's War skill has been activated. In an instant, Juntae's body could no longer move, freezing in place in sheer horror. Song-Yoon stood up, stepped closer, and continued, "I was just worried you guys would bore me to death." Player has been stunned for 4.4 seconds. He couldn't comprehend how he had taken that hit, thinking to himself, "I'm stunned, but how?" Only at this moment did he notice the minor scratch on his fingers. Just now? Just from a tiny cut like that? How could a skill be this broken? Wasting no time, Song-Yoon walked over to him, his face darkening as he spoke. "It's over." Terrified, Juntae thought to himself, "Over, was he talking about?" His complexion turned ghastly pale. Seeing this, sweat poured off him like rain as he gasped. "Am I really going to die like this? No way. I've always been the killer. It's always been that way." A flash of memory surged through his brain. Back when he had his arm around a new teammate, encouraging him, "Let's do our best this time too." The young man had replied, "With you around, I can handle anything." He had placed his complete trust in Juntae, smiling as he said, "I trust you." But in return, all he received was the most gruesome death. blood streaming down his face. He tried to ask, why? One of his arms had been severed by Juntae, who had no intention of sparing him. Please don't do this. I'll do whatever you say. Predators. Returning to the present, he was no longer the one hunting others down. Instead, he was standing on the brink of being killed. Why? Have you never experienced this yourself? Song-Yoon pressed the long sword against his neck and asked, are you scared that now it's your turn? A while later, after finishing off the rest of the hyena squad, he carried his sword over to a nearby riverbank to wash it clean. Song-Yoon wiped it down carefully, letting out a heavy sigh. Phew, I really can't get used to stuff like this. I just reborn not too long ago, and I probably lost my chance to become a constellation candidate already. Saying this, he felt more and more that this was unreasonable. Wait, but that was for self-defense. Oh well, whatever. Finishing his sentence, his gaze shifted toward the space behind him, where the swords lay glowing with a brilliant luster. Well then, system notification. You have obtained 8 relics from this dungeon. Song-Yoon gasped. Guess all of these are mine now, huh? After wrapping up the sorting, Song-Yoon threw his coat on, getting ready to leave the dungeon. An information panel popped up. Player info name. Shin Song-Yoon level. 10 titles. Overwhelming power, and 2 others constellation. Unique skill. Relic Devourer devoured relics. 11 HP. 400 MP. 50 FB. 12. Though he hadn't wanted to gain skills this way, he still had no choice but to roll with it. Wish I could have avoided that whole situation, but based on the payout, it was totally worth it. Glad eating relics didn't make me fat, at least. Still, purely in terms of stats, didn't this basically make Song-Yoon as strong as a level 50 player? The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk as he wondered. How long has it even been since I came back? My growth rate is actually insane. With that, he reached into his coat pocket and muttered. Plus, from his pocket, Song-Yoon pulled out a golden ring radiating an ethereal, shimmering glow. The ring's item details popped up. Recovery ring. Silver relic accessory equipment. Type. Ring special effect. Recovery stats. Consumes 10 mana to instantly cleanse any abnormal status condition. If used again within the next minute, the mana cost doubles. Admiring the item in his hands, Song-Yoon couldn't contain his excitement. The guy who rushed me from the get-go. Who would have thought he had a relic that cleanses abnormal statuses? Realizing something all of a sudden, he froze for a split second, his smile twisting into an awkward grimace. Wait, so if I blindly relied on stuns, I would have been toast. Definitely need to be way more careful next time. System notification. Synchronizing mana with the recovery ring will now begin. Wasting no more time, Song-Yoon began absorbing the ring. Meanwhile, deep inside a cavern, a group of goblins was marching along carrying heavy sacks. Dungeon number 101, internal access way. While strolling along casually, one goblin suddenly picked up on something, its gaze flicking backward as a growl rumbled in its throat. As it turned out, Song-Yoon had materialized out of nowhere, standing there long sword in hand, his face darkened and completely devoid of expression. Unlike usual, he was taking slow, deliberate steps, wearing a black silk blindfold over his eyes as he let out an exhausted sigh. The requirement to unlock the Lucky Day title is something like this. It wants the player to slay 500 monsters while blindfolded. Truly insane. Spotting a human here, the goblins reacted immediately, letting out loud, screeching howls. Suddenly, one goblin caught sight of something on Song-Yoon that sparked intense curiosity, its eyes opening wide. As it turned out, what grabbed its attention was his long sword, which was radiating a brilliant, shimmering light. He wondered to himself, were these monsters going to attack? Just looking at it had the goblin drooling with greedy appetite, letting out a high-pitched cackle. Standing in place, Song-Yoon remained in a ready stance, questioning himself. Can I sense them? He had to feel the airflow and listen carefully to every single detail. Song-Yoon slipped into a different state, bathed in pitch-black darkness. He had to pick up sound from even the faintest movements. Focus. Song-Yoon had to maintain this deep focus. Suddenly, he picked up the sound of footsteps, scrambling all around his body. Not only that, The noises grew increasingly frantic and intense by the second. Confident in himself, Sung-yoon declared, "I can do this." The moment those words left his mouth, a goblin charged frantically straight at him, brandishing a sharp axe with a loud shriek. But before any of them could even lay a finger on him, Sung-yoon unleashed a long, sweeping slash, obliterating four goblins simultaneously, cleaving their bodies clean in half as blood sprayed everywhere. Just like that, all those goblins were wiped out, lying scattered across the floor around where he stood. Sung-yoon could feel every sticky drop of blood dripping onto his body, the corners of his mouth tugging up in a satisfied smirk. This feels pretty damn good. Suddenly, from far off in the distance, a bolt of light flashed forward at wind-shearing speed. It was targeted straight at Sung-yoon. He stood motionless, continuing to sense his surroundings. As the arrow drew nearer, he caught it effortlessly with his bare hand. "Looks like I've got the hang of this." With that, Sung-yoon snapped the arrow cleanly in half, right inside his palm. Witnessing this scene, the goblin that had just shot the arrow stood slack-jawed in utter terror and disbelief. As it stood there dazed, Sung-yoon began stepping forward and spoke. "Not too long ago, I was in a pretty pathetic spot." Behind the goblin's back, pairs of glowing red eyes began emerging one after another. He continued, "But thanks to that, I was able to reflect on the past. Guess that's how I hone my senses, huh?" Either way, right now, Sung-yoon isn't who he was in his past life. He's gotten stronger than ever before. Smiling, he taunted, "Come at me, you bastards." The moment those words were spoken, the horde of goblins went wild, charging forward all at once with ear-splitting shrieks. Right as they lunged, a flurry of brilliant slashes from Sung-yoon flashed through the air. Heads were severed clean off their necks, flying backward toward the comrades rushing up behind them. The more he slaughtered, the more exhilarated he became, his strikes growing faster by the second. Finally, in a mere flash, every last goblin was completely wiped out, leaving just a single one standing there, trembling in fear, not daring to charge. Naturally, Sung-yoon wasn't about to spare it either. He rushed forward, finishing it off before it could even try to run away. His long sword, which had just been wiped clean, was now stained a deep crimson once again, blood dripping onto the ground step by step. All around where he stood, goblin corpses were piled up in heaps. System notifications chimed continuously. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have acquired the D-rank title. Lucky day." Hearing this, Sung-yoon happily pulled off his blindfold and gasped. "Doesn't even feel like I did that much." Title details popped up. Lucky day. D-rank title effect. Luck plus 20 secondary effect. Whenever you defeat a monster of the same element, your luck stat increases by 0.1. Your luck stat can increase up to a maximum of 10. Hearing this, Sung-yoon burst out in an excited laugh. "I'm slowly gathering all the essential titles I need." While he stood there reviewing his status, another pack of goblins that had been out gathering items returned from behind him. Staring at the lifeless bodies of their comrades scattered all over the ground, they froze in utter terror, clueless about what had happened, sweat pouring off them like rain. Then, in the blink of an eye, Sung-yoon materialized right in front of them, longsword slung over his shoulder, a fierce grin on his face as he asked, "Might as well take this chance to stack some more stats, right? They came straight to me, after all." Player info. Name, Shin Sung-yoon level, 10 titles, overwhelming power, and 2 others unique skill, Relic Devourer devoured relics, 11 MP, 60 FB, 223. Looking at his status panel, his body shivered, unable to hold back a burst of laughter. All Sung-yoon can see right now is dollar signs. Grinning, so wide his mouth won't even close. Ha ha ha. My luck stat jumped by 30 from just this single title. This is better than most platinum-ranked titles. As he stood there talking, a spatial rift opened up behind him, accompanied by flashes of bright red lightning. This has got to be worth 500 million won, maybe even 1 billion. Suddenly, a notification rang out, causing Sung-yoon to freeze and turn his head back. The space around you is beginning to fade. In this life, I can finally buy a house. The moment he laid eyes on what had just appeared, he couldn't believe his eyes, blurting out, "Wait already." A series of notifications popped up in rapid succession. 3 constellations have come seeking you. The constellation Cleaner of the Collapsing Realm asks if you have any interest in bringing bad luck upon others. The constellation Wanderer of the Great Void is intrigued by your mystery and requests a chat. The constellation Goddess of Luck smiles at you while extending her hand. This was an exceedingly rare sight. All 3 constellations simultaneously had materialized right before Songyun's eyes. 3 constellations have entered the scene. His face still wore a look of utter shock, unable to process what he was witnessing. Talk about fast timing. 3 of them at once? Haha. Did you guys enjoy my performance that much? Right as he said this, the constellation Goddess of Luck descended, hovering right in front of his face. Witnessing this, Songyun was caught off guard and froze for a beat. What the? Was his tone a bit too arrogant? He had never experienced anything like this in his past life either. No, times like this are when you gotta project absolute confidence. The Goddess of Luck expresses her favor toward you, but contrary to what he thought, she seemed thoroughly amused. The Goddess of Luck says this is the first time she has ever seen such a lucky swordsman, finding it quite fascinating. Songyun forced a smile and gasped. Oh, luck? Yeah, I sure am crazy lucky. Haha, thank goodness. As expected, these constellations seem interested in a contract. Can I take a look around now? The constellation taking the form of a giant one-eyed monster spoke up. The Cleaner of the Collapsing Realm lavishly praises the hidden cruelty within you. The Cleaner of the Collapsing Realm is a textbook slaughterer-type constellation. Did I draw his attention because I slaughtered all those goblins so fast? Next was a constellation with a hidden face, only glowing eyes visible beneath a white cloak. The Pilgrim of the Great Void is curious about your hidden inner self. Not sure why the Pilgrim of the Great Void is showing up here. I clearly heard that constellation only appears to players with the aura of a saint. Without a shadow of a doubt, his gaze flicked over toward the Goddess of Luck. So should I assume he showed up because of her? The Goddess of Luck patted the pilgrim's head, causing him to blush. The Goddess of Luck. Even in a realm where constellations exist, rumors say she's extremely well-connected. Looks like she quickly noticed Songyun staring at her, her eyes glancing back in his direction. The Goddess of Luck says she isn't the possessive type. Even if you choose her, you can still sign contracts with other constellations. She emphasizes this point. Hearing this insanely attractive offer, Songyun was quite surprised and asked back, "Whoa, seriously?" Yeah, this is a massive advantage. An archer who could hit his targets with absolute precision. Even when shooting arrows into the sky under the world's blessing, he never ran out of arrows. The miracle marksman. Among archers, Hashimoto Zuki was the one who had defeated countless top-tier swordsmen. Not only did he possess a high luck stat, but his destructive power was also mind-boggling. Some even suspected him of cheating or hacking. But it turned out he simply had contracts with 2 constellations. It was the Goddess of Luck herself who made the impossible possible. Thinking up to this point, Songyun scratched his head, speaking with a flustered look. Having 3 constellations show up out of nowhere makes it really tough to choose. Hearing this, they grew even more impatient, pressing him further. The 3 constellations demand that you put aside the petty thoughts of a mortal and make your fateful decision. One constellation even began thinking they had picked the wrong person. He let out a helpless laugh. Either way, these constellations, the Goddess of Luck is certainly a great constellation. But if I consider the possibility that no other constellations might appear in the future, this choice is practically deciding the player's future destiny. Throughout his 10 years as a player, the only constellation that had ever approached Songyun was just one person, and that person was the model student of late success. His appearance was like a saving grace. It made Songyun's spirit grow stronger, making him incredibly happy. No matter how much he struggled back then, he truly believed the future would be bright. Let's go. But then, nothing changed all the way until he turned 50. Songyun had never received a single benefit from the Constellation Model Student of late success. After level 850, all stat effect from relics and titles would double. The reason was that the activation condition was utterly ridiculous. Songyun couldn't utilize the Constellation's most crucial power throughout his journey. No, more accurately, He didn't even dare think about using it. But when all was said and done, perhaps it was thanks to that constellation that he was able to turn back time. Song-Yoon ought to be grateful for this. Precisely because of this, he had to be more cautious than ever this time. From here on out, Song-Yoon had to accept that there would be no second chance to turn back time. Thinking up to this point, his gaze shifted toward the constellation Wanderer of the Great Void, wondering, divine power. Next was a constellation looking like a colossal monster, destructive power. Finally, it was none other than the Goddess of Luck. She had been standing there all this time, smiling as she waited for him to make his decision. Luck, is it? After pondering for a moment, Song-Yoon reached his decision and spoke up. I. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his hand onto the system panel button. Notification popped up. You have entered into a contract with the constellation Goddess of Luck. The system further explained. Once a contract is formed, even if the player dies, it remains in effect for 30 years without disappearing. In another realm, an entity was closely monitoring the contract between the reincarnated player and the Goddess of Luck. A 10-year friendly constellation sincerely congratulates you on the contract and wishes you victory. Contrary to those congratulations, there were also hostile elements who were far from pleased. 3 hostile constellations have decided to use their players to obstruct your growth. Song-Yoon gasped in surprise. What the hell is this? Why am I suddenly drawing so much attention? But by this point, he didn't care much anymore, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Oh well. Either way, smiling, he extended his hand toward the Goddess of Luck and spoke. I'll be in your care from now on, Goddess of Luck. Witnessing this scene, she accepted Song-Yoon's request, reaching out to firmly grasp his hand. Notification popped up. The Goddess of Luck blesses your wise decision. With everything settled, Song-Yoon cast his gaze toward the system panel. Now then, it's about time. Goddess of Luck, contract, and wish effects. All attack actions are guaranteed to land critical damage on enemies. Upon obtaining a unique rank or higher relic, the hidden effect is guaranteed to unlock and be inherited. Upon defeating mid-tier bosses or main bosses, if the boss's level is higher than yours, you will drop a relic with a 100% success rate. The Goddess of Luck suddenly shrank into a mini version of herself, showing off an intensely proud look for her wildly overpowered effects. Still unable to believe it, Song-Yoon gasped. Are these all ridiculously broken effects? Before he could finish a sentence, another effect popped up. 4. When investing level-up points into the luck stat, each point is doubled. This effect also applies retroactively to all previously invested bonus points. Wait a sec, there's still more. Watching the scene unfold, he felt like crying, sniffling back tears and running nose. 100% critical rate paired with guaranteed relic drops. He had gone through so much struggle. Song-Yoon, noticing the other constellations still standing there, the Goddess of Luck asked. The Goddess of Luck asks what you intend to do with the offers from the other constellations. But without a second thought, Song-Yoon immediately replied, it's fine. You two can take your leave now. I need to focus on the goddess. This answer left the other 2 constellations deeply offended. The Wanderer of the Great Void pulls a queue ticket, promising to see you next time. The Cleaner of the Collapsing Realm warns you to prepare yourself, as he will claim your head one day. He forced an awkward chuckle. You guys really like it that much? The Goddess of Luck claps in praise, finding your decisiveness quite captivating. The Goddess of Luck believes that with these effects, Song-Yoon doesn't need to be greedy for now. No need to rush. Better opportunities will come in due time. A short while later, at Dungeon number 101, Boss Room. Right now inside the chamber, Song-Yoon was fighting with all his might against the dungeon's final boss. The two were frantically trading lethal strikes, creating booming sounds. Standing to the side, the Goddess of Luck was caught off guard witnessing the scene, clenching both fists in deep anxiety. Song-Yoon's face darkened with thick, murderous intent. Swinging his long sword behind his back, he leaped into the air and shouted, "Is the final boss only at this level? Put some real strength into it, you brat." Yet this boss was no pushover either. It managed to block his incoming strike with its twin axes. Right after, its status gradually shifted. Final boss, greed-infused goblin leader. Before Song-Yoon could process what was happening, It launched a heavy blow that sent his body flying backward. He had to drive his sword into the ground to bring himself to a halt. NGH. One of the goblin boss's eyes flashed a bloody crimson red as it let out a booming howl. One of its skills began taking effect on Songyun. The goblin leader inflicts the intimidation debuff status on you. Witnessing this scene, he was quite surprised, thinking to himself, "It's finally here." Intimidation debuff. You have entered a paralyzed state. Songyun's body gradually lost all its strength. Meanwhile, the boss was lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike. It's trying to force me to lose my fighting spirit, but it was in for a disappointment. He quickly activated a skill he had obtained earlier, whispering softly, "Recovery." The moment those words were spoken, the goblin boss swung a powerful slash toward where he stood, shattering the ground into fragments as clouds of dust billowed into the air. Suddenly, it picked up on something wrong, freezing in place with a baffled look on its face. As it turned out, not only did Songyun manage to dodge its blow, but he was also able to overwhelm its weapon. Though it's clearly a limited skill, as it obviously can't fully seal move. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk as he asked, "Looks like it's only good enough for dealing with minor mobs, huh?" System notification. Level 1 recovery skill has been activated. Songyun gasped. "Now's the time to test my luck." Thanks to recovery, the intimidation debuff status has been cleansed. Hearing this, the goblin boss trembled in sheer terror, mouth agape as choked groans escaped its throat. Before it could understand what was going on, a slash from his sword swung forward, leaving a massive gash across its body. System notification. The goblin leader inflicts the intimidation debuff status on you. He smiled and asked, "You think that's going to work a second time?" The moment a wound was inflicted on the goblin, it also meant the effect had been triggered. Level 1 wind sword skill has been activated. The goblin leader has been paralyzed for 2 seconds. Hearing that statement, Songyun asked back in slight surprise, "Just 2 seconds?" Time was running short. He quickly unleashed a flurry of strikes across its body. "Here's 2 more seconds for you." Domain effect activated. Paralyzed status extended by 2 seconds. Refusing to drag this out any longer, Songyun decided to release his final move, slashing heavily across the goblin boss's body. System notification. Second domain effect activated with a 90% chance to further extend the paralyzed status. Hearing that, he stepped right up to its face, causing its expression to contort in terror as sweat poured down like rain, asking, "Succeeded on the second try too?" Songyun's battle in the main boss room came to an end right here. The goblin's body was riddled with countless wounds, big and small. While he stood there letting out soft breaths of relief, its massive body collapsed onto the ground. Just like that, the dungeon's final boss had been slain by his own hands. System notification. Congratulations on clearing the Dark Goblin Swamp dungeon. System notification. You have leveled up. Hearing this, Songyun finally let out a long sigh of relief after an exhausting battle. Obtained D-rank title, "Don't Touch Me." He had never felt so overjoyed. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped, "Finally done. Don't touch me." D-rank title description. Luck plus 30, evasion plus 10 secondary effect. You can empower a specified skill once. The increase is based on the system's design coefficient for players. Songyun's face turned pale as a sheet as he muttered softly. From handling that crowd earlier to clearing the dungeon. They say you should work hard while you're young, but I'm really pushing my body past its limits here. The goddess of luck stepped forward, speaking with a smile. The goddess of luck says if your luck is that terrible, it must be something far beyond mere bad luck. He asked back. At this point, you could practically call it a skill. The goddess of luck states that luck is also a skill, and she's very pleased that good fortune follows you. Songyun added, "You sure change your tune quickly." She continued, "The goddess of luck says that in reality, perhaps it's all thanks to her." Hearing that, he was left completely speechless. First off, let's just dump points into the luck stat. Looking at his status bar, Songyun gasped in joy. "Whoa, my luck stat is over 100 now." When a stat breaks past 100, an adjustment triggers, boosting related effects by an additional 10%. Thinking up to this point, he slowly stood up, turning his gaze toward the boss's corpse. For instance, the evasion stat impacts dodge rates, while the luck stat affects item drop rates. Kudni's shield, silver relic secondary equipment, type, shield special effect, sacrifice stats, defense plus 20, a shield left behind by a goblin warrior named Kudni's. It empowers defense with mana and converts incoming damage into healing. However, the entire process consumes an equivalent amount of mana. Hearing that, Songyun glanced toward the goddess of luck and said, "Well, either way, this was a guaranteed drop thanks to the goddess." He wondered to himself, does that mean the luck stat directly influences which relic drops? System notification, synchronizing mana with Kudni's shield. One thing was for sure. This was even more annoying than when Songyun had been a model student of late success. Cut to a new scene. Near Jamshul Station, task zone. Inside an office, a girl with dark circles under her eyes looked up and spoke. Unable to accept her words, Songyun asked in utter shock, "I get what you're trying to say, but I have my own reasons." The girl cut him off. "I'm sorry, but could you reconsider? I'm on the verge of losing my mind here too. I don't even know how many corpses I've seen this week alone." The situation caught Songyun increasingly off guard. Things couldn't go sideways from here. To start this story, one had to go back 2 hours prior. Hanam Expressway. After clearing that dungeon and absorbing the shield, Songyun quickly drove back. I was worried since it was a goblin shield. A simple meal of kimchi and white rice, classic peninsula style. Good thing there's kimchi and rice at least. While cruising along the road, an unexpected issue suddenly occurred. His car abruptly shuttered and completely stalled out. Looking at the notifications on the car dashboard, he couldn't believe his eyes, blurting out, What the? Why are there a bunch of warning lights on?" Songyun was left completely speechlessly helpless, wondering to himself, is it time to switch cars? No. Moving to a new place is more important than changing cars. The lower your player level, the more criminals will eye you. Songyun can't live on high alert forever. Moving somewhere strictly guarded like Player Street would be far more convenient. And if I consider relics too, I should buy secondhand ones so they're easier to consume and absorb. Thinking up to this point, Songyun fell silent for a moment, as if running calculations in his head. Then a single solution finally struck him, thinking to himself, money. I need money. Since he needed a huge pile right now, there was only one place where Songyun could make that much. The system had introduced tasks when the player era dawned. Standing alongside that system was the organization overseeing all these tasks, the Player Association. The corners of his mouth curled into an excited, expectant smile. If it was a system supervised by the association, he could pull it off. Just like that, even though his ride was pitifully beat up, Songyun pushed it to keep going. Here I come. Task zone. Returning to the present with zero progress, Songyun could only let out a heavy sigh, but was he really getting blocked right at the entrance? The female staff member continued, "So please enter a dungeon suitable for your level. Why are you trying to enter a level 100 plus area? Besides, you haven't even been ranked yet." Refusing to give up, he tried to explain, "I swear I won't cause any trouble. Please trust me." Sure, he might only be level 17, but with his current skills, going into such low-level zones is a total waste of time. Having argued with Songyun for a good while, the staff member broke down in tears of frustration, her hand trembling as she pointed off to the side. "Someone said the exact same thing yesterday. Guess what happened to them? So please go to a suitable zone." Songyun understood why she was acting like this. Far too many players overestimated themselves and ended up dead. But at a time like this, you just had to be thick-skinned. Before he could finish his sentence, a girl stepped up from behind and interrupted. "What's going on here?" The staff member replied, "Ah, hello. It's nothing." The girl appeared to be an archer, carrying a quiver of arrows on her back, smiling as she said, "Hi." "What?" "She's Eden's Kim Miso, level 100, a plus rank player." The moment Songyun saw her face, he recognized her immediately, blurting out, "Ah, the Slaughter God Archer, Kim Miso, the first level 100-plus player to reach A+ rank in the God Archer title. A rising star." But more than her skills, what made her stand out even more was the fact that she was the daughter of Kim Yoon-cheol, chairman of the Sacred Biotech Group. This meant she was also known under the alias Shadow Assassin alongside Shin Tae-ri, the nation's top assassin player, and Jin Ho, one of South Korea's top swordsman players. She was the daughter of the company holding the largest stake in the Eden Guild. Thinking up to this point, Sang-yoon held even greater admiration for her. You could practically call her the player with the most privileges in history. Miso smiled and asked, "This is our first time meeting, right?" She continued, "I've been watching for a while. Why are you trying so hard to pick a level 100+ task?" He replied, "Because it pays well." Standing nearby, a group of people caught sight of this and began whispering among themselves. "Whoa." Kim Miso initiated the conversation. "But what's with that guy's attitude? Is he crazy? Hey, forget it. She's about to say something to that useless level 17 guy." Before they could finish speaking, she barked back in anger. "I can hear everything, you bastards. But this is an extremely difficult zone." Hearing that, Sang-yoon sighed and replied, "Of course I know. Higher risk, greater reward." He certainly wasn't doing this out of personal emotions. Even though in his past life Sang-yoon had applied to join Kim Miso's party and was flat out rejected. "I'm sorry. It's fine. Haha." Thinking back to that, he felt even more helpless. "I am absolutely not doing this to hold a grudge." Miso continued, "But you do know that taking on tasks solo isn't allowed according to association rules, right?" Suddenly realizing something, he froze and blurted out, Come to think of it, solo task restrictions won't be lifted until 4 years from now." Left with no choice, Sang-yoon turned to leave. I must have misread the info. Oh well, I'll be off then." Before he could take a few steps, she suddenly smiled and offered a proposal. She turned her head back and asked, "Do you want to party up with me?" This statement shocked the crowd even further. Whoa, is she crazy? Why pick that bastard? I can go too. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Hearing this, anyone else would have been thrilled and eagerly agreed. However, Sang-yoon felt something was off. What's her angle? What's the catch? Miso answered, as expected, you don't trust me. Isn't this simply a favor?" He gave a forced chuckle and replied, I tend to trust situations rather than people." Standing to the side, the staff member listened to the conversation, her eyes filled with confusion. Hee. Impressive, but there's no catch. It's more like a pledge." As she spoke, Miso's face darkened, revealing a mysterious glint in her eyes. "If your skills don't match your confidence, you'll have to pay a fitting price. Of course, if it's the opposite, I'll sincerely apologize." Sang-yoon finally understood the whole picture. So right now you're... The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he wondered, "Testing me." Kim Miso's influence went far beyond that of a famous player. The brand value of the outfit she wore skyrocketed. A single word from her could flood the news. Kim Miso was known not only as the daughter of Kim Yoon-cheol, chairman of Sacred Biotech Group, but also as the Slaughter God Archer. Uncover her secrets. There were even rumors of a special edition detailing her ideal type. The moment she labeled someone a hubristic player, their career as a player was effectively over. Without a moment's hesitation, Sang-yoon accepted the offer directly. "Then let's head out right away. This is going to be fun." Flashing back to before Miso entered the premises, the driver standing outside had said, "I'll wait here, Mississippi." She had replied, "Do whatever you want, it might take a while. All guild members are busy with their schedules. Such a pain, but I guess I'll have to find party members for myself." Thinking up to this point, as she quickly headed inside, she overheard the commotion between Sang-yoon and the staff member. "Seriously, trust me." Coincidentally, Kim Miso had a reason to go with Shin Sang-yoon. Ako Kim Miso, Harang Badge. The minimum party rule for her task was also an annoying obstacle. Sang-yoon, oblivious, kept arguing back and forth. Phew, this is so annoying. Who's the one being annoying here? Witnessing that scene, she found it quite amusing, a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. Amidst all that, she happened to spot a confident player, a situation where nobody knew what that player was capable of. So back to the present. The two finally formed a party together. It was a pretty interesting scenario for her as well. After finalizing the deal, Miso looked toward the female staff member and asked, "By the way, what task was Shin Sang-yoon planning to take?" She stammered in response, Yes, just a moment." After searching for a bit, the staff member pushed the system panel toward Miso and exclaimed, "Here it is." The panel read, Defense task: eliminate all monsters rushing toward the defense tower. If the core of the defense tower is destroyed, the task fails. Monster type: Wolf-type monsters. Monster count: 300. Recommended task level: Level 100. Task reward: 500 million won. Accept or decline. Reading through the details, Miso couldn't help but wonder in shock. The standard rule is to have at least one ranged damage dealer in a 4-person party, and he was planning to do this solo? If it weren't for me being here, his corpse would be as good as gone. This setup is pretty tough. The more she thought about it, the more baffled she felt, wondering how he would handle it. Seeing her expression, Songyun smiled and asked, "Are you scared?" Hearing that, Miso was taken aback, freezing for a beat as she blurted out, "What? Did I hear that right?" He continued, You suddenly went quiet, so I wondered if you were scared or something." Before she could say another word, he offered a suggestion. "If it's too much, we can recruit more people before going in, add a tank or another main range DPS." While Songyun was still talking, Miso reached out and grabbed his arm firmly to stop him. Or perhaps she was completely offended by those words, her pride deeply wounded, furious yet forcing herself to endure it as she slammed the accept button. No, Songyun had zero issues. System notification: task accepted. You will now be transferred to the task area. The moment those words were spoken, a giant pillar of lightning enveloped them both, throwing everything into utter disarray. Seeing this scene, the staff members stammered anxiously. Since Kim Miso is with him, nothing bad should happen, right? Hopefully nothing bad happens. No, nobody knows what might happen. Others standing nearby also asked in amazement, "That guy, do you really think he'll pull it off? Come on, he's only level 17. How can he defend against level 100 monsters?" However, one guy voiced his thoughts. Would Kim Miso bring him along for no reason? She's currently praised as the youngest A+ rank player. Do you really think her judgment is that poor? You know about the rating system recently revised by the Player Association, right? Yeah. I know it was created because judging strength purely based on player level was inaccurate, right? One person replied, "Right, there are 2 conditions for ranking. First is the number of dungeons cleared. Second is the overall evaluation of the player's combat sense. But that means Kim Miso hit A+ rank. Just with her combat sense, I get it. But why A+ instead of it?" Another guy explained, "Well, that's obviously because there are monsters even more terrifying ranked above her, right?" The more they thought about it, the less they understood what was happening. But that didn't matter right now. Well, I guess so. He went in with Kim Miso, so damn jealous. Right at this moment, both Songyun and Miso vanished from their original spot, unfolding right before their eyes. At the same time, inside a different realm, the sky was dark as pitch, illuminated by flashes of bright lightning. Defense task: Knight of the Pack. Standing atop a high wall, Miso looked down below, holding a bow ready in her hand. Her gaze was fixed right on Songyun walking across a massive bridge. Words carry responsibility. If things get dangerous, she'll step in to help, of course. Contrary to what Miso thought, Songyun wasn't worried at all. His demeanor was surprisingly calm, casting a slight glance back with a smile. She thought to herself, "Still, I hope this experience snaps him back to reality a bit." Flashing back 30 minutes prior, Songyun had made a proposal that left Miso completely stunned. "What did you say?" He explained, "It's exactly as I said. Don't interfere until I ask. If you stay back and focus on support, I'll give you a 5% cut." She asked back, "No, so I didn't mishear?" He replied, "Yup. Staying back to support and getting a 5% cut is a total steal." Miso gasped in disbelief. "You think I'm hesitating because of that condition? There's no way you can handle this alone. There are at least 300 of them." 300? Her face showed deep concern. Even for a level 100 like me, dealing with him solo would be a struggle. Before she could finish her sentence, the sight right before her made her freeze for a beat, her eyes wide. Songyun now wore a look more confident than ever, the corners of his mouth curling up as he reminded her, "Just watch and see." With no other choice, Miso could only sigh in defeat. "Fine then. But for every single one you miss, you lose 1% of your cut. If you miss 99 of them, you get nothing left. Got it?" At the end of the bridge, a flurry of beastly footsteps and sharp claws appeared. It was none other than a pack of wolves with glowing blue fur and purple-lit eyes, growling in anticipation of the attack. Song Yun's mood turned exhilarated. Slamming his long sword onto the ground, he called out loudly, "Sorry to disappoint, but that's not happening." The wolves stood there growling, thick plumes of white smoke billowing from their muzzles. Fixing his gaze squarely on them, he locked onto his targets and added, "Because I'm not leaving a single one alive." The moment those words left his mouth, both sides charged at each other like moths to a flame. Song Yun vanished from his spot. Witnessing this scene, Miso watched intently in sheer awe, blurting out, "Whoa." Song Yun's strength was truly unimaginable. With just a few slashes, he wiped out the entire wolf pack in the blink of an eye, blood spraying in all directions, as their bodies collapsed onto the ground before they could even react. Glancing toward Miso, he smiled and remarked, "For something that looks like that, those squeals are actually pretty cute." Only now did she understand why Song Yun had been acting so confident all along. Turns out he wasn't a hubristic player after all. That last strike was flawless. It was a stance that maximized the longsword's reach. A perfect form reminiscent of her guild swordsman, Jin Ho, who always talked about offense and defense as one. Above all, he minimized unnecessary movements and slashed multiple enemies simultaneously when striking. Thinking up to this point, Miso looked back down below. But despite that level of confidence, surrounding the spot where Song Yun stood, swarms of other wolves pressed forward in overwhelming numbers. There were far too many monsters. After all, level 17 player faced such overwhelming numbers. Looking closer, she realized his composure hadn't faltered for a second. In fact, he wore a subtle smile that showed no hint of concern. Suddenly, Miso noticed something that made her eyes widen in shock. Wait a second, something's felled off this whole time. Why on earth are the monsters? As it turned out, Song Yun's skill had activated, leaving the wolves completely immobilized and unable to budge. Level 1 demonic strike skill activated. She wondered to herself, "They're not moving at all." Saying this, Miso gasped. "No way. Is that stun?" Before the words fully left her mouth, she accidentally lost her footing and tumbled forward. Atop the bridge, continuous sounds of slashes and the howling cries of wolves echoed without pause, throwing the entire area into chaos. Fortunately, Miso managed to grab hold of the railing just in time, pulling herself back up without falling over. That was close, almost fell, but no matter how you look at it, that was definitely a stun. She counted down about 4 seconds. So if it was a 4-second stun, that surpassed Jin Ho's duration. That meant he could comfortably inflict status effects on the monsters and wipe them out. Things were deviating drastically from what Miso had initially assumed. What kind of monster is this guy? Unbothered by anything around him, he kept frantically slaying the wolves, blurting out, "Why is this so easy?" Suddenly, he picked up on an incoming wave of murderous intent. His eyes snapped open as he froze. Right in front of Song Yun, several wolves were launched into the air by an unseen force, blood spurting wildly from their jaws. Other nearby wolves suffered a similar fate, hurled upward by an overwhelming force as if powerless to resist. Leaving no room for doubt, Song Yun confirmed, it was finally here. Naturally, the approaching entity was the wolf boss, its entire body covered in pitch-black fur, blood-red eyes flashing, and its jaws wide open to reveal razor-sharp fangs. Dark Wolf, truly fitting for a pack leader. This dark wolf appeared genuinely formidable and far from easy to handle. It let out a deafening roar that seemed to tear through the air. The dark wolf. Song Yun hadn't encountered them often in his past life. Yet could this be the reason it felt so familiar? System notification. The dark wolf has inflicted the stun debuff status on you. He gasped. A stun status just like mine. This effect not only dealt damage to Song Yun, but also targeted Miso's location high up on the building. Just as the effect surged toward her, a powerful aura enveloped her body, dispelling the debuff. Thanks to your relic's effect, the stun debuff failed to trigger. Hearing that, she snapped back to her senses. Right, the dark wolf uses stun too. I was so focused on watching that I totally forgot. Without a second's hesitation, Miso stood up, bow in hand, taking direct aim at the wolf. To think I actually considered giving him a lesson. How dangerous. If I'm being generous, I could accept that he has a way to trigger a stun, but the ability to cleanse it at such a low level is extremely rare. Before she could process what was happening, Sang-yoon was already able to move again, darting toward the Dark Wolf in the blink of an eye. Thanks to recovery, the stun debuff status has been cleansed. Miso froze for a beat, wondering, how does this make any sense? A near-perfect longsword form, an unnaturally long stun duration, and on top of that, he can even cleanse debuffs. Is he really just a level 17 player? As Sang-yoon closed in right before the Dark Wolf, even the beast was taken aback. The fur across its entire body bristled as it let out a howl. He smiled and asked, surprised? You thought your prey would be immobilized by the stun, but I'm moving freely. Before the Dark Wolf could react, its eyes darted downward in shock. In that moment of panic, before it even realized what was happening, Sang-yoon drove his blade straight into the Dark Wolf's body, causing blood to spurt out wildly. Wearing an excited smile, with bloodlust clear in his eyes, he sliced straight through, cutting the Dark Wolf's body in two and sealing the outcome of the battle. Its eyes gradually turned white, losing all consciousness as it quite literally faded away. Its massive body collapsed with a loud thud, scattering dust and debris everywhere. A stun status inflicted without needing a stun skill, originating from beneath the Dark Wolf's corpse. A moment later, Sang-yoon scrambled back up, crawling out from under its thick fur. Ugh, got all over my clothes. And here I thought I dodged it in time. Suddenly, another idea popped into his head. Since things have turned out like this, should I cause a little chaos just for fun? At the same time, standing atop the tall building, Miso had witnessed the entire scene. Her face lit up with a bright, beaming smile as she gasped. What on earth is he? Standing atop the massive body of the Dark Wolf, Sang-yoon kept a firm grip on his longsword. System notification. Defense task monsters eliminated. 299 target monster count. 300. Leveling up, leveling up. His level was rising rapidly. Title granted. Fearless. Fearless. D-rank title. Title effect. Grants complete resistance to status debuffs caused by the roars of wolf-type monsters. Saying this, he glanced back toward where Miso was standing. She was still watching the entire scene unfold, but her initial look of disdain was completely gone, replaced by pure awe and amazement. This was precisely the outcome Sang-yoon wanted to achieve. The skeptical looks from before had vanished, replaced entirely by them closely observing his every move. Standing back up and looking straight ahead, he wondered to himself, since I've got an audience right now, a performer like me can't just take a break. Guess I should wrap this up quickly. Looming in the shadows, the massive silhouette of a gray wolf with thick gray fur stood tall and imposing. Looking up at it from below, Sang-yoon curled his lips into a smirk and asked, "You ready, Gray Wolf?" The gray wolf went wild, opening its mouth full of razor-sharp fangs and letting out a booming roar to flex its power. Final boss, Werewolf Lord. Its massive paw, tipped with sharp claws, slammed hard onto the ground. Fortunately, Sang-yoon reacted in time, leaping backward to dodge the strike. Hanging onto the bridge's railing, he looked toward it and asked, "Your attacks are famous for being notoriously unpredictable, right?" A glint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes as he continued. "But 30 years from now, every single one of your moves has been thoroughly analyzed. Wouldn't it be more accurate to call them completely predictable now? Sorry, but wasting no more time." Sang-yoon vanished from his spot, charging past the gray wolf and delivering a heavy slash before it could even react. "I already know every single move and skill you have." Taking the wound to its body, dark purple blood gushed out uncontrollably from the gray wolf. System notification. Due to the werewolf lord's resistance to fear skills. Sang-yoon gasped. Just as expected. Even for a level 100+ boss, it's still quite tricky, even if I can predict its moves. At the same time, standing atop the tall building, Miso couldn't believe her eyes, wondering, isn't this complete madness? There's more than one weird thing going on here. Not only is he in a berserk state, but he also has a way to resist the wolf's fear effect. And he's swinging that giant sword around as effortlessly as if it were a sheet of paper. Sang-yoon's footwork was exceptionally agile, nimbly leaping from spot to spot. Just then, the gray wolf lunged forward with its massive jaw, intending to end him in a single strike. Naturally, he wasn't about to let that happen, tilting his head aside to dodge. Suddenly, the gray wolf flashed a murderous glint in its eyes as it glanced backward. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its fang-filled jaw once more, snapping back around to launch a surprise attack. Yet this was completely within Song Yun's calculations. Having known its every move in advance, he was able to block it with ease. Witnessing this scene, the gray wolf froze in shock, its eyes widening in disbelief that its strike had been shut down. As it turned out, its jaws were merely a feint, while the actual attack was launched with its claw-studded paw. Furthermore, it anticipated the werewolf lord's movements and faced it head-on without backing down an inch. Song Yun's eyes gleamed as he looked at the gray wolf and declared, "I told you I know everything about you. I spent a whole lifetime in my past life making sure of that." Standing above, Miso continued to observe in silence, finding herself increasingly amazed by Song Yun. And the most ridiculous part was that his attitude and combat style looked as if he was actively flexing his strength just for her to see. Thinking up to this point, she let out a sigh and wondered, "Just what kind of guy are you?" Before the words fully faded, a series of loud explosions erupted across the bridge, accompanied by the heavy impact of weapons crashing onto the solid concrete floor. Song Yun leaped backward to create distance, keeping his eyes fixed on the gray wolf. This fight was dragging on longer than expected. He had put on a cool act in front of Kim Miso, but it was costing him time against the boss. If everything had gone strictly according to plan, Song Yun should have been exhausted long ago. Right on Song Yun's heels, the gray wolf gave chase relentlessly, showing no sign of weakening. He shouted aloud, "So why am I still going all out like this?" His HP was dropping lower and lower by the second, and his stamina was steadily draining. HP 120/700 -58. In this state, Song Yun could end up collapsing before the wolf if he let his guard down. In the middle of his chaotic thoughts, he suddenly picked up on something, his eyes snapping open as he gasped. The gray wolf launched an attack with lightning speed. Its clawed paw reached straight towards Song Yun as he ran, letting out a heavy roar. This movement, Song Yun quickly analyzed the gray wolf's full pattern, a powerful strike from the boss to open up room for follow-up attacks. It tricks the opponent to land a lethal thrust direct. Thinking up to this point, he turned around to face it head-on, gripping his long sword tightly. This was the wolf's signature attack, the very move that had claimed the lives of countless players. Even though he was pretty anxious, Song Yun decided to take a gamble on this. "I've never actually used this in real combat before, but sometimes you just have to make bold moves." The gray wolf charged at him faster and faster. Then, right at the perfect moment, he swung his blade hard, slicing its hand off in a blink. Despite having one hand severed completely, the gray wolf had no intention of abandoning its original plan. It swung its remaining hand. Sensing the danger, Miso froze dead in her tracks. Her face went dark, unable to utter a single word. Before she could even react, Song Yun took a brutal blow from the gray wolf. The impact sent his body flying backward, and his long sword went flying off to the side as well. That sight felt like a knife stabbing straight into Miso's heart, leaving her so weak in the knees that she collapsed to the ground. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, "Shin Song Yun, this is so stupid. I should have stepped in to help him." Miso couldn't stop blaming herself. Even with Shin Song Yun showing off such incredible skills, standing there doing nothing was no different than killing him herself. She fell completely into helplessness and despair, hanging her head low as she choked out, "I'm sorry, Shin Song Yun." The moment those words left her mouth, a sudden sight hit Miso right in the eyes, making her freeze and look up. This light, it turned out that at the most critical moment, Song Yun had managed to activate his skill just in time. The Kudni's shield had completely absorbed the damage and burned to ash, disappearing forever. The special effect Sacrifice had been triggered. Sacrifice, a special effect that triggers under specific conditions, restores all damage taken. Designated body parts will be converted into healing power, If the damage exceeds the player's maximum health, they will recover health equal to the maximum value at the time the damage was taken. Flashing back to that day when Songyun was still in the Goblin Dungeon. Seeing this skill, he had asked in confusion a conditionally triggered recovery skill that's super useful. So after absorbing fatal damage, I have to pick a body part to activate it. System notification. Please select a body part to use sacrifice. Please select a body part to apply the effect. There are 16 parts in total. That's way too many. What is this? It breaks the parts down way too specifically. Usually the safest bet is the back, but even the back is split into 4 sections. That makes it totally inefficient and risky since you can't predict where the attack will land. Back in the present, Songyun had applied all that damage to his stomach. HP 700/700 plus 585. In that case, I need to use this effect strategically to make it work. Nice, it worked. Due to the sacrifice effect, the player's stamina has been restored. Now, feeling better than ever, he slowly bent down to pick up his longsword. If my math had been off by even a tiny bit, I would have died instantly. That was close. And I can't believe I managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The level 1 Demon Buster skill has been activated. Turns out that because of the damage reflection skill, the gray wolf was now completely paralyzed, its body unable to move an inch. I'm not sure if I'm just lucky or if you're just that unlucky. The right arm you used as bait to lure my attack got cut off. Who would have thought you'd throw away your defense just to land a fatal damage effect on me? Refusing to waste any more time messing around with this gray wolf, Songyun decided to deal the final blow. Now then, let's move on to another combat test. After a while, seeing that things had settled down, Miso finally walked downstairs. The ground was soaked in a deep purple trail of blood. Right before her eyes, the gray wolf had been taken down by Songyun. He spoke up. In the end, the Demon Buster effect only worked for a short moment. He looked toward the wolf with a trace of regret and continued, but it was enough to take you down. With that, Songyun turned his head, glanced behind him, and asked, "Oh, you're here." Miso was still standing there, staring at him with an expression of shock beyond words. Kim Miso. Hearing him, she let out a sigh and replied, "If you had a healing skill, you should have mentioned it to me beforehand. I almost had a heart attack because of your near-death moment." Miso's next word struck Songyun directly in the chest. "By the way, have you come back to life before or something? How do you know the Wolf Lord's movements and skills so well?" She forced a smile. "I've met a lot of swordsman players before, but I've never met anyone as mysterious as you, Shin Songyun." Just as she was about to say something else, she suddenly stopped, her eyes widening. It's almost like, before Miso could finish her sentence, Songyun cut her off with a smirk, wearing a deeply mysterious expression. Like what? Seeing Miso suddenly freeze up like that without reacting or saying anything, Songyun got a bit startled and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Even she didn't understand what was going on, answering in confusion. "What is this pressure?" "No, it's just that you look like a high-rank player, that's all." Startled, he thought to himself, "I thought you were about to ask how on earth did you take down the boss like that? Right? A normal player wouldn't be able to pull off moves like this." Before Songyun could react, Miso spoke up. "Anyway, are you going to finish it off?" He blurted out in surprise. The gray wolf was still sitting there, awaiting its demise. Low growls and whimpers kept coming from its throat without stop. Songyun smirked and replied, "I'll make things easier for you. I almost forgot about you." A moment later, a system notification popped up. "You have received a C-rank title, Fight to the Death." Player information name, Shin Songyun titles, Fight to the Death and 6 others, Constellation, Goddess of Luck unique skill, Item absorption HP, 740 MP, 84 physical defense, 97. Fight to the Death, C-rank, level, title description. When in an isolated state with no allies to assist within a 5M radius, the Fight to the Death state triggers, temporarily boosting all stats by 20%. The effect disappears immediately once isolation ends. Hearing this information, Songyun gasped with a happy smile. Talk about nostalgic. A special title for 1v1 combat, and it's C-rank. It's the predecessor of that other one. Miso asked, "You got a new title, right?" He raised his head, looked up, and replied, "You already knew about this? Miso, did you fight this boss before?" She answered, "Well, yeah. Of course I fought it by myself before." At this point, she suddenly paused, an expression of confusion washing over her face beyond words. Miso let out a sigh and complained, "It's nothing to be proud of. Honestly, I only beat it thanks to my artifacts. I can't say I beat it with pure skill like you did." Song-Yoon chimed in, "Using artifact is a player skill too, you know?" Hearing that, she forced a smile and replied, "Thanks for the compliment." But still, looking over at where Song-Yoon was standing, Miso still couldn't wrap her head around it. "The artifacts I own are worth over 200 billion won. Comparing that to someone using a mass-produced greatsword available everywhere like him actually makes me feel embarrassed." Thinking up to this point, she asked again, "Besides, aren't you going to try using the title's effect right away?" He replied, "Huh? What do you mean?" As soon as he spoke, a beam of light appeared above Song-Yoon's head alongside a notification. "The title Fight to the Death has been activated. Player Kim Miso is isolated. No allies are present near the player within a 5m radius. The Fight to the Death title has been activated." Hearing this, he was completely, speechlessly exasperated, quickly waving his hand dismissively. "Huh, no way, not here. There aren't even any enemies. The title Fight to the Death has been cancelled. Let's not stand here chatting." Miso turned around, took a step, and said, "I'll head outside first. I have to contact the dungeon porters outside." He replied, "Ah, thanks." Quest rewards included monster-related items, so calling porters to clear things out was the obvious next step. In his past life, Song-Yoon used to do that often. Handling tedious tasks made him look more trustworthy in her eyes. While he was still lost in a swirl of thoughts, Miso's voice suddenly echoed, "And I'm going to give up the 5% quest reward I mentioned earlier." Startled, he asked back, "What?" Song-Yoon couldn't believe his ears and called out loudly, "But that's a bit unfair to you." Miso interrupted, "I'm fine, don't get all jumpy." She smiled brightly and continued, "We'll be seeing plenty of each other anyway. Just think of it as my investment in you, Song-Yoon." Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye. "Got it? Well then, I'm heading out first." He stood there with a forced smile, thinking, seriously, I can't drop my guard around her until the very end. Right after finishing his thought, he looked toward his back, where a brilliant beam of light was shining. All right, now the item dropped after killing the gray wolf has finally appeared. It was a glowing, sparkling blue stone. Let's check out the reward I've been waiting for. Blue Moon Stone, Platinum Item Special Equipment, Type, Accessory Special Effect, Wolf's Pressure Effects, Health plus 100, Mana plus 100, Luck plus 50, a rare gem forged through the faith of the Silver Wolf tribe, who worship the Blue Moon. Hearing this information, Song-Yoon couldn't control his body, shaking uncontrollably rhythmically, unable to utter a word. Finally, he was so overjoyed he cried out loudly, almost in tears, "It's a platinum-grade item too." Without a second thought, he ran over, cradled the stone gently, and gasped, "A platinum artifact is worth at least around 1 billion won. Amazing. This thing is worth as much as an apartment in the capital." Before Song-Yoon could finish speaking, the Goddess of Luck appeared with a bright smile. The Goddess of Luck asked if you've come to believe in her influence, speaking with a smile on her face. He replied, "How is that your influence? That's all me." Suddenly, a bright red notification popped up. The owner of the Torn Lips strongly objects to the biased luck you are receiving, wishing to remove the Goddess of Luck from the player system. The Goddess of Luck suddenly proposed a vote to the constellations connected to the player system. The ongoing vote proposes expelling the owner of the Torn Lips from the player system. Vote count, 61/162 The proposal was unanimously passed, and the owner of the Torn Lips can no longer operate as a constellation. Witnessing this intense scene unfold, Song-Yoon didn't even know how to react. That kind of thing actually gets approved? Besides, she was a pretty famous constellation too. Looking at the blue moon stone glowing inside his hand, he still couldn't help but marvel at it. First, since its platinum rank, I can absorb around 40% of its power. The special effect is Hour of the Wolf. The special effect is constantly active with no cooldown. When the moon is visible in the dungeon, recovery speed is always increased by 5 times. Regardless of whether the moon is visible or not, wolf-type monsters enter a continuous state of fear toward the player holding the blue moonstone. On top of that, if the moon is visible, wolf-type monsters will never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. Reading through it carefully, he wondered happily to himself. To put it simply, I can basically become a monster myself, even without the moon, right? Absorbing the power of the blue moonstone. Scene shift. Outside the quest hall area. Finally, after finishing absorbing the stone, Songyun stepped back outside, looking completely tattered and worn out. But before he could even process what was happening, the scene right before his eyes caught him completely off guard. Without him noticing, a massive crowd of people had gathered there, staring intently at where Songyun stood, whispering and murmuring among themselves. They asked each other, "Is that Shin Songyun? Is it true he cleared a level 100 quest all by himself?" "I think so." Kim Miso wouldn't lie about something like that. While they were still whispering, Miso stepped forward and spoke up, "Don't worry about it." A female staff member gasped. "Kim Miso," she continued, "who in their right mind would send a level 17 into a level 100 quest anyway? I would have stopped them too. You did a great job." Seeing that everything was safe, the female staff member couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Ms. Kim Miso." She glanced over at Songyun and said, "You should remember Shin Songyun's face from now on. He's about to become a regular customer." Hearing those words, he smiled and thought to himself, "Thinking back on it now, I feel bad for the staff members. They must have been under so much pressure." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Shin Songyun!" Out of nowhere, a swarm of people from major guilds rushed straight up to Songyun, holding out their business cards. "I'm Jun Wan, the scout leader of the Guardian Guild. You seem like an incredible player. How about joining our guild?" "No, our guild offers you the absolute best terms." Before they could say another word, Miso ran over and stepped in front of Songyun to block them. "Sorry, but Songyun has a few matters to settle with me, so we'll be taking our leave first." They all gasped in unison. Even without saying it out loud, they seemed to guess what this implied. "Wait, does that mean the Eden Guild is already?" Miso glanced back and answered, "That's right." Although still confused, he had no choice but to play along. Right, I guess so." That quick thinking saved him from a world of trouble. But what on earth was her plan? A little while later, inside a luxury black car, cruising down the main road. Inside the car, Songyun kept staring at the bank account balance on his phone screen. 500 million won. He was so happy he couldn't keep his mouth from grinning ear to ear. Suddenly, Miso asked, "The quest reward, it got settled pretty fast, didn't it?" Scratching his head, he replied, "That was definitely a speed I've never experienced before. Honestly, it feels pretty good getting this kind of cash." She continued, "I called the A-rank representatives, and they worked faster to get your reward sorted out." Songyun smiled happily and replied, "Thank you. You helped me out so much. 500 million. While he was still soaking in the joy of money, Miso's expression suddenly changed, and she spoke up, "Driver." The driver replied, "Understood, Ms. Miso." Immediately, high-level security mode was activated. All 4 car windows rolled up tightly, switching to privacy mode. Songyun flinched nervously, fidgeting in his seat, and swallowed hard as he looked over and asked, "As expected, what's going on?" "No goodwill comes without a reason." She chuckled and replied, "Ha, I'm not very good at sweet-talking." Her eyes turned sharp as she made an offer. "Player Shin Songyun, please join my Eden Guild." Facing this sudden invitation from Miso, Songyun hadn't adapted to it at all, softly saying, "You seem more confident getting straight to the point than beating around the bush." She smiled and replied, "There's a reason we're called Eden. It means a paradise for players. I don't think you'll regret it." He started falling into a mess of thoughts. It would be a lie to say he hadn't anticipated this situation. Until Songyun was reincarnated, he had only been a member of an average guild. Back then, being a part of something gave him a sense of security. It was a small guild, a gathering of talentless players who had nowhere else to go. It was fun and comfortable. But then that horrific memory flashed in his mind once again, at least until that accident happened. And with Songyun growing this rapidly, no matter how good the facilities were, having a big opportunity meant having a lot of support. However, it would be restrictive. Right now, fighting alone allowed him to grow faster. After thinking it over carefully for a moment, he finally made his decision, stuttering out, "I'm sorry, but I—" Miso interrupted. "Are you planning to start a one-person guild?" And indeed, her words completely matched Songyun's thoughts, rendering him speechless on the spot. He blurted out in surprise, "Wow, you really catch on fast." She continued, "Well, I am the daughter of a major conglomerate chairman." Miso let out a sigh of relief, weighing player Songyun's capabilities. That wasn't hard to figure out, and she exclaimed, "The point is, I'm the only one who knows this truth right now." Hearing that, Songyun laughed to himself, thinking, even though she knew he would form a one-man guild, she still voiced her intention and showed her interest, creating a relationship she could profit from. Then, honestly speaking, she was a skilled negotiator. In the blink of an eye, time passed quickly until the next morning at Player Street, Building C near Jamshil Station. Inside a large house, a politely dressed woman smiled warmly and said, "As I mentioned, the deposit is 100 million, and the rent is 5 million a month." Songyun smiled and replied, "Saying that price with a smile like that makes it feel not so bad." The woman continued, "Ho ho ho, but you're still getting a great deal. People are usually waiting in line for this place." After discussing the contract and successfully signing it, the broker quickly prepared to leave. "Well then, I'll be heading out first. Feel free to contact me if there are any issues." He replied, "Sure thing. Take care on your way out." Songyun let out a soft sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "I found a place quickly, just as expected, making everyone on the waiting list have to take a back seat. Is this thanks to the goddess of luck too?" After renting this large and much nicer house, his meager belongings were moved inside. Standing by the window, Songyun looked outside, taking in the peaceful scenery all at once. No one knew what was going through his head, but his face clearly showed a happiness he hadn't felt once during his past life. It had been a short time, but so much had happened. The mysterious reincarnation, the abnormal changes, all of it astounded him. For days, Songyun had focused solely on understanding everything, even if the information didn't help him much right now. He didn't know what to do next in this situation, but soon enough his mindset changed, and Songyun became a different person. Still, there was a lingering feeling that he had forgotten something. Looking into the palm of his hand, he could feel many things he couldn't feel before. Although Songyun hadn't done anything to turn the tide yet, he could feel the hot blood coursing through his body right now. That made him more excited than ever, clenching his fist tightly with determination. This is youth. Youth and the future are held right in this hand. He won't sit idly by. So this time, Songyun will live a different life, happier and stronger than before. He swore he would no longer live like a coward. Returning to the present, above all, opportunities for his growth kept presenting themselves. This was also Songyun's good luck. Suddenly, Miso received a phone call, and she said cheerfully, "Ah yes, reporter Park Young-min. What breeze brought you here?" After listening to the words on the other end of the line, she chuckled and continued, "Haha, you really catch on in news fast." Hearing this name, Songyun paused in surprise. Park Young-min from Player News? Is he an S-rank reporter? At the same time, over at the newspaper's editorial office, the man named Young-min replied happily, "That's right, I heard Ms. Miso was with him in the quest zone. It's absolute chaos over here because of the news coming in." Player News, reporter Park Young-min phone call. Miso explained the situation just as he had heard it. "Out of all the players I've met recently, he's really..." Before she could finish, he urged her, "Sorry, but could you give me a quick summary? Everyone here is staring at me so intensely." A short while after driving Songyun back, Miso's car pulled up to the main gate. He stepped out of the car and said, "Thank you for waiting for me." She chimed in, "Mr. Songyun, hold on a second." Miso waved her hand cheerfully to remind him, "We're about to explore an unidentified gate. We're putting together a freelance team to check it out, limited to 4 members under level 120. Don't worry, it's not a guild mission." She continued, "If you're interested." Before she could even finish her sentence, Songyun stepped forward and shouted, "I'm in." Seeing him so excited, Miso was quite surprised herself, forcing a smile as she replied, "You turned down the guild invitation instantly. And looking at you now," She was even more amazed. But you're extremely interested in this mission, he thought to himself in excitement. I finally have the chance to enter a dungeon gate. Simply put, a dungeon is a fixed location. When you enter, the entrance, exit, traps, and monsters all follow a set routine. But a gate is a shifting place. While you're dealing with the situation, the entrances and exits move in real time. And sometimes, even the monsters change along with the shifting of the gate. But as usual, the higher the risk, the better the reward. That was an unwritten rule in the player world. And if it's an unidentified gate, there's a system reward for the first clearer. Conquering it first guarantees a high-grade item. Kim Miso might have experienced that before and obtained a high-grade item. An item capable of ignoring the dark wolf hide toughness she possessed could only be obtained in gates like this. Back to the present. Having received Songyun's agreement, Miso pulled out her phone and smiled, saying, I'll contact you as soon as I have more details. We might be in touch a lot from now on. With that, she held her phone out toward him and urged, Here, please put your number in. But on the phone screen he saw, there was something completely unexpected. Friday, June 20th, 2:38 p.m., 8 to 10:30, meeting with Gregory Day. Realizing she had made a mistake, Miso hastily pulled her phone back and gasped, I'm so sorry. I was so careless. As she spoke, she let out a heavy sigh. What on earth is wrong with me? Witnessing that scene, Songyun was a bit surprised, but he remained silent without asking any further questions. After returning home, those thoughts kept replaying in his mind. She seems to have a hard-to-tell secret story behind her. But honestly, what player doesn't have a secret past? Even Songyun himself had stories he couldn't tell anyone. Just thinking about someone finding out started giving him a headache. If anyone found out he was reincarnated, there was no telling what would happen, but it would certainly cause massive trouble. Suddenly, in that moment, Songyun recalled a constellation he had spent so much time with during his past life. His eyes filled with curiosity as he wondered, I wonder what she, my former friend, is doing and where she is right now. But we also spent many years working together before. Right now, it really is tough to track her down. Scene shift to Miso's location. Even while sitting quietly in one spot, her eyes were fixed on her phone screen. Eating Guild VIP room. Seeing this unusual behavior, the man sitting across from her spoke up and asked, I think it's been a while since we had coffee together after such a long time, hasn't it? Are you waiting for someone's call? Why are you staring at your phone like that? Miso had no intention of hiding it, letting out a sigh as she answered, It's Mr. Shin Songyun. We're preparing to explore a gate together. The man gasped, Wow, are you that close with him already? That statement startled her a bit, and she interrupted, It's not like that. The man smiled and continued, Isn't he someone who can maintain a combat-focused state longer than I can? And he even coldly rejected Kim Miso's offer. If it were me, I'd like him too. Miso smirked and reminded him, Shouldn't you start actually worrying? He asked back, Huh? Why me? She added, His swordsmanship skill is quite high, just like yours, or maybe even higher. Hearing this, he still didn't believe it at all, laughing as he replied, Are you only saying that because I just teased you? As he spoke, he stroked his beard and let out an expectant smile. He might be good, but comparing his strength to mine is a bit much. This man belonged to the Eden Guild. Jin Ho, level 700, S-rank player. Early the next morning, just like any other day, Songyun arrived at the training ground in the Jamshul training area. Right at that moment, a phone call suddenly came in, and he quickly picked it up, answering, Yes, Ms. Kim Miso, I'm listening. From the other end of the line, her voice asked, Are you free right now? I need to discuss a few things about the gate. Songyun replied, Oh, really? Sure, go ahead. Miso continued. An unidentified gate just appeared 500 meters northwest of Chinui Station. We just conducted a preliminary investigation of the area, and I have some insider news. Hearing this important news, he couldn't help but immediately open his phone. Okay. Give me a moment to check. She replied, Take your time. After looking it up, everything was indeed exactly as Miso had described. Inside the phone was breaking news. 2 mid-bosses, Hellhound Cerberus, believed to be a wolf-type monster. Estimated clear difficulty 100. Its main capability is inflicting tearing bites, and it has multiple heads. 3 gate intel points, Preliminary intel analysis. Things were making Song-Yoon more and more expectant. What the heck is this? I just got that skill. I can't believe it's such a coincidence. Does Cerberus meet the skill requirements? Hour of the Dog and Wolf. Special effect, constantly active, no cooldown. When a moon rises in a dungeon, recovery ability increases 5-fold. Regardless of the moon phase, wolf and dog-type monsters will feel threatened by a player carrying the blue moonstone. Furthermore, when a moon is up, wolf or dog-type monsters will never attack a player carrying the blue moonstone. After reviewing it carefully once through, he called Miso back and said, "Yes, I just took a look. Thanks for letting me know." She replied, "Of course, that's my job. I'll get back in touch with you later." Right at that moment, a man standing nearby spoke up. "Who were you calling? And what are we supposed to do now?" Hearing these words, Song-Yoon quickly replied, "Ah, sorry, big bro." The man chuckled and interrupted, "Hee hee, I'm just kidding." Turns out this wasn't a stranger at all, but very familiar face. Yoon Dae-kyung exclaimed cheerfully, "You're a celebrity now. I get how you feel." Receiving that compliment, Song-Yoon awkwardly scratched his head and stuttered, "Come on, big bro, I'm not famous at all. I still have a lot to learn from you." He asked, "Judging by the way you talk, haven't they called you yet?" Not catching his drift, he asked back, "Huh? Who called?" Yoon Dae-kyung grabbed his phone, held it up in front of Song-Yoon's face, and urged, "Take a look and you'll see." On the screen was trending news. Player Journal, a legendary rookie, has just appeared. Player Shin Song-Yoon appeared like a star. A new high-level player just appeared in the quest area. That player's name is... He continued happily, "You're on the front page of the Player Journal. If this isn't being famous, what is?" Only at this moment did he find out, blurting out with a panicked expression, What is this?" Yoon Dae-kyung laughed. "Ha! You should just turn off your phone. A ton of people are about to call you." As soon as he said that, just as expected, Song-Yoon's phone started ringing nonstop. It wasn't that he didn't want to be in the news, but how could they publish an article without asking the person involved first? Yoon Dae-kyung leaned in close and asked, "What's up? Did you get a call from your third cousin already?" He interrupted, "I don't think so." Having said that, without wasting any more time, he got straight to the main point. "Big bro, let's get down to business." He gasped, handing a bag over to Song-Yoon. He asked, "Right, this is what you needed, right?" Receiving the item, he exclaimed happily, "Yes, thank you so much." Yoon Dae-kyung replied, "No need to thank me. It's not like I'm giving them to you for free." Inside that bag were countless old items that hadn't been used for a long time. "After all, they're all my old gear. Why do you need them? Wouldn't buying new stuff feel much better?" To that question, Song-Yoon didn't know how to explain either, so he had to make up an excuse. "Maybe, but I want to inherit your determination and willpower." He interrupted, "Huh? What kind of excuse is that?" He forced a smile and continued, "Just think of it as superstition or whatever." How could he possibly tell him that old artifacts had a higher absorption rate? While they were still chatting, a girl suddenly ran up from behind with a rushed expression. "Forget about you, sorry. I'm late." The girl stepped up and continued, "It took me a while to find a parking spot. Shall we start the appraisal?" Seeing the appearance of a stranger here, Song-Yoon asked in surprise, Who's this?" Yoon Dae-kyung replied, "Ah, this is an appraiser to help the transaction go smoothly." He grinned and shouted out, "With her around, you won't get ripped off anymore." "Huh?" He stood there utterly speechless and exasperated. "Give it a rest, man." Just like that, a whole pile of artifacts was laid out on the ground for the girl to appraise. Closing both of her eyes tightly, she slowly reached her hand out toward the items and sensed their value. Artifact appraisal complete. Once she finished up, the appraiser girl let out a soft sigh of relief. "Phew." She looked toward Yoon Dae-kyung and said, "I'm done appraising. The price you offered is pretty reasonable." Hearing that, the two of them negotiated again. "Are you planning to haggle?" Of course not. Before Song-Yoon could even process what was happening, Yoon Dae-kyung pulled out the sword from his body. Speaking of which, before officially selling, with a serious look washing over his face, he added, "Could you take a look at my swordsmanship for a second?" Hearing this offer from Yoon Dae-kyung, Song-Yoon felt genuinely flustered and quickly waved his hands to decline. "No, big bro, I'm nowhere near qualified to critique you." He interrupted, "Stop playing dumb. I'm not stupid enough to not realize you've gotten stronger than me. and I'm not going to let my ego get in the way of my path. No matter how much he tried to explain, the guy just wouldn't buy it, leaving him completely helpless. No, really. You hate this kind of stuff. But as Sang-yoon observed Yoon Dae-kyung again, he suddenly picked up on something. What he witnessed was the man's deeply earnest attitude toward this. Having no choice left, he simply couldn't refuse anymore. He just couldn't bring himself to turn down someone being this sincere. Thinking up to this point, Sang-yoon urged, "All right then, go all out." Yoon Dae-kyung smiled and replied, "Well then," just to be safe, he didn't forget to remind the appraiser. "Miss Appraiser, please step behind me." She flinched in surprise and answered, "Okay, got it." Without wasting another second, Yoon Dae-kyung's eyes gleamed as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Here I come." Right after that, he unleashed a flurry of moves into thin air for Sang-yoon to observe and judge. Watching it all the way through, he was actually pretty surprised. Color me impressed. He had gotten way stronger than the last time he saw him, showing he hadn't stopped practicing for a single second. As he thought about this, he also picked up on an unusual flaw. Sang-yoon realized that while unleashing that streak of strikes, Yoon Dae-kyung's other arm was awkwardly trying to pull back with very strained movements. He stepped forward and called out, "Hey, the guy asked, huh? Done already? But there's still more." Sang-yoon pointed at his left arm and said, "Is your left arm injured?" Hearing that, Yoon Dae-kyung flinched in surprise and answered, "How did you know?" Sang-yoon continued, "When you swing the sword with your right hand, your left side opens up way too early, which shows you're a bit sensitive on your left." All of this was so spot on that Yoon Dae-kyung couldn't argue back at all. "Am I right?" He answered, "Yeah, that's right. I got hurt a bit after using my body to block attacks." He really has sharp eyes. "It's probably because I use it to brace myself almost every time I fight. I knew I had an injury, but I didn't know how to fix it." Before he could even finish his sentence, Sang-yoon interrupted, "I can fix it." He pointed at the sword in Yoon Dae-kyung's hand and continued, "The injury is easier to mend than you think. Don't hide your injured side. Use swordsmanship that naturally works that side the most. Shift everything from your grip to your rhythm. Changing the whole thing isn't easy, but it's going to help you a ton." The two of them just stood there making adjustments for each other, leaving the appraiser girl standing off to the side in total bewilderment. "Try gripping it tighter with this finger. Is it a bit tough?" As time went on, more and more suggestive grunts kept ringing out, causing the appraiser girl's thoughts to get darker and darker. "Sang-yoon, that hurts so bad. Seriously." "Ha ha, hang in there." Gasped. "That feels weird, but I think it feels better now. Right? I'll keep going then. Turn your arm this way." She wondered to herself, what on earth are these idiots doing? Are they seriously just standing there, clinging onto each other like a pair of lovebirds? This is so hard to do. "Come on, big bro." Sang-yoon stood behind Yoon Dae-kyung, wrapping his arms around to meticulously adjust the guy's arm. The appraiser girl wondered to herself, what the hell am I looking at right now? The appraiser girl's search history afterward was filled with lines like, "Who is the top on the Player Association report? How men feel holding a sword together. 2 men holding one sword, homosexual love." After helping Yoon Dae-kyung fix his sword handling issue, Sang-yoon got into his car to leave. He smiled happily to himself, thinking, even though I spent over 400 million won, it was still a great deal. The benefits I'll get from them will definitely outweigh the money spent. Even though he seemed satisfied with the swordsmanship lesson. "Thanks, Sang-yoon." But by the time it ended, the appraiser had a really weird look on her face. Maybe she was just a bit tired? Makes sense. Thinking up to this point, Sang-yoon was about to pull out his phone to call Miso and check on the situation. Either way, I just want to quickly master this artifact to see how much progress I can make. How am I supposed to wait until the next gate appears? Maybe I should try calling Kim Miso. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he glanced forward in absolute panic. Out of nowhere, 2 men were standing right in the middle of the road, forcing Sang-yoon to slam hard on the brakes. The car came to a halt so fast the engine almost blew. Even so, he didn't show any anger, sticking his head out to look at them and calling out, I'm so sorry, are you okay? You were in my blind spot." The guy replied, "So you finally showed up, huh?" As he spoke, he walked over and slammed his hand hard onto the roof of his car. "I was starting to get sick of waiting for you." Just one look was enough to tell he had zero good intentions, his sinister eyes glaring as he barked, "What do you think you're doing? Get the hell out of the car right now." Hearing this, Sang-yoon remained seated in the car, looking bewildered as he let out, The guy with the bowl cut standing nearby let out a sigh and interrupted. Huh, why do dumbass always react like that? Say what? While he was still trying to figure out what was going on, a burst of flames suddenly flared up, making him freeze in surprise. Right at that moment, the big guy was creating a huge flame in the palm of his hand, laughing as he said, "Enough talk. Do you want to get incinerated along with this trash car, or are you coming out?" After thinking it over for a moment, Song-yoon finally remembered. Oh, I remember now. These guys are Choi Yong-cheol and Choi Seongo from the Utopia Guild. Naturally, they weren't good people at all, picking on plenty of weaker folks. He actually peed his pants. Haha, teaching a dungeon newbie a proper lesson. Especially Choi Yong-cheol, who only targeted people weaker than him. I think I like you. Gangnam's King GA gang talks to pretty girls. And Choi Seongo was his lackey who filmed YouTube videos for him. All the followers were amazed. Can Choi Yong-cheol handle it? Exploring dungeons dressed as a newbie. Thanks to his extreme content, he had a few loyal subscribers who always watched his videos. But after crossing the line, he got a life sentence and was forgotten by most people. Players constantly committing crimes. Famous player and YouTuber goes to jail. Thinking up to this point, Song-yoon could only let out a helpless sigh. Mun. In other words, both of them are total scum of the earth. They kept laughing and chatting. Haha, look Yong-cheol, this kid isn't even budging. Yong-cheol burst out laughing and asked, Haha, why is this kid making me so pissed off? He was Utopia, Choi Yong-cheol, level 100, B-rank player. The guy beside him chimed in, right? I know, right? He was Utopia, Choi Seongo, level 75, C-rank player. In the end, there was no way around it. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop blowing. Song-yoon let out a long sigh. I said I want to test my progress with the new artifacts, but why do these annoying creeps keep finding me? Still, they aren't the kind of opponents Song-yoon wanted to use for testing. Suddenly seeing him react and step out of the car, Yong-cheol was a bit surprised and let out an "oh," standing right in front of him. Song-yoon clenched his long sword tightly with a dark look on his face, asking, so now what? Hearing that, he smirked, snapped his fingers to snuff out the flame, and replied, What do you think? Let me slow it down, calm down first. I'm the security force in this player-heavy city, and a lot of people said they had a few complaints about you. As he spoke, Yong-cheol glanced over at his car parked behind him. They said some bastard keeps driving a trashy car around here. In other words, before he could even make sense of it, the guy delivered a hard kick straight into the car door, making a loud metallic thud. They're going crazy because they have to be associated with your piece of junk car right here. That sight hit Song-yoon right in the eyes, freezing him in place as his head spun. The guy continued, So, do you get it now? At this point, whatever words Yong-cheol said meant nothing compared to what he had just done. The car door was kicked in, completely crumpled and bent out of shape, looking utterly pathetic. Unless you want to let your car rot, pack your stuff and beat it clear. At the same time, hearing the strange noise, many people gathered around and started gossiping. What's going on? It's Choi Seongo and Choi Yong-cheol. Those scumbags are acting up again. But just as they were talking, someone suddenly realized something, froze, and blurted out, Huh? Hey, wait a second. Their attention quickly shifted over to where Song-yoon was sitting, staring at his beloved car. Isn't that the guy who was featured in the player journal? He's the one who went to the quest area with Kim Miso. What was his name again? Shin Song-yoon. Because the murmurs were so loud, Yong-cheol caught a portion of it. He glanced at his lackey and asked, Is he really strong? Choi Seongo picked up his phone, checked it, and answered, I remember now. The kid who went to the quest zone with Kim Miso. Word on the street is he cleared a level 100 quest all by himself. Hearing this, Yong-cheol couldn't believe his ears and asked back, By himself? But he looked so weak. Seongo nodded slightly and replied, Haha. Hey Yong-cheol, Kim Miso went with him. Do you really think she'd let that newbie take all the glory alone? While they stood there laughing and joking with each other, Song-yoon sat there facing his car without moving an inch. Haha, I already got an idea for our next video title. Haha, I can't believe you're this good at this game. Without wasting any more time, he walked over, crouched down beside Song-yoon, and taunted him. Hey Song-yoon, I'll show you a little mercy. Standing behind them, Choi Seongo already had the camera out, recording everything, teaching the newbie backed by Kim Miso a lesson. The camera is rolling. He continued, "Let's enter training mode and how 1v1 fight. If I win, you have to leave player town immediately. And of course, you'll be featured in our video too. Look, everyone, it really is Shin Songyun." On the camera screen, Songyun's face hadn't shown a single trace of emotion this whole time, nor had he made a single move. Yang Cheol kept setting terms, asking, "If you win, we'll stay as far away from you as possible. Deal." As soon as the words left his mouth, he spoke up and cut him off. Deal. The guy chuckled happily and said, "Damn, serious business, Songyun. We really are real men." All right then, so, before Yang Cheol could even finish his sentence, he snapped completely, grit his teeth, glared intensely at him, and shouted, "If you throw 500 million and your wrist into this bet, then it's a deal. But if you're scared, get the hell out of my face." Hearing those words made him pause in shock for a beat, veins bulging all over his face. "Huh? You little bastard." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Yang Cheol! Yang Cheol!" Turns out the one who just called was Choi Seongo. Yang Cheol turned his head and asked, "What, you brat? Can't you see I'm busy?" The guy replied, "Take a look at this." Turns out this live stream was exceeding their expectations, exploding like crazy right now. Viewers were flooding in with nonstop comments. The chat room right now, these fans must be pretty interesting. This made Yang Cheol hesitate slightly as he cursed. "Damn it." Songyun asked again, "Do you dare play?" Scared now. But suddenly, a calculation popped into his head. "Wait a minute, if I do this, this video won't be able to get monetized because it contains violent and adult content." His eyes darted over to where Songyun was sitting provocatively. "What's wrong? Maybe I should use this chance to blow off some steam." And so, without any further hesitation, the two decided to face off in a match. Standing all around, a crowd of live spectators had gathered. Building C-Square, Player Town. The bystanders all wore worried expressions, standing there wondering, "What's going on? Is that really Shin Songyun?" So those guys are just pulling their same old tricks, always messing with rule-abiding players. While discussing the fight, one guy suddenly started flirting. "Do you live around here? Why don't we?" The girl interrupted, "I have a boyfriend." System notification. Training mode has been activated. Players, Choi Yang Cheol, Shin Songyun. Before the match started, a protective shield formed around both of their bodies. The players have received the protective shield effect. Yang Cheol smirked and spoke up, "Just like you said, 500 million and our wrists on the line. And don't worry, I always keep my promises, so don't be scared." He continued, "Just don't beg for your life later on. If you want, beat it while you still can." System notification. Training mode setup is complete. Players, please proceed with combat training. Choi Seongo shouted out. The signal for training mode setup is complete. Yang Cheol. "All right, got it." Standing opposite him, Songyun let out a tired sigh. Yang Cheol started showing off his skill, summoning a blazing spark in his palm. "Did you hear that? Let's get started. I'm not in the habit of playing around." Before he could finish his sentence, a challenging shout caught him off guard and made him freeze. "Yang Cheol! Yang Cheol! Ugh!" The moment he looked up, a horrific sight hit his eyes right then and there. Songyun was right above his head, sword in hand, bringing down a powerful strike. His eyes flared with killing intent along with extreme rage as he answered, "I'm not playing around either. Even if you beg, I won't spare you." Everything happening was being broadcast live on stream, viewable by people everywhere. Yang Cheol, Yang Cheol, and over at Miso's house, she happened to witness this exact scene as well. With her eyes wide in complete shock, she blurted out, "Songyun." Miso couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on here at all. She wondered to herself, what on earth is happening? From the TV screen, Songyun's voice was still echoing loud and clear. "And even if you beg, don't expect me to show any mercy." Suddenly, deep concern washed over her eyes as she picked up on something being terribly off. Looking at the guy named Yang Cheol on the screen, Miso realized, wait a second, isn't that Choi Yang Cheol from the Utopia Guild? He's a B-rank player, but he's super famous because his uncle is the guild leader. Why is he with Songyun? Right as this thought crossed her mind, a woman stepped out from inside the house and asked, "Miso, what's wrong?" She flinched in surprise and replied, "Sis." Holding a towel to dry her hair, the other girl continued, "Why the long face?" She was a member of the Eden Guild, Shin Tiri, level 700, S-rank player. With that said, she glanced over at the screen where the match between Songyun and Yang Qiol was unfolding. "Is that guy?" It seemed like since she had been told about this beforehand. Tiri walked over, sat down next to Miso, and asked, "Isn't that the guy you're recruiting?" She replied, "Yeah, Songyun. But I have no idea why he ended up there." Hearing that, the corners of Tiri's mouth curled up into a praiseful smirk. His movements are pretty sharp. Back over at the ongoing battle, taking a surprise hit like this from Songyun made Yang Qiol grit his teeth in terror, cursing out, "You son of a bitch." Luckily, at the most critical moment, he reacted just in time, leaping straight backward to dodge the blow. The spot on the ground where the sword hit shattered completely, kicking up rock and dirt everywhere. "You bastard." Immediately, he began counterattacking, swinging his hand behind him to ignite a wild flame. "Are you seriously?" Throwing the attack straight at Songyun's position, Yang Qiol shouted at the top of his lungs, "You've got a lot of nerve." Faced with that sight, he remained remarkably calm, reaching down to firmly grasp his long sword resting on the ground. Then, without a single moment of hesitation, Songyun swung his sword hard, slicing the oncoming fireball clean in half. Seeing this spectacle, Yang Qiol couldn't believe his own eyes, freezing up for a beat as he let out an Right then and there, with just a single slash, Songyun managed to tear through the flames and dash straight forward, completely unscathed. Behind his back, the flames kept flying before slamming into the ground, triggering a violent explosion with thick black smoke billowing into the air. This was the first time anyone had ever witnessed such a thing. Choi Siongo was no exception, wondering to himself, "What's wrong with that guy?" Comments kept popping up non-stop with question marks galore. How did he even do that? The battle was getting hotter and hotter by the second. Standing there with a dark expression on his face, Songyun muttered under his breath. Finally, he was thrilled right now, unable to stop himself from smirking secretly as he thought. Ever since his regression, his body was finally moving exactly the way he wanted it to. Rewinding back to 3 hours ago, he looked over at the appraiser girl and said, "Thanks to you, the deal got wrapped up so fast. Today was great." Hearing that, she waved her hands dismissively, her cheeks blushing red as she interrupted, "Oh, not really. You two worked really hard too. I've benefited from it as well." Yoon Dae-kyung was constantly in a hyped state, grinning wide as he shouted, "Haha, going out for drinks on a day like this is the absolute best. You should join us." "Whoa, really? Now that we have money, we can eat whatever we want." Salmon drop. However, Songyun didn't end up going, flatly declining right away. "I'm sorry, but I have somewhere I need to be. You two should go together." Seeing him decline, the guy couldn't stay calm and blurted out, "Hey, what gives? Songyun, is it because I bothered you too much?" He forced an awkward smile and stammered, "I really do have plans. I actually have things lined up. I'm really sorry." Thinking it over for a moment, Yoon Dae-kyung realized there was no other way and reluctantly agreed. Is that so? Well, can't blame you then." Turning his head to look at the appraiser girl, he muttered softly, "Looks like it's just the two of us then, my friend." But before he could even celebrate, the appraiser girl shot him down instantly. What am I doing? I forgot I have something important to take care of." Songyun stood there smiling as he looked into the item bag he had just bought, thinking, "Sorry, but right now this stuff tastes way better than booze." Not wanting to stand around bickering any longer, the appraiser girl hurriedly bolted away. "Well then, I'll be off." After saying goodbye to Yoon Dae-kyung, Songyun decided to find an open spot to inspect the items he had just purchased. Before getting down to business, he took a deep breath to steel himself, getting ready to absorb a massive number of skills. System notification. Based on the absorption rate, the base stat absorption rate is set at 10%. Laid out beneath the bench were a multitude of glittering items already spread out and ready. The active duration of the previously used artifact kicked in, boosting the final absorption rate to 90%. Hearing this, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, asking back, "In 90%? The goddess of luck believed that all this joy he was experiencing came entirely from her blessing." Songyun celebrated silently in his heart, Normally, I only get around 10% due to absorption limits. But as expected, items used by a real appraiser are on a whole different level. Speaking of which, suddenly remembering something, he looked toward the goddess of luck and asked, "Oh, that's right. There's something I wanted to ask you, goddess. You're pretty famous among the constellations, aren't you?" He continued, "By any chance, have you ever heard of a constellation named Late Blooming Model Student?" Hearing this, she didn't answer right away, instead poking her finger straight into Song Yoon's nose in scolding fashion. He explained, "I was just asking. I didn't mean anything by it." The goddess of luck feels angry when you pay attention to other constellations. While still in the middle of her fit of anger, she suddenly froze when she saw the expression on Song Yoon's face. Right now, he said, "It's just..." Deep in his eyes was a trace of sadness along with things that were hard to put into words. "It's just that constellation means a lot to me. But I didn't think you'd get this upset, goddess. I'm sorry. Please forget I asked." It seemed the goddess of luck understood this very quickly, her anger vanishing into thin air. The goddess of luck has granted you her forgiveness. Not only that, she even agreed to look into it for Song Yoon. Out of her generosity, the goddess of luck will search for that constellation for you. He cheered happily. "Oh, really? Thank you so much, goddess." At this point, there was nothing left to hesitate about. He grabbed a ring and thought, "All right, if that's the case, now I can." Ultimately, as expected, Song Yoon was going to absorb this item, going all in on this thing. The system popped up a notification. Mana has begun synchronizing with 5 artifacts. Following that, countless dishes filled with vibrant, mouth-watering colors were laid out, like curry rice, sweet and sour pork, and pork rib porridge, the top 5 dishes of humanity. Seeing this table packed with delicious food made Song Yoon drool uncontrollably, sitting there dazed for a moment. It took him a while to get a grip on himself. No matter how wild artifacts could be, he never thought a feast like this could be so tempting. He absolutely adored it. Yet, deep down, Song Yoon still felt a slight trace of worry. An artifact with over a 90% absorption rate. Once this finishes, there's no telling how strong I'll become. System notification. Title, True Confrontation, has activated. Isolating player, Choi Yong-cheol. No allies detected within a 5-meter radius. True Confrontation instinct has been triggered, returning to the present. After slicing Yong-cheol's fire clean in half, he stood there smiling and said, "This stuff is pretty warm." Huh? Player info name, Shin Song-yoon. Title, True Confrontation and 6 others. Constellation, Goddess of Luck. Unique skill, Gluttony. Artifacts consumed, 17. HP, 880. MIP, 20%. FB, 97. Strength, 77. Endurance, 90. Agility, 28. Intelligence, 60. Luck, 167. Evasion, 30. Defense, 49. Standing opposite Song Yoon, Yong-cheol didn't react at all, his entire body trembling violently with every breath, his face completely dark. Livestream viewers commented in shock. "He's totally flustered. Did Yong-cheol run out of gas?" It seemed he had anticipated this situation as well, standing ready and waiting without letting his guard down for a second. Sure enough, just as he thought, there was no way a guy like Yong-cheol would give up that easily. He roared at the top of his lungs as his whole body burst into flames, charging straight at him and barking, "You bastard." Witnessing the scene, Miso gasped out loud, "Song Yoon, watch out." Sitting beside her, Teary reassured her, "Don't worry." The corners of her lips curled up into a subtle smirk as she added, "He's going to dodge it." And sure enough, Song Yoon simply sidestepped to dodge all 5 fire strikes Yong-cheol threw out. He asked cheerfully, "You didn't forget our deal, did you?" While the guy was still standing there dazed, he counterattacked, charging forward rapidly while pulling his sword back behind his shoulders. With an intense killing intent blazing in his eyes, Song Yoon shouted out, "For that 500 million! I'm taking his arm." Watching this unfold, Choi Seongo burst out laughing, thinking to himself, "That's right. Charge right in. We got you now." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a surge of energy swept under Song Yoon's feet out of nowhere, locking his feet in place so he couldn't budge an inch. Having waited for this exact moment, Yang Cheol finally cracked a devious smile. He thrust his ugly face right up close to him with a friendly finger raised, sneering, "I win, you idiot." Beneath Song Yun's feet, a magic circle made of frost and ice had formed. System notification, conditions met. Player Shin Song-yun. Forced freezing skill has been activated. Not only that, but a layer of ice rapidly spread over his entire body, leaving him no time to react as he could only stand there wide-eyed. At the same time on the other side, Tiri witnessed this scene and spoke up. "Oh, so he can use magic other than fire? That's actually pretty decent." Sitting beside her, Miso cracked a calm smile and interrupted, "Thesis, don't be too surprised just yet." She continued, "Song-yun can even use status effect removal, you know? Underrating my judgment. Now you'll see why I wanted to test him like this." With that said, Miso went back to watching the main screen closely. You have to look very carefully, but when she looked back, she noticed Song-yun was no longer standing in his original spot, leaving behind only a massive chunk of ice. There wasn't a single scratch on the ice, yet a hollow opening just large enough for his body remained right there. Song-yun. Everything happened way too fast, leaving Yang Cheol unable to comprehend what was going on. He stood staring at his own block of ice, wondering, what the hell? Where did that bastard go? A look of sheer anxiety washed over his face as he thought to himself, the skill definitely triggered. Unless he has a status effect removal, there's no way he could escape. Is he really a rookie? From right above his head, Song-yun dropped down like lightning, eyes glowing crimson with a massive longsword in hand. Very soon, his question would be answered. The ferocious blade plunged straight into his body, slamming him flat onto his back against the ground as he cried out in agonizing pain. Suddenly, Song-yun picked up on something, stopping dead in his tracks as he cursed. What the hell? It turned out that a protective barrier had formed around Yang Cheol's body right now, preventing any impact from causing him fatal harm. Using training mode, system notification. Fatal damage prevented thanks to training mode. The moment this played out, the atmosphere seemed to freeze in place. Choi Seongo gasped in horror. Yang Cheol. Comments were flooding in as well. Did Shin Song-yun just use status effect removal? But more importantly, someone quickly noticed a major detail. Wait, Shin Song-yun seems totally different from a moment ago. Reading these words, Choi Seongo gasped, thinking to himself, now that I think about it, that bastard. He glanced over at Song-yun, taking another look, and felt that it was indeed just as that person said. His aura was completely different from before. Before anyone realized it, a fiery red aura of killing intent had enveloped his body. His eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. What kind of trick did he use? Contrary to them, Tiri recognized it instantly upon looking. Looks like some kind of awakening skill. Hearing that, Miso asked in surprise, an awakening skill? Song-yun, she replied, yeah, it seems to be a branch of transcendence or hallucination or something. Looking at those black pupils, it's likely hallucination. As she spoke, she let out a sigh. From what I know, taking damage with that skill causes severe exhaustion. Does he seriously feel that confident he can defeat them without getting hit once? Talk about being overconfident. Hearing this sounded completely absurd, leaving Miso unable to believe it. No way, sis, you can't just do that. He really is different, but he never used that kind of skill when he was with me. She continued, and that skill is also hard to trigger. Tiri thought it over for a moment and delivered her judgment. Then it's one of two things. Either he had no reason to trigger it when he was with you. Her next word surprised Miso even more, or he didn't have it all. With that said, her eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything as she stared intently at the livestream screen. Tiri blurted out, another possibility is that he found a way to obtain it in a short amount of time. At the same time, over at the appraiser's house, looking at the information sheet in her hand, she flinched and let out a sigh. This is bad. On the main screen was the exact ring that Song-yun had bought. Did the artifact Shin Song-yun just bought have to undergo a potential ability test? If you look closely, you could see a line of text written on it. Hidden skill possession chance 0.02%. Hidden skill, hallucination. The appraiser worriedly wondered to herself, a hidden skill with such a low probability? There's no way he beat those odds. That leaves only one possibility. It's almost as if he was chosen by the goddess of luck. That was indeed the case. The goddess of luck was sitting there eating popcorn and watching this whole spectacle unfold. Hallucination, advanced hidden skill. Awakening skill. Cool down, 1 hour. Skill level, 1. When activated, fully restores HP and enters an awakened state for 100 seconds. Physical and mental abilities surpass limits to enter a near-frenzied state. In the awakened state, action decisions and information processing become faster than normal. Note, when the hallucination effect ends, the user falls into extreme exhaustion for 10 minutes due to accumulated damage. Over on the battlefield, Songyun's longsword was pinned straight into the ground behind Yang Cheol, rendering him unable to budge. He smiled and asked, "So what about the bet? Or should we turn off that training mode and try again?" Under these circumstances, he still had no intention of admitting defeat. A powerful streak of blue light burst forth from his palm. "Damn it, you dog. I let my guard down because I thought he was a newbie who knew he was at this level." Thinking up to this point, Yang Cheol used the push force to launch his body upward, shoving Songyun off to the side. "I have to fight seriously. First, I need to open up some distance." But wait, is doing that actually going to work? Isn't this completely different from what that bastard Choi Seongo said? Only now did Yang Cheol feel regret over his mistaken decision. If I knew he was this strong, I wouldn't have started a fight in the first place. Yang Cheol fell into a state of total helplessness, trying to glance over at his teammate, Choi Seongo, in hopes of getting some help. Could those bastards? Sure enough, in the most dangerous moment, it was every man for himself. The guy pretended to look the other way, acting like he didn't see a thing. Even though he knew full well his teammate needed saving, he could only spout nonsense. Yang Cheol cursed in rage, "You bastard." Before he could finish speaking, Songyun reappeared, pressing his hand straight onto his head to interrupt him. Time to end this. Once again, he was completely overwhelmed. He slammed his head firmly down onto the ground, causing the dirt and rocks to shatter and fly everywhere. "This is the final scene," he continued. "Don't worry, thanks to training mode, you'll avoid fatal injuries." Yang Cheol was so scared he was practically wetting his pants, whining out, "Ugh. Wait, you win, okay? I'll transfer 500 million to you right now." However, those things were completely insufficient for Songyun right now. "Great, the bet is over. Now, it's a personal vendetta." Hearing that, he gasped in horror. Revenge for what? "Fuck, you bastard." He interrupted. "Revenge for what, you ask?" To refresh his memory, Songyun didn't hesitate to remind him. "The reason I started in this place in the first place goes back 3 days ago at the auto repair shop." The mechanic looked at his tablet and reminded him, "We finished repairing it, but you might have to scrap it soon." Hearing this, Songyun gasped in shock and replied, "Huh? Scrap it?" The mechanic urged, "Sign right here." "Yeah, it's just too old." Even though reality was harsh, it seemed he could also feel that this car was truly running on empty. No way. The mechanic continued, "I know you're really attached to it, but it's time to say goodbye. It has taken you everywhere all this time." I'm sure it was happy too. As soon as the words left his mouth, neither of them could hold back the tears streaming down their faces. "That's right, Songyun, I was so happy to drive you around all this time. You can imagine it telling you. You have to live happily too, okay?" Just thinking about it made Songyun's blood boil, his hand clenching tightly into a fist aimed straight at Yang Cheol. "This is revenge for my beloved scrap car, you scumbag." Seeing that look on his face, he was so terrified he broke down crying and screamed in despair, "No. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I really am." Suddenly, a nasty, foul stench wafted out of nowhere, making everyone standing around feel nauseous, covering their noses with their hands. What the hell is that?" Songyun also sensed something off and froze for a beat, his eyes darting downward. Turns out, right at the moment he was about to strike, Yang Cheol was so terrified he couldn't hold it in and literally pooped his pants. A flood of comments popped up. Yang Cheol went way too far. For real. He lay flat on the ground, tears streaming down his face, his whole body trembling violently as he repeatedly babbled, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Standing around him, the crowd was utterly speechless and exasperated. This poop smell is seriously horrible, right? He must have been so scared he shat his pants. Seeing his partner knocked out, Choi Seongo stood there sweating cold bullets, thinking to himself, damn it, what do I do now? Maybe I should just scrap this YouTube channel. I messed with someone I shouldn't have gotten involved. Before he could react, a man suddenly walked over and called out, "Are you Mr. Choi Seongo?" Seeing the man, he recognized him instantly and gasped, "Guild leader." The man continued, "You guys sure caused enough of a mess here, didn't you?" Moon Baek Hyun, Gangdong District Administrator, Utopia Guild. Hearing that, he was terrified out of his mind and hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, sir, but that didn't matter anymore." Baek Hyun's attention shifted over to where Song Yoon was standing. After all, this situation was quite interesting. I heard he just awakened, yet he defeated Choi Yong-cheol, a veteran awakened player. Let's see what kind of person he actually is. Without any hesitation, he began walking over and asked, "You're Mr. Shin Song-yoon, right?" Acting friendly, he continued, "I'm here regarding the cleanup of the scene and compensation for what you've endured. Do you have a moment to talk with me?" This was the first time he had met this man, so he asked with high vigilance, "Would you mind telling me your identity and your guild?" Looking back at him, the man realized, it's not arrogance, but composure, like an experienced player who had walked through hell and returned. His skills and aura far exceeded the level of those at his rank. Thinking up to this point, Baek Hyun also showed his sincerity, bowing 90 degrees as he introduced himself. "I am Moon Baek Hyun, the Gangdong District Administrator for the Utopia Guild. Sorry for the late introduction. Our guild needs to recruit him at all costs." He continued, "The Utopia Guild will cover all compensation for your losses." Song Yoon paused, held up his phone, and said, "What? Really? Losing a few resources doesn't matter, as long as I show goodwill and build a relationship with him." However, he would very quickly have to retract that thought when Song Yoon handed over the compensation amount. "Then let's keep it simple. Transfer 20 billion to me. Please, here's my account number. I feel this amount seems reasonable. Not to mention the mental anguish and other things I suffered from this incident." That number left Baek Hyun jaw dropped as he blurted out, 20 billion. He tried to negotiate back. "Is there no chance for a discount?" Or I could leave that guy covered in poop for you to do whatever you want." After wrapping everything up neatly, Song Yoon also headed back after an exhausting day. But another problem reared its head. Standing outside the door, it seemed a huge crowd of people was already waiting. Oh my God. When are they ever going to leave? "Oh, it's Shin Song Yoon. Mr. Song Yoon, did the Utopia Guild take care of your compensation?" "Good grief. Are you going to stay here forever? Still haven't gotten in touch with Kim Miso? Are you sure you have no connection to the Eden Guild?" Being far too exhausted, he didn't bother answering a single question, pushing the door open and stepping straight inside the house. "No, not at all. Please just get the hell out of my sight." They still try to chime in. "Are you on your way back from training?" Multitudes of eyes remained glued straight onto him, while microphones incessantly probed. "Mr. Song Yoon, the public has a right to know things about you. Please speak up." "That's right. Wait a minute. Why am I getting dragged into this?" "Stop dodging. Answer our questions directly. Is it true you're dating Ms. Kim Miso?" Before they could finish speaking, Song Yoon slammed the door shut and let out a tired sigh. "Right. Since when is knowing someone else's love life a right?" Thinking up to this point, he quickly walked further inside the house. "Aren't you tired enough as it is? Dating in my situation?" With that said, his eyes glanced down toward the floor as he muttered, "All right." Lying right there, Song Yoon had prepared all the essentials, such as clothes, a sword, and personal belongings. It was time to get ready. It was unbelievable that the gate raid proposed by Kim Miso was coming up this fast. This whole past week was pure chaos. Now I need to prepare for this event. As he spoke, Song Yoon flashed an expectant smile. "Hopefully the results turn out the way I want. Didn't think the items I bought would arrive right away. That was really fast. Not to mention, I even leveled up after that last fight with the boss. Dual wielding skill leveled up along with the overwhelming presence title effect lasting about 2.6 seconds, right? If you stack the 5-second surge effect, depending on the opponent, I'll have a major upper hand. Demon Smite, hidden skill causing stun effect. Cooldown per target, 15 seconds. Skill level 2. causes a 2.4-second stun effect on monsters or players. However, duration and success rate depend on the target's status resistance. Dual wielding, basic passive skill, swordsmanship. Skill level 2. Significantly increases adaptability with all sword types, excluding daggers and long single-handed swords. The more he read, the happier Songyun felt, his eyes gleaming brightly. And he didn't stop there. He quickly reviewed all the skills he had received to see what results he had achieved. Superior swordsmanship, basic passive skill, swordsmanship. Skill level 1. Improves proficiency with daggers and long single-handed swords. Full acceleration, movement skill. Skill level 1. Concentrates massive power, then immediately charges at the opponent. The longer the charge time, the higher the damage and charge distance, though movement is impossible during charge. Songyun took a deep breath and gasped out. With all these skills, I can completely conquer the gate. Having a sidearm and mobility skills, absolutely perfect. In previous battles, he had exposed so many weaknesses. He couldn't afford to repeat past mistakes. Against the Wolf Lord, Songyun had to take a gamble due to the limitations of his attack style and the sacrifice skill effect just to win. The match with Choi Yang-cheol was the same, easily falling into his trap because he lacked mobility skills. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps all over. In other words, if the opponent had been slightly stronger, he would have lost his life. Right now, Songyun had to keep a clear mind. At this pace, he needed to train even harder. Otherwise, he would only repeat the failures of his past life. And his haunting nightmare was the disaster of 2040. This time, Songyun had to make sure the future would change, never losing everything like before again. This time for sure, in this life. Songyun's eyes carried a fierce determination as he spoke out. I have to become much stronger. I have to be as strong as that person. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden phone call rang, making Songyun flinch in surprise. He quickly picked up the phone and answered. Hello? Yes. From the other side, a familiar voice chimed in. Hello, Mr. Songyun. I'm reporter Park Young-min. I'm calling about the interview mentioned earlier. It's today, so I wanted to confirm if you're still free. Hearing this, Songyun's face turned pale as he thought, damn it. Turns out he had completely forgotten about today's appointment, making his mind flustered beyond belief. Of course. It's still early, right? Young-min said loudly. Exactly. See you at the cafe I sent earlier. He blurted out, I totally forgot about this. Looking at his phone screen, the address had already been sent. Redgate at 7 p.m. Interview at 2 o'clock, right? And the current time was 1:45. Right now, outside Songyun's house, the group of reporters still refused to give up, sitting there eating and waiting together. When they saw the door open, they cheered happily. Mr. Songyun, you're out. Come over here. Tell me about your romance with Ms. Kim Miso. However, unlike usual, his state right now was completely furious, terrifying them. Mr. Songyun, right now, he activated his hallucination skill once again to warn the reporters. Everyone step aside immediately. Skill activated. User's body is buffed. Speed drastically increased. At the same time, over at the cafe, Young-min was already present and waiting. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, making him flinch and look up. Welcome! Seeing the person who arrived was none other than Songyun. He raised his hand to wave and greeted. Mr. Songyun, over here. I already ordered coffee. You just need to sit down. Before he could even finish his sentence, Young-min felt that something was off, asking, Are you all right? You look crazy stressed. Standing right in front of him, Songyun was breathing heavily with jet-black pupils, replying, Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Young-min asked further, Did you just come out of dungeon? He answered, Huh? No, not all, huh? In his mind, he secretly thought, running over here was even more exhausting than clearing a dungeon. With that said, Songyun returned to his normal state. Sorry I came late. Young-min replied, Haha, no worries at all. He cheerfully said, By the way, I originally planned to interview you about your previous quest, but now there's something way bigger for you. Songyun asked, Huh? Did something happen? He explained, Songyun, you haven't even thought about this. It's taking the global player community by storm right now. Everyone used to focus on player levels, treating them as the true measure of strength. But you're an exception, being super strong despite your low level. Everyone is calling you the legendary rookie. Hearing this, Songyun bashfully replied, "Come on, I'm not that amazing." "Ah, but you know that not just players, but many guilds are targeting you, right?" He suddenly remembered what happened earlier. "Ah, yeah, I've been getting quite a few sweet talk calls lately, haha. Are you going to talk about the hot news regarding the Utopia Guild or other guilds?" Youngmin interrupted, "No, I'm talking about overseas guilds as well." He gasped in confusion. "Huh?" He continued, "Just news from this morning. You probably haven't heard yet. 5 overseas guilds filed requests this morning to get information about you from the Korean Players Association. Foreign guilds usually recruit high-level awakened players, but they've never seen a novice-level player like you attract this much attention. Either way, you should be more careful from now on." Youngmin carefully warned him, "because a ton of people want to know who you are." Current location: an alley near Chunui Station. By this time, it was already night. Walking along the main road below, Songyun thought to himself, "Damn it, I was planning to form my own guild and conquer dungeon solo. But foreign guilds do sound tempting. Their caliber is on a whole different level, and they have so many resources." Thinking about this made him realize just how terribly he had been treated in the past. Man, it still hurts to think back on it. Suddenly, Miso called out loudly, "Songyun." He cheerfully replied, "Oh, Kim Miso." She continued, "Long time no see. Come this way." She reminded him, "There's still a little time before the gate raid begins. You two should get acquainted." Songyun gasped in surprise. Standing behind Miso, Tiri was also present. He wondered to himself, who is that? All three of them stood there, locking eyes in silence. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting awkward, Miso spoke up first. "My sister kept insisting on meeting you, Songyun. So I brought her here before you go into the gate to hunt. Hope you don't mind." She gestured toward her sister to introduce her. "This is my sister, Shin Tiri. She's also a member of the Eden Guild like me." Miso continued, "If you want to sit down and chat, there's a cafe nearby." Tiri stepped forward, shook Songyun's hand, and greeted him. "Pleasure to meet you. I'm Shin Taili." He replied, "Ah, I'm Shin Songyun." He tried to force a bright smile and added, "Pleasure to meet you." In his mind, he secretly thought, even if Kim Miso hadn't introduced her, what player in Korea doesn't know Shin Tiri? A top-tier player known as the Shadow Assassin. Her reputation had already crossed beyond Korea. Basically, she was one of Eden's leaders. Her mere presence alone was enough to alter the guild's rankings. Thinking up to this point, he let out a sigh. Ever since regression, he had met quite a few big names. Man, life in his past life was so miserable. She spoke up and asked, "Songyun, can I ask you for a small favor?" Hearing these words, Songyun was somewhat taken aback, thinking, "Huh, already?" All of a sudden, wait, why would Shin Tiri need to ask me for a favor? Huh, if it's something I can do. Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off. "It's nothing huge." She smiled and continued, "Could you spar with me real quick?" Hearing this, Miso let out a sigh and stepped in to stop her. "Sis, seriously? We literally just met." Tiri replied, "Huh? I told you on the way here." Remembering how they talked in the car. "That's why I said we should bring Songyun along. Since we're meeting anyway, I wanted to test things out a bit." "Huh? What did you just say?" "See that?" Miso yelled out. "When did I ever say that?" Having no choice, she turned to Songyun with a forced smile and explained, "Haha, sorry Songyun, my sister just likes to joke around." But before she could finish speaking, he spoke up to interrupt her. "It's fine." Songyun's face looked just as excited, slowly reaching behind his back to grasp his long sword, asking, "Shall we do it right here?" Miso blurted out, "Songyun." He continued, "It's not every day you get invited to spar by one of Korea's top players. To me, it's nothing short of an honor." Hearing his words, Tiri seemed quite satisfied as well. Looks like Miso really knows how to judge people. I apologize for my somewhat rude approach. Wasting no more time, she slowly drew her weapon. "Then let's try 5 moves. Let me know whenever you're ready." Songyun felt the pressure mounting by the second. He barely stood a chance. But this was an opportunity, a chance to see how far he had come and what he was still lacking. Okay. Thinking up to this point, the sight of Tiri caught his eye. Holding 2 swords in her hands, her eyes flared with explosive killing intent. But she had only drawn her weapons. All of a sudden, Her aura was completely different from just a moment ago. Knowing that if he didn't take this fight seriously, he could lose his life at any moment, Song-Yoon gripped his sword tightly. This time, there was no room for playing around. To do that, he activated his skill, looked up, and said, "I'm ready." Hallucination skill activated. He was going all out right from the start. Things were escalating further and further. Miso worriedly wondered to herself, "What is this? I can't keep up at all." "Song-Yoon, I see you're ready." Tiri stepped forward and spoke up, "Then I'll make the first move." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished from her original spot, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this sight, Song-Yoon froze for a beat in shock, his eyes widening as he tried desperately to track his opponent's movements. And then, as if realizing something, he hurriedly swung his sword behind his back, thinking, "Damn it, I'm so stupid. With my current physical stats, I forgot." Reacting only after seeing it is far too slow. Luckily, at the most dangerous moment, he managed to react in time to block the attack. Song-Yoon gritted his teeth and thought, "I have to predict and react ahead of her moves." Facing this scene, Tiri was quite surprised, exclaiming, "Oh." As soon as the words left her mouth, she vanished from her spot once more, leaping onto the longsword. Her whole body launched into the air as she praised, "Your movements are different too. And should I turn up the heat for the next move?" Tiri's eyes flared with clear killing intent as she continued, "For moves left." With that said, a flurry of lightning-fast slashes was unleashed, darting from one spot to another. Song-Yoon gasped in alarm. As expected, her movements are like a monster's, and she's getting even faster. Having no other choice, he was forced to close his eyes. In moments like this, just like back then, when all vision was blocked, he had to read her entirely by feel. Of course, this time was dozens of times harder. Standing behind them, Miso couldn't help but be shocked as she watched the scene. She wondered in astonishment. He's closing his eyes in a situation like this? Song-Yoon must be crazy. Right now, he was in a realm of his own, but it was just way too reckless. Very quickly, Tiri's strike materialized right before his eyes. Song-Yoon flinched, dodged his head to the side, and gasped, "Here." She praised him in surprise. "Your focus is truly commendable. I didn't expect you to block the follow-up attack as well." The corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Most swordsmen can't achieve that level of focus. Tiri saw right through Song-Yoon's heart, saying, "Talent is secondary. It's mostly thanks to experience." Hearing that, he forced a smile and thought, "What sharp vision." After executing a slash, Tiri stepped back and continued, "You're like a veteran player." He replied, "You flatter me." Wasting no more time, she reminded him, "All right, 3 moves left." Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her. "May I ask something before we continue?" Tiri replied in confusion, "Sure, of course." Song-Yoon smiled. "Thank you." "Well," he began stating his intention. "Instead of 3 moves, could you go all out in a single burst?" Thinking she misheard, she asked back, "What did you say?" Song-Yoon repeated it once more. "I know it sounds arrogant, but I don't think I can afford to waste this opportunity." His eyes were full of determination. "Please, just once, go all out." He worriedly thought to himself, "I've already said this much. If I can't get her to commit wholeheartedly, I won't be able to grow beyond this point." Miso shouted loudly, "Sis Tiri, please listen to me." She agreed right away. "Fine." Miso yelled out, "Just listen to me for a second." Tiri replied, "But I can't go 100% serious. We haven't even activated training mode. I can only show you a simple maximum speed dash. Skills are too hard to control properly. I can't use them on people." Hearing that, Song-Yoon replied, "That is more than enough. If it's a maximum speed dash from Shin Tiri, just having her take me this seriously is already a victory." Tiri was set on fighting because of the moment I failed. Without any hesitation, she glanced up and shouted, "Here I come." He gasped, "I'm gonna die." There was no time to sense her. He had to prepare with all his might. Around where the two of them were standing, all the glass doors were shattered by a powerful force. At the same time, Tiri's figure vanished from her spot. Song-Yoon gasped, instead of swinging her sword. More and more, he could feel an intense wave of killing intent crashing toward his position before his opponent even arrived. Without a single moment's hesitation, he slashed his longsword straight out in front of him. I have to move as if I were already there first. This was completely outside her calculations, her eyes widening in surprise as she froze and gasped. Ah. Teary unconsciously lost control of her skill technique. After image skill activate. Witnessing that scene, Song-Yoon flinched in shock, turning his head to look behind him. What the? Before he could finish speaking, a sword hilt struck him straight in the face, silencing him. Realizing she slipped up, Teary asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Miso also ran over, calling out loudly, "Song-Yoon." Song-Yoon lay on the ground, completely helpless as he tried his best to reply, "I'm fine." "You said you wouldn't use skills." Song-Yoon knelt on the ground, holding his agonizing nose and crying out, "Ah, my head. Is my nose broken?" Right after he finished speaking, a hand reached out in front of his face, making him pause and look up. The person approaching was none other than Teary. She said worriedly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to use a skill on you. That was pure instinct. Are you okay?" Hearing that, Song-Yoon held no grudge whatsoever, reaching out to grasp her extended hand. He replied, "I'll be fine. I actually meant to thank you for taking this seriously." She chuckled back, "Ha, I enjoyed it too." Before Song-Yoon could say another word, Teary cut in, "It's just that next time." Her eyes were filled with anticipation. "It'd be nice if we could have a more serious conversation." He replied cheerfully, "Haha, anytime." "Really? Then I'll give you a call later." Not letting the two of them laugh and chat any longer, Miso walked over, grabbed her older sister's hand, and said, "Hey sis, aren't we getting close to our raid time?" There was a hint of anger in her voice as she forced out a tight smile. Furthermore, Miso yelled in frustration, "You should write down everything that happened today and submit a report. Do you realize how dangerous of a situation you could have created?" Teary calmed her down helplessly. "Sorry about that. I won't bother you two anymore." She quickly walked away, waving goodbye. "All right, Miso, good luck with the raid and give me a call when you're done." She replied, "Get home safely." Waiting for her to leave, Song-Yoon finally let out a soft sigh of relief. Whether he liked it or not, this was his first defeat since his regression. If Shin Teary had used all her power from the start, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Even though this was an unexpected encounter, he now had another goal to overcome. Very quickly, it seemed Teary could sense someone's gaze locked onto her. She paused, and then her sharp eyes glanced behind her as a faint, mysterious smile played on her lips. Seeing that, Song-Yoon smiled back. "Try your best depending on your mood," or something like that, huh? Losing no more time, Miso led Song-Yoon toward the designated gate. Chinui Station, unnamed gate number 72. She clapped her hands excitedly and said out loud, "All right, so why don't we start with a quick round of introductions?" Standing in front of the two of them were a young man and a girl. These were the people joining our party. They said cheerfully, "Hello. Very, very nice to meet you." Song-Yoon introduced himself as well. "I'm Shin Song-Yoon. It's truly an honor to be surrounded by so many skilled players." The man replied, "Don't say that. We just dropped by out of nowhere to see the face of the strange guy who showed up on the news. It's all amazing stuff." Suddenly remembering something, he introduced himself. "Oh, my name's Talk. I'm a mage player who specializes in fire skills." Talk, level 120, a rank mage player. Hearing that, he asked back in slight surprise, "When you say fire, do you mean pyromancy?" He replied, "That's right. It's in the same realm as Choi Yong-cheol, whom you met recently." Suddenly, a subtle smile broke across Talk's face as he spoke. However, without a moment's hesitation, he showcased his skill, creating a column of blazing blue fire in midair. "Since I've spent most of my time as a player focusing on summoning fire, my flames are much stronger than his." Finishing his sentence, he recalled the flame and continued, "Though I'm still only at the blue fire tier, I still have a long way to go." Hearing that, Song-Yoon smiled and replied, "No, you're actually pretty reliable, aren't you?" Thinking to himself, he made the right call. Focus on one thing until you reach a certain level. That's the right move. He recalled his battle with Yong-cheol from the other day. The reason taking down Choi Yong-cheol was so easy was that instead of focusing on a specific skill, he had spread his time thin across too many areas. In other words, jack of all trades, master of none. After waiting for Talk to finish his introduction, Miso looked over at the girl and said, "And she continued, she's Kong Doohee, a spatial user. a mage who specializes in spatial connection skills. She replied shyly, yeah, what she said is right. Kong Dewey, level 110, a rank mage player. To show Songyun her abilities, Dewey started demonstrating as well. Since talk showed everyone his skill, both of them hurriedly stopped her. Wait, before they could even finish their sentence, she generated a massive burst of energy. Powerful gusts of wind surged violently, leaving him speechless in utter helplessness. Holy crap, Miso yelled in frustration. Dewey, I told you not to do that. She replied fearfully, I am sorry. Songyun thought to himself, what's with this wind? This is completely different from what a spatial user usually does. Catching his eye right at that moment, the space had been connected to another location, offering a high-angle view looking down over a vast city. Not wanting to let things go too far, Dewey hurriedly retracted her power. Anyway, this is my ability. She bowed her head and called out loudly, it's a pleasure to meet you. He offered a forced smile and replied, please stop right there. I look forward to working well together. Songyun knew he could trust her. She rounded out this team setup perfectly. Himself, a close-range swordsman paired with Kim Miso for long-range, talk covering the firepower we need, and Dewey helping us escape whenever necessary. Setting aside the fact that we don't have a healer, this is still a flawless party. Thinking up to this point, there was one thing that caught Songyun's attention above all else, and the most crucial part was watching them stand there chatting and laughing so naturally. He could tell for sure that they got along exceptionally well. About that scenario we were talking about. Oh, we can use it on the next wave, and then I can... Songyun could tell this wasn't their first time working together. Things like this were essential, especially when survival was on the line. He recalled his past life. Back then, I'll use my sword to... What are you talking about, you coward? Again, Songyun, this felt entirely different to him, making him thoroughly satisfied with this team. Seeing Songyun standing frozen in place without saying a word, Miso walked up and asked, Songyun, are you okay? She continued, did you get hurt after fighting my sister? Hearing that, he regained his composure, smiled, and replied, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. Should we be worrying about that? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward the inside of the gate and asked everyone, why don't we head inside? Instead of looking back at the past, let's look forward to the future. Inside the gate lay a vast, stretching region of rugged rocky mountains covered in white snow. The unnamed gate, Ice Hell. Treading through the deep snow, Songyun's group walked silently, surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, Songyun looked over at Tak and said, by the way, Tak, thanks. He continued, if it wasn't for your magic, we all would have been frozen solid. Blessing of Fire Skill. Those who receive the blessing gain high resistance against cold weather. Miso joined in as well. I know the weather wasn't like this the last time we came. Thanks, Tak. Haha, everything worked out fine. Thank you. Saying this, she turned her eyes back towards Songyun. By the way, Songyun, it looks like you have another weapon besides that longsword, right? Why didn't you use it last time? He smiled, holding the sword at his hip, and replied, I figured it'd come in handy for situations where combat requires heavier movement. I only got it recently. She gasped. Oh my gosh, so you can use different types of weapons? Most swordsmen usually just focus on one. Hearing those words, Songyun could only offer a forced smile and make a half-hearted excuse. I trained a lot. It's really hard to pull an excuse out of nowhere right now. That's the only bad thing about this rare skill. Suddenly remembering something, Miso looked over at Doohy again and called out, oh, also, D. She turned around and answered, yeah. It turned out that right behind Songyun and Miso, without anyone realizing when it arrived, a towering, one-eyed monster stood looming over them. She shouted at the top of her lungs, execute Plan C. Without a moment's hesitation, Dewey activated her skill, forming a sphere as she responded, oh, okay. The moment the words left her mouth, the monster let out a thunderous roar, swung its massive sword behind its back, and slammed it down with brutal force into the deep snow right where the two were standing. Right at the most critical moment, fortunately, Doohy's skill kicked in, launching Songyun and Tak high up into the air. She said, awaiting your order, Songyun. He replied, yeah, if that's the case. As he spoke, an excited smirk spread across his face as he shouted, just watch my back. The massive beast let out an earth-shattering roar. But Sang-yoon quickly got into the rhythm of the battle. He and Kim Miso launched themselves into the air in unison, forming a powerful pincer attack. Miso decisively released her bowstring. Amidst the haze of smoke and mist, Sang-yoon's eyes blazed with an overwhelming surge of blue electricity as he prepared for his next move. He barked out an order at the top of his lungs. Kong Ju-hee, the mage, immediately gathered her magic power. This team works together surprisingly well. The monster roared in agony. Its eyes burned with pure rage, but it was already too late to turn the tide. Sang-yoon, fast as a ghost, had closed in right behind its head and sneered cold-hearted. "What? You thought you actually caught me?" Tae-sik immediately urged. "Ju-hee, get ready to strike again." The girl hurriedly confirmed, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Right then, a system notification popped up. Level 2 Demon Strike has been activated, leaving the monster staring in utter horror, completely paralyzed. With an arrogant smirk, Sang-yoon watched his enemy collapse behind him. He landed lightly on his feet and let out a soft sigh of relief. "Phew, man, I'm viped." "Well, what do you expect after wrapping up a monster in the blink of an eye? You crazy bastard." Sang-yoon questioned his own power. Meanwhile, Tae-sik admitted in disbelief that the team had thought that single blow wouldn't be enough to finish off the monster. Seeing his teammates still frozen in shock, Sang-yoon could only scratch his head awkwardly. "Oh, I see. Sorry about that." No need to apologize. We were just completely caught off guard." She smiled and reminded him. "Didn't I tell you earlier? I had the exact same reaction at first." Miso thought to herself, this definitely wouldn't be the last time. He left the whole team slack-jawed in utter astonishment. Sang-yoon slung his greatsword over his shoulder, feeling like everything was coming along nicely, and said decisively, "Well then, on to the next one. Why don't we start round 2? Sang-yoon suggested as he spotted a horde of giant one-eyed monsters looming out from the edge of the forest. Witnessing that overwhelming power, Tae-sik shouted excitedly in sheer admiration. "You are incredible. You're hands down the best swordsman I've ever worked with." Faced with the mage's over-the-top enthusiasm, Sang-yoon could only reply sheepishly, "Yeah, thanks." Standing behind them, Miso burst out laughing, silently thanking Sang-yoon for getting her teammates so pumped up. Tae-sik still couldn't contain his excitement. He rushed over and grabbed Sang-yoon tightly. Hey, Sang-yoon, let's team up again next time, all right? Hey, Sang-yoon, let's team up again next time, all right?" Sang-yoon could only blurt out in utter bewilderment. Say what now? If that appraiser girl were here right now, she'd definitely be on Google searching what happens when two men hug. Witnessing the scene, Miso let out a soft sigh and muttered to herself, "I really should be used to him pulling off these mind-boggling surprises by now." Suddenly, a earth-shaking explosion rang out, and the ground trembled violently, startling everyone. Tae-sik immediately channeled a brilliant blue magic to prepare for a new enemy, radiating a murderous aura. Facing the suffocating pressure coming from the monster, Miso ordered the team to fall back immediately, to keep as much distance as safely possible. Yet Sang-yoon made a bold request that left everyone dead stunned. "Hey Kong Ju-hee, can you open a portal that drops me right in front of its face?" The request left both Ju-hee and Miso completely frozen in shock. Miso panicked and yelled out a warning that the monster specialized in defense. But before she could finish her sentence, Sang-yoon had already darted forward like a ghost, leaving her to blurt out in total disbelief. "Huh? What kind of lone wolf stunt are you pulling this time?" Sang-yoon lowered his head in deep concentration, the intense surge of mana gathering around him, making Miso wonder in awe what kind of move he was preparing. She decided to put her full trust in him and shouted, "Ju-hee, do as he says." Ju-hee hurriedly cast her spell, opening a portal right in front of the giant monster. Instantly, Sang-yoon activated his level 1 Great Impact skill, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that sent heavy shockwaves through his teammates around him. Out from the blazing vortex of energy, Sang-yoon shot out right in front of the monster's face, leaving it with barely enough time to widen its eyes in terror before the Grim Reaper arrived. A crushing impact slammed down alongside the beast's agonizing roar as it was completely brought to its knees under the ruthless blade. Witnessing such unbelievable power, Taisik admitted in utter shock that he had never seen a mobility skill with such terrifying force. Songyun casually explained that it was only because he had reliable teammates backing him up that he could attack with such aggressive and bold confidence. The team pressed deeper inside the portal. Juhi suddenly gestured for everyone to keep dead silent. All four of them cautiously hid behind a cliff and looked down at the valley below, shocked to realize their target was right before their eyes. Is that seriously the final boss of this game, guys? The mid-tier boss, a massive three-headed beast burning with eerie blue flames, lay fast asleep amidst chains and piles of skeletal remains. It was none other than the Cerberus of the frozen hell. Seeing that it hadn't woken up yet, Miso let out a quiet sigh of relief and suggested that the team take this chance to draft a battle plan for their next move. Songyun silently drew his greatsword, telling himself it was time to put his plan into action. This unexpected move caused Miso to call out in utter shock, "Songyun, what on earth are you trying to do?" In response to her panic, Songyun merely let out a subtle smirk, his smile dripping with mystery and confidence. Catching that look, Miso realized that calculating expression of his was back again. Taisik was equally bewildered, wondering if he should really put his faith in this lunatic when the whole situation was making zero sense. Miso pressed for answers. "Songyun, do you actually have a plan?" Songyun casually replied, "Yep. I think you guys can just stand back and watch." Oh, does he think they came to watch an action movie instead of a fight? That cocky assertion left the whole team frozen in utter shock. Even as Miso pleaded for an explanation, Songyun knew full well there wasn't enough time to explain the strategy and execute it at the same time. He looked up at the deep red full moon hanging high in the sky, silently calculating. To trigger the special effect of the hour between dog and wolf, the moon had to be as clear as possible. A single cloud covering it would cut its effectiveness in half. Feeling a bit guilty toward his team, Songyun still charged forward like a bolt of lightning, ignoring the desperate shouts coming from behind. The monster grunted in confusion as it saw its prey walking straight into its trap. Songyun smirked mockingly. "It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? Hey there, up close. You're not cute in the slightest, are you?" All three heads of the Cerberus roared furiously at the small human's blatant provocation. Seeing Songyun facing death all by himself, Taisik panicked and urged the team to prepare covering fire. Miso hurriedly agreed, but Juhi suddenly noticed something off and yelled out, "Sis, wait a second. We're in the heat of the moment. What on earth are we waiting for?" Juhi noticed something was horribly wrong. That thing is acting kind of weird. Why isn't the Cerberus reacting at all? Miso confirmed in utter shock, "You're right. It's being cautious. Wait, remember last time? That monster lunged in like crazy the moment it spotted us." The three-headed Cerberus growled menacingly, yet it remained standing stock still, staring intently at Songyun, leaving the entire team blurting out in disbelief. Taisik yelled in panic as he saw it move. "It's moving. Maybe I misread it. We need to help him." But Miso stopped him immediately upon realizing the monster's posture wasn't aggressive at all. The tail of the Cerberus wagged lightly, and Miso was floored to realize it was a posture of complete submission. The system notification confirmed. The Cerberus of the frozen hell regards you as a higher-tier entity and has entered a state of complete submission. Songyun was left totally baffled by this mind-boggling turn of events. Watching the ferocious monster suddenly turn dead submissive, Songyun muttered under his breath, "What is this? You're a lot cuter than I thought." He then coldly declared, "I'll make this quick." Immediately after, the system chimed merrily. "Congratulations, you have defeated the mid-tier boss Cerberus of the frozen hell." Looking down at the beast's corpse dissolving at his feet, Songyun let out a quiet sigh. "Feels a bit dirty killing something that surrendered to me. But if we don't kill it, we can't move forward." "Oh well, feels kind of bad, but whatever." Suddenly, a new notification popped up, catching Songyun off guard. "You have received the C-rank title, Bisect." Surprised, he checked the details. Designate a skill to cut its cooldown time in half. Songyun grinned triumphantly, This is going to synergize so well with recovery. Right away, the cooldown of his recovery skill dropped from 60 seconds down to just 30 seconds. Just then, Miso called out breathlessly from behind, "Sang-yoon, hold on a second." He turned his head slightly in confusion. "What's up?" But before he could finish his sentence, a blue stone emitting an ethereal glow suddenly appeared from the boss's corpse. He suddenly realized a fatal oversight. Shit, come to think of it, we never actually talked about how to split the loot, did we? Sang-yoon broke into a cold sweat. He'd been soloing for so long that he'd made such a rookie mistake. Kim Miso stepped closer, her face dark with an overwhelming pressure that made him tremble in sheer panic. She's definitely not about to claim ownership of it, right? Is she seriously going to hoard it all for herself? Where I come from, we call that being a total hog. Yet, completely contrary to her intimidating expression just a moment ago, Miso smiled and offered, "You took down Cerberus all on your own. Sang-yoon, please take everything." Sang-yoon froze, unable to believe his ears. He let out an awkward laugh and replied, "Thank you. Thank you." Seeing him almost slip up while thanking her, Miso looked a bit puzzled, but Sang-yoon quickly changed the subject. "By the way, did you get the okay from the others?" Miso casually confirmed that everyone was already in agreement. Behind her, Tae-sik and Joo-hee cheered in support, realizing they hadn't really been of any help in the last fight anyway. Sang-yoon let out a soft sigh of relief and nodded. "Ha ha ha. Thanks, everyone." He silently reminded himself to break this habit of discussing the loot split first. It was probably because he was way too used to doing that in his past life. All right, Sang-yoon prepared to gather his spoils. Miso took the initiative and told the team to step aside so he could go about his usual routine. Sang-yoon asked back in bewilderment. "Usual routine? What routine?" Miso casually reminded him. "Huh? Every time you get an artifact. Isn't that when you do that thing?" Her loaded comment left Sang-yoon so stunned he froze in place, his eyes wide with utter shock. He stammered back in sheer panic. "That you don't mean?" Miso flashed a mysterious smile and admitted she'd actually known about it for a long time. She began recounting the moment right after the team had cleared the previous raid zone. Just as Miso was about to leave and said she'd head outside first, she had turned back out of curiosity to see what Sang-yoon was doing alone in the back, only to accidentally witness his entire bizarre behavior. Man, being overly curious just crosses into being plain rude. "Hey lady, who creeps on people like that?" Miso asserted with absolute certainty. "And in the end, I saw your secret, Sang-yoon." Hearing this, Sang-yoon broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, the day has finally come. He was terrified because a unique skill was a player's absolute lifeline, yet here it was completely exposed right in front of Kim Miso. However, Miso excitedly declared that the secret she saw was Sang-yoon performing some kind of strange ritual with the artifacts. An image of Sang-yoon intently fondling the glowing stone flashed in his mind, like proof of this disastrous misunderstanding. Miso smiled brightly to reassure him. "There are players like that from time to time, so don't be embarrassed. Just make yourself at home. If I were you, I want to keep that kind of secret hidden too." Sang-yoon stood there frozen with a speechless look on his face, while Miso went on to instruct Joo-hee that this was something the whole team needed to protect. Even though he felt a massive misunderstanding was going on, Sang-yoon told himself it was still way better than exposing the real secret about his artifact-devouring skill. He quickly brushed aside his embarrassment and made up his mind. Either way, let's just absorb it. A deep surge of blue mana began enveloping the glowing stone. It was the Frozen Heart, a gold-tier support accessory artifact. It granted a special freezing effect along with boosting evasion by 10 points and defense by 10 points. This treasure held the bone-chilling frost of the frozen hell, craving to freeze the entire world. Man, having this heart back in my village during a 100-degree heat wave would be absolute heaven. Right after, Kong Joo-hee gathered the rest of her magic power to launch one final offensive. She screamed with sheer determination. So with this is the final strike. After that ultimate effort, Joo-hee collapsed from total exhaustion. She forced out a thank you to her teammates for keeping her alive. Miso patted her shoulder lightly and praised her. "Yeah, it really was thanks to you, Jane. Still, Ju-hee couldn't help feeling anxious. She looked over at Song-yoon and wondered if this plan was actually going to work. She admitted she only did it because Song-yoon had asked her to. Right in front of the team at that moment was a mountain-high pile of giant orc corpses they had just taken down. Ju-hee asked nervously, "Even if we stack up the corpses of the orcs we killed earlier, is the boss monster really going to come eat them?" Song-yoon calmly reassured her, "Don't worry about that. This boss goes crazy for any kind of meat." Facing such a confident assertion, Ju-hee couldn't help asking dubiously, "How do you even know that?" Song-yoon remained silent with a deep, knowing look in his eyes, since he couldn't possibly reveal knowledge from his past life. He immediately barked out a clear order, "Tae-sik, hurry up and light the fire. We need to lure the boss out." Tae-sik hurriedly obeyed, channeling his mana to produce a brilliant blue flame. Meanwhile, Miso could only break into a cold sweat, feeling like she was being completely ignored by the two of them. They treated her like background noise while acting like noisy summer cicadas themselves. Instantly, a pillar of glowing blue smoke rose into the freezing night sky, sending out a signal to lure their target. The whole team hid behind the cliff, waiting patiently in the tense atmosphere. After a long while, Tae-sik started losing his patience. "It's already been 20 minutes. Song-yoon maintained an incredible composure. He silently calculated the time and asserted that it would take the bait any moment now. Right then, his eyes widened, sensing a suffocating pressure drawing near, and he blurted out, "It's here." Out from the dark cave, a massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes slowly emerged. Song-yoon gave the decisive order, "All right, everyone get ready." The whole team immediately dropped into battle stances. Tae-sik gathered fire energy, Miso notched an arrow on her bow, and Ju-hee readied her support magic. Standing before them now was a colossal creature covered in thick fur, its sharp fangs radiating a dense, bloodthirsty aura. The system officially flashed a glowing red warning for the appearance of a deadly boss monster, giant snow grizzly. Kim Miso stood atop the snowy peak, watching Song-yoon's silhouette below with a deeply worried expression. She secretly admitted, "It really was thanks to Song-yoon's plan that we were able to clear out everything so easily." But right in front of them now, the giant snow grizzly was radiating a suffocating pressure, its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent and a menacing growl that made the entire area feel frozen solid. Man, this thing is an absolute unit. It's going to be a real tough nut to crack. Standing before the monster's colossal shadow, Song-yoon looked tiny with his greatsword in hand. Even as sweat poured down his face, he maintained an arrogant smile and questioned himself deep down. Either way, isn't the situation way too damn dangerous? It all started a few minutes ago when the team was hiding behind the cliff discussing strategy. Miso had asked in utter shock, What do you mean, Song-yoon? Are you seriously saying you're going to act as the bait all by yourself?" Song-yoon calmly confirmed, "That's exactly what I just said. There's no other way. If we want the whole team to clear this place safely and quickly, this is the best method." He began explaining the traits of giant beast-type monsters. They usually had a specific reaction once they lost a significant amount of health. That was the voracious state. Song-yoon analyzed that upon entering this state, the monster's physical stats would be buffed, and they would become several times more violent. They tended to devour everything in sight. He continued explaining, "That's why we stacked up those orc corpses as bait. Otherwise, we'd end up becoming its prey ourselves." A bold idea popped into his head. "So what happens if we do something to that pile of bait?" With that thought in mind, while Kong Ju-hee was using her portal to stack up the orc corpses, Song-yoon prepared extra cypress wood, a wood with extremely potent sedative properties, to place along with the bait. "I thought if there's grilled meat, you're supposed to buy booze to get it wasted before taking it down, but he uses cypress wood as a sedative instead." But there was one problem. They had to drain enough health to force the monster into the voracious state. Song-yoon asserted that creating an environment where his teammates could comfortably deal damage was his job. He asked everyone to put their trust in him one more time. Yet right as things started, a violent crash sent Song-yoon flying, leaving him barely enough time to scream in his mind that he was standing right at death's door. Despite having gained massive strength, Song-Yoon still had to grit his teeth and endure heavy blows that made blood spurt from his mouth. He wondered in utter shock why this monster could be so absurdly strong as it repeatedly slammed heavy attacks down on his greatsword. The ground beneath his feet shattered, and Song-Yoon realized his current strength stat was still not enough. If he kept taking hits like this, he would actually die right after regressing. Determined not to let all their efforts go down the drain, he told himself that from this moment on, he had to dodge every single incoming attack. A violent explosion erupted alongside a menacing roar from the giant snow bear. Song-Yoon started utilizing his agility, gliding like a ghost through his opponent's wind-splitting attacks. He repeatedly launched himself into the air, searching for openings between those heavy swipes to find a way to counterattack. However, the monster's reaction speed was so absurdly fast that Song-Yoon's expression turned pale in terror. Realizing that jumping into the air was a fatal mistake as the bear opened its hideous jaws wide right in front of his face, he could only grit his teeth and prepare for the worst. Right then, arrows came whistling through the air straight toward the monster's head, landing consecutive hits to bail him out in the nick of time. Song-Yoon glanced up at the cliff, catching the resolute gaze of Kim Mi-so. She yelled out now. Receiving the signal, a sinister smile spread across his face. Kim Mi-so, thanks to that timely cover fire, Song-Yoon escaped the jaws of death by a hair and felt deeply grateful. Thanks to you, I made it out alive. He channeled power into his greatsword, preparing for a thunderous counterattack. My team's got each other's backs pretty damn well. Otherwise, your life would be inside that bear's stomach right now. The giant snow bear's eyes widened in horror as it saw its prey not only alive, but charging up a terrifying amount of energy. The system notified. Full charge state is complete. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as Song-Yoon slammed a heavy blow from above right onto the monster's back, generating a massive shockwave that shattered the ground beneath. Shards of frost suddenly erupted, completely enveloping the boss's massive body. The system confirmed. Giant Snow Grizzly has been inflicted with the freeze effect for 1 second thanks to a fully charged strike. Song-Yoon landed lightly on his feet, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. It worked. He felt secretly thrilled that the freeze skill he obtained from the Frozen Heart had synergized perfectly with that fully charged strike just now. Although he had initially feared the boss's crowd control resistance would render the skill useless, the result turned out way better than expected. Song-Yoon's eyes turned ice cold as he let out a roar. If that's the case, now it's my turn. Time to beat this thing to a pulp and pay back everything I just took. He swung his sword, delivering a brutal slash across his opponent. The monster staggered in agony. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Level 2 Demon Strike is officially activated to stack an additional crowd control effect. From high above, Kim Mi-so urged Tai-Seek. Tai-Seek, his blue mana burning brightly, turned around and answered cold-heartedly. On it, he began channeling a massive surge of deep blue fire energy and declared valiantly, I'm gonna burn this big guy to ashes. Tai-Seek roared in urgency. Song-Yoon move. Instantly, a colossal pillar of blue fire named Flaming Flamingo slammed straight down, engulfing the snow bear in a horrifying wave of extreme heat. The sheer power of the flames was so intense that the monster barely had time to let out an agonizing roar before being pushed back, sending a massive shockwave rippling across the icy valley. The overwhelming firepower far exceeded all expectations, making Song-Yoon silently evaluate. This damage has definitely hit the target HP threshold. The snow bear's eyes began to shift, the energy surrounding it fluctuating violently, accompanied by menacing growls. Witnessing this transformation, Song-Yoon flashed a calculating smile. Success. The damage was enough. Nice, the prey took the bait. Let's see if we can reel it in. The system immediately notified. Giant Snow Grizzly has officially entered the voracious state. Exactly according to plan. Mi-so called out Song-Yoon's name in deep anxiety as she witnessed the horrifying scene unfolding before her eyes. The monster began frantically devouring everything in sight to accumulate raw power. Its appearance transformed entirely, exuding an abyssal aura of murderous intent several times more hideous than before. leaving Song Yun frozen in total shock under the suffocating pressure. Song Yun wondered in complete disbelief if the voracious state was really supposed to be this brutal. With the dumb bear from earlier now turned into a completely different monster, he worried whether he could even hold his ground until Kong Juhi's final turn began. Tai-Sik was equally horrified by this transformation. Meanwhile, Miso rushed over in a panic to ask about Juhi's situation. Tai-Sik looked back toward the cliff and answered, "She's still preparing." Kong Juhi was pouring out every last drop of her remaining mana, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she struggled to complete the incantation. Watching from afar, Miso worried whether she would finish in time before disaster struck, but Tai-Sik reminded her in a harsh voice that the most important thing right now was whether Song Yun could hold out any longer. Down below, Song Yun was getting crushed under the pressure of the giant bear's heavy stomps. The surrounding stones shattered into pieces, leaving him barely able to groan out in pain. At this rate, you're going to get squished like a cockroach under its foot. Song Yun summoned every ounce of strength to dodge, cursing under his breath that if things kept going like this, he was going to end up dead before the raid even finished. Suddenly, the monster opened its hideous jaws wide, its glowing eyes fixed on him with pure malice. Facing the Grim Reaper, Song Yun realized he couldn't dodge this wide-range attack anymore. With nowhere left to run, Song Yun decided he would face it head-on, his eyes blazing with an overwhelming surge of blue electricity. Right away, he activated his illusion skill, while at the exact same time, Kong Juhi shouted out to let everyone know she was ready, and officially activated her magic circle to begin the spatial teleportation process. The giant snow bear lunged forward, intent on devouring its prey, but right in front of its wide-open jaws, a brilliant blue portal suddenly materialized out of thin air. The monster's entire attack was sucked into the empty void, triggering a blinding explosion of pure mana. Tai-Sik and Miso ran over in a panic as they saw Juhi collapse from utter exhaustion after burning through way too much mana for that last portal. Song Yun stood there drenched in sweat. He admitted to himself that the situation just now had been way too close for comfort. If that attack hadn't hit its target at that exact split second, both he and Juhi probably would have been turned into paste by that monster. Right behind his back, the giant bear now lay completely motionless, bound tight by surges of deep blue energy. The system officially announced, Giant Snow Grizzly has fallen into a state of extreme sedation thanks to the effect of the cypress wood. Song Yun let out a dry laugh and muttered to himself, "Well, at least this crazy plan brought in results." While Juhi was still feeling lightheaded, Miso and Tai-Sik couldn't hide their excitement, hyping up the female mage nonstop for a clutch play that saved the whole team in the nick of time. Man, this monster really was something else. The whole team had to rack their brains and nearly died just to pull off a win against it. A massive shockwave explosion finished off the monster once and for all, officially marking the moment the team cleared out the unidentified gate, known as the Frozen Hell. She turned to look at Song Yun with eyes full of deep admiration. "You really busted your hump out there, Song Yun. I feel like we relied on you way too much. I am sorry." Song Yun could only laugh awkwardly to break the tense atmosphere. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. I'm the one who insisted on doing this in the first place." Right after, a system notification popped up showing he received a massive amount of EXP, making Song Yun feel deeply satisfied as he leveled up repeatedly despite being completely dead tired. Song Yun quietly admitted to himself that this dungeon had been brutally tough, packed with countless razor-thin close calls. He looked over at his teammates and smiled softly. "You guys really did an awesome job." Kong Juhi stepped out of the portal with a worn-out look on her face. She apologized awkwardly for not being able to help out with the final cleanup, but Miso quickly reassured her, "You did great, Ji." Song Yun sincerely thanked the mage for agreeing to go along with his reckless plan. Juhi smiled softly back and replied, "Thanks to that, I got to see where my limits are, so it's all good." Song Yun excitedly declared, "Ha ha ha. Well then, I'll be counting on you again next time." In his heart, he felt genuinely grateful to his teammates for trusting and following along with such a bossy plan. Yet, even if they hadn't gone along with it, he still would have pushed forward all on his own until the very end. Stepping out of the gate, The scene before his eyes was packed with ambulances and emergency personnel bustling around the street. Song-yoon fondly recalled the gates from his past life, where things always ended in tragic heartbreak accompanied by the frantic shouts of medical staff. Here, even though the emergency patient survival rate in places with rich rewards usually reached 90% because raids were handled by seasoned pros, the price paid was still always incredibly high. Amidst the grim crime scene steeped in mourning, an image of Song-yoon from his past life, covered in injuries and being helped along, came into sharp focus alongside the shouts of the rescue team. Check over here too. But that 10% mortality rate was bound to catch up to someone eventually. Looking back at those tragic scenes where his comrades fell in pools of blood, I understood that players are ultimately people who always have to walk right alongside death. This time, the Grim Reaper simply happened to pass me by. Gaining power was crucial, but if there was one more goal in this second life, it was preventing these pointless deaths. Seeing Kong Joo-hee staggering from utter exhaustion, Tae-sik and Miso hurriedly caught her in deep concern. Once everything had settled down, he took a deep breath to prepare for the moment that mattered most. "Shall we check out the rewards?" he asked softly as a swirling vortex of bright, red energy churned before them. This was the special first clear reward of the gate, the very thing he had been dying to lay eyes on for so long. With a thrill of excitement, he slowly reached his hand into the mysterious light, ready to claim the Pioneer's Prize. The system repeatedly announced that player Shin Song-yoon had been granted a unique tier artifact. A list featuring a bunch of top-tier weapons, from the Mace of Chaos and the Greatsword of Decisive Battle to the Dagger of Eternity, appeared before his eyes, leaving him standing there in total jaw-dropping shock. He was officially granted the right to pick one unique tier artifact from this list. Wait, why are there only 3 options for 4 players? A unique tier. Song-yoon couldn't hide his thrill facing this glowing purple rank. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the sheer weight of a unique tier artifact, the 4th highest tier in the system, still hit completely different. Right then, the goddess of luck flashed a knowing smile, reminding him of an invaluable privilege. Thanks to her divine power, any artifact of unique tier or higher was guaranteed to unlock and inherit all of its hidden effects. Song-yoon gasped, realizing he had almost forgotten this crucial clause in their fateful contract. The goddess of luck suddenly made a bizarre request. She wanted him to call her Nuna from the bottom of his heart. Song-yoon complied instantly without a second thought. Goddess Nuna, he thought to himself, even if I have to say it 100 times to get this reward, it's no big deal. Glancing over at his teammates, he saw Kim Miso and the others were still completely absorbed in checking their own individual rewards, seemingly unaware of the deity's presence. With no reason to delay any longer, Song-yoon decisively reached out his hand to pick the very weapon he had been eyeing for ages. Greatsword of Decisive Battle. A massive sword materialized out of a surge of imposing red light. Just as expected from a unique tier artifact, its stats were absolutely out of this world. Attack power plus 500, strength up by 100, agility up by 50, along with the hidden effect explosive repulsion. This greatsword not only symbolized a warrior's resolve, but also carried the blessing of the wind, boosting the wielder's recovery rate by 10%. Song-yoon gripped the hilt tightly with complete confidence. "I'm counting on you from here on out." But a loud crash resonated as the sword plunged deep into the crumbling ground. Song-yoon struggled helplessly in total shock to lift it up. What the hell? Why is this thing so damn heavy? He hurriedly checked his passive skill mitigation again. A cold notification popped up. Due to the Artifact-Devour skill, the weight reduction effect had been cut in half, leaving every piece of equipment still weighing around 100 g. However, the most important extra clause he had missed was that artifact effects of the exact same type couldn't be applied multiple times. Song-yoon screamed in outrage inside his head. What is this, an insurance policy? When the hell did that clause get added? Noticing his strange expression, Kim Miso walked up and asked in concern, "Is something wrong, Song-yoon?" He could only force an awkward laugh to cover up his embarrassment. "Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Ha. How the hell am I going to lug this thing home? If I can't even hold it, how am I supposed to fight with it?" Miso looked at Song-yoon with a beaming face. Looks like everyone got a reward they're happy with, huh? The whole team immediately chimed in with sheer excitement. Yeah, we all got artifact that fit our classes perfectly. It's all thanks to you, Sanyun. Hearing their praise, Sanyun scratched his head shyly. I really didn't do much at all. But Miso cut in decisively. There you go again. But the truth is undeniable. This is all thanks to you. She flashed a bright smile and suggested. So we discussed it as a team. How about we give all the byproducts, like the boss corpse and magic stones, to you, Songyun? Songyun was so stunned he froze on the spot. He stammered, huh? No, you guys really don't have to go that far. Miso dismissed it instantly. No, we need to be crystal clear about things like this. We already calculated everyone's contributions, so don't worry about it. Songyun lowered his face, covering his expression with his hand, making the whole team panic. Songyun, we said we're totally cool with it. Seriously, don't cry. He marveled deep down. I can't believe my teammates are looking out for me this much. But the real reason he was so moved was the insane numbers. The monster corpse alone was worth 600 million. Adding in the other byproducts, it would easily hit 1.5 billion. Songyun was shaking not from crying, but from sheer unadulterated joy. I can't stop smiling. I'm freaking rich. Let me get more of this next time. The whole team officially stepped out of the frozen hell gate at Chinui Station. Miso felt bummed out when Songyun turned down their dinner invitation. I get it. That's a real shame then, but it can't be helped. It would have been great if you could have joined us for at least one meal. Songyun forced a laugh back. Yeah, let's save the celebration party for next time. But inside, he was screaming his lungs out. I'm dying to go check out my loot right this damn sec. As they prepared to part ways, Miso waved goodbye. Well, see you soon, Songyun. I'll text you. Songyun replied politely as well. Yeah, thanks everyone for all your hard work. Suddenly, Miso paused in her tracks, asking hesitantly, Songyun, do you mind if I talk casually with you from now on? The question caught Songyun off guard, and he mocked himself internally. It's not like I could say, how dare a kid like you talk casually to an adult like me, right? Stuck in the body of a young man, he could only laugh it off. Haha. Go right ahead. Miso smiled brightly, waving goodbye playfully. In that case, get home safe, Songyun Appa. The sweet sound of Appa left Songyun standing frozen for a solid few seconds. He could only look at her retreating back and smile softly. Yeah, get home safe. He fondly thought to himself. Appa, how long has it been since I last heard that word? Seriously though, behind him, Taisik was also starting to feel the sweet atmosphere spreading through the air. In a small alley behind Chinui Station Gate, Songyun quietly sat down to handle his loot. The system immediately notified, you have absorbed Fated Longsword. An ethereal green glow enveloped the old weapon. Right after, another confirmation line popped up. Conditions for the mitigation skill have been met. The effect has been reactivated. Songyun silently evaluated the outcome. Just as expected, no bonus stats were attached, so there wasn't much to absorb anyway. Still, he cracked a satisfied smile because the form this artifact's meal took was his favorite spicy tuna roll, putting him in a pretty good mood. Nothing beats enjoying your favorite food after a long, hard day. Haha. Alright, with that out of the way, everything is all sorted out. His eyes shone with high expectations as he tapped the system screen. Let's check out what I've accomplished so far. The player status window appeared with impressive stats. Shin Songyun had officially reached level 51, possessing the title Wise Hunter and having devoured a total of 25 artifacts under the protection of the Goddess of Luck. His strength stat had soared to 250, along with luck reaching 169 points. Most notably, he had unlocked the hidden skill Explosive Repulsion, which allowed him to consume mana to knock enemies far back. The C-rank title, Wise Hunter, also granted an extremely useful health recovery effect every time he slayed a monster. Songyun couldn't hide his triumph. He smiled brightly and muttered to himself, can my power really jump this much just by swapping to a new greatsword? He realized that last gate was an absolute goldmine, granting him 2 whole titles and a new skill. With 23 potential points remaining, Songyun decided to dump them all into his most crucial stat. And if I pump up my luck stat even further, instantly, the system notified, the player's luck stat has surpassed 200, triggering a earth-shattering change. The critical damage range was recalculated, scaling from 120% all the way up to 600%. Song Yun blurted out in utter disbelief. Critical damage up to 600%. So that means if I get lucky, I can hit 6 times harder than normal? He thoughtfully realized he had progressed so much further and way faster than in his past life. Hitting level 51 in just 2 short weeks was a miracle that even top-tier players like Yoon Dae-kyung took years to achieve. Song Yun looked ahead with resolute eyes and whispered softly, "All right, I'll keep leveling up at this speed." Song Yun made up his mind that he was definitely going to catch up to that sword demon in this life. He also told himself his next goal would be taking revenge on Shin Tiri. However, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned bizarre. The system notified that 3 new constellations were approaching. First, the Lion King showed intense interest in his swordsmanship. Next, a long-bearded, red-faced general who looked just like Guan Yu offered praise for his battle spirit. Finally, an entity named Shadow Hunter voiced deep suspicion, claiming his presence was invalid, causing Song Yun to blurt out in utter shock, "Another bunch that doesn't really trust me." It was like his last time too, huh? The goddess of luck excitedly commented that Song Yun's value was skyrocketing like a crypto pump, leaving him completely speechless as he wondered where on earth she learned those terms. Song Yun hadn't expected the next wave of constellations to show up this fast. He told himself it was probably because his growth rate was just too absurdly insane. Seeing the goddess of luck give him a knowing thumbs up, he silently reminded her to stop pretending she could read his mind, even as he harbored doubts deep down about whether she actually could. Song Yun began inspecting the new guests closely. The Lion King and the Bearer of Beauty and Flame were real-life historical heroes who had ascended into constellations, making him secretly wonder if they came seeking the warrior potential inside him. Yet, he also realized how annoying it would be dealing with these old-timers. The Lion King immediately berated him for daring to look around in front of his elders. Meanwhile, the long-bearded general roared that back in his day, he would have taken his head on the spot. Song Yun could only offer an awkward apology, silently complaining that signing a contract with these ancient heroes would mean getting nagged day in and day out. These old folks are way too old-fashioned. Better choose wisely. However, the truly terrifying one was Shadow Hunter. Song Yun realized in horror that this was the absolute last entity any player would ever want to run into. Song Yun realized in horror that this was the absolute last entity any player would ever want to run into. She specialized in tracking dimensional ribbon logs in real time to hunt down players getting excessive exploits out of system bugs. In other words, she was a bounty hunter who targeted players committing severe cheat violations. In Song Yun's memories, he had witnessed similar horrific cases in his past life. Except for special exceptions like the Goddess of Luck, any ranked player who dared sign a dual contract was relentlessly hunted down by Shadow Hunter. She wouldn't stop harassing and torturing her targets until they were completely broken and destroyed. She was a truly haunting existence. Returning to reality, Song Yun gritted his teeth in extreme tension, breaking out into a heavy cold sweat as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. He realized that not a single constellation present here actually appealed to him. Even if the Lion King could boost stamina, or the Bearer of Beauty and Flame could increase strength, forget it, dumping all this just to save memory space. Song Yun understood that contracting with constellations was insanely important, as it was a decision that would completely alter a player's entire remaining life. However, he told himself that for now, having just the Goddess of Luck by his side was more than enough. That meant if he waited patiently a little longer, could he aim for a goal far greater than this? Song Yun's eyes turned toward the hazy mountain peak, where the symbols of supreme existences reign. That was the divine throne of divinity, legendary entities that only a select few lucky players in all of history had ever managed to contract with. Song Yun knew this was a truly mythic presence. Although he wasn't usually one for risky gambles, under these circumstances, he realized he had no other choice. Standing before these mighty entities radiating suffocating pressure, Song Yun took a deep breath and declared clearly, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be choosing anyone today." This earth-shattering declaration left the constellations utterly stunned. The system repeatedly notified that the Lion King was frozen in shock at being treated like this for the first time ever. Meanwhile, the bearer of beauty and flame left with a message that she would return to visit him 3 times out of sworn brotherhood logic. Song Yoon let out a subtle smirk, silently asserting that no matter how many times she came back, his answer would never change. If there's no chemistry, just beat it so the water stays clear. What's with all this loitering around? Suddenly, a dark surge of murderous intent erupted. She swept past him with a sinister smile. A glowing red system warning popped up. Shadowhunter warns that one day she will strip away the secret you're hiding. Her eyes flashed with an eerie blue light before she completely vanished into thin air. Song Yoon stood stock still in the empty alley. He shivered slightly as the electric static from her presence still lingered around him. Song Yoon let out a weary sigh, his face visibly exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. Man, this is exhausting. As much as he wanted to stay far away from trouble, he realized he had no choice and told himself to be way more cautious with that Shadowhunter constellation from now on. He lightly spun his phone in his hand. Either way, it's about time, isn't it? Looking at the screen displaying 11:25, Song Yoon's expression shifted slightly as he reassured himself. Good. If I leave now, I won't be late. The monsters about to emerge from the next dimensional rift were a horde of goblins. He quickly realized that, just like Cerberus earlier, they would also be severely affected by the hour between dog and wolf effect from his artifact. Song Yoon asserted that there was no way he was going to miss out on juicy targets like these. Slinging his massive great sword over his shoulder, he marveled to himself. Grinding 3 dungeon runs in a single day? This isn't going to be easy at all. Yet instead of backing down, Song Yoon flashed an arrogant smile and challenged himself. Let me test my luck. I'll fight until a real divinity actually takes notice of me. Meanwhile, in the quest area near Jamshil Station, the atmosphere at the Rift Management Bureau under the Korean Players Association was becoming extremely tense. Down on basement floor B4, staff members were frantically monitoring rows of radar screens. A female employee hurriedly answered the phone. Yes, this is the Rift Management Bureau of the Korean Players Association. The line is connected. Suddenly, her eyes widened in total terror as she yelled into the receiver. What? That's impossible. She hurriedly spun around toward her computer screen, which was flashing bright red warnings. A rift had suddenly appeared at Gapyeong Exit 1. Danger flashed blindingly across the map. The female staffer screamed orders to the entire force. All personnel prepare for combat. Assemble immediately. Once the information was confirmed, she continued over the phone stating she would request backup from nearby players, but then suddenly paused due to an unbelievable report. Wait, someone is already fighting there. The female staffer was stunned, her face dripping with sweat as she asked back in complete shock. Excuse me? On the other end of the line was the voice of a civilian fleeing the scene. I mean, there's literally a player right here already. How did they even get here so fast? Beats me. Either way, that person is fighting the monsters all by themselves. Hearing that someone was single-handedly taking on a horde of ferocious beasts, the staffer panicked and warned that it was an insanely dangerous move, demanding everyone evacuate immediately. Yet that civilian responded hesitantly, with a deeply skeptical tone. Honestly, it doesn't look like that person is in any danger at all. Amidst the chaotic scene lit up by surges of glowing purple mana, Song Yoon, with sharp, cold blue eyes and a ruthless smile, was effortlessly swinging his sword, crushing the aggressive goblins to pieces. The association staffer could only blurt out in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Say what now? This rift was a terror in reality created 11 years ago, right after the first collapse incident. Unlike dungeons or gates, this was an unpredictable disaster, a place where monsters could freely spill into the human world and spread terror among innocent civilians. Man, this is way too dangerous, guys. Coming out of nowhere like this, it's no different from an earthquake or a tsunami. Amidst the brilliant surge of purple mana, a hideous monster with a long scar across its eye began revealing itself in pure aggression. Yet this event was not a surprise to Song Yoon in the slightest. He stood there casually slinging his greatsword over his shoulder with a confident smile, asserting, however, It's not unpredictable to me. The truth was, Sang-yoon had already been standing in Gapyeong for 10 minutes waiting for this exact moment, relying on memories from his past life. He knew for a fact that the moment he stepped out of this emergency exit, the disaster would begin. The second a tiny spark of purple light flashed on the ground, Sang-yoon instantly confirmed, found it. The rift starts right here. The reason Sang-yoon remembered this event so clearly was due to a deeply painful memory. In the past, this rift was a horrific tragedy that claimed countless civilian lives, where innocent people could only scream in utter despair under the claws of monsters. Looking at the scene about to unfold, Sang-yoon cold-heartedly asserted that his presence here this time was to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, while whispering to himself, "It's a damn good thing I regress." He had grown up in an orphanage ever since he was an infant, so he couldn't even remember what his parents' faces looked like. Even so, he had never really felt sad or hopeless about it. Yet he understood all too well how painful it felt to lose loved ones. The haunting memory of the day hideous monsters slaughtered the people he loved right before the helpless eyes of a young child was a scar that would never heal. That was precisely why those who fell could never be allowed to be forgotten. In the most desperate moment of his childhood, a savior had appeared amidst a brilliant light and asked gently, "Kid, you all right?" Now, standing before the rift at Gapyeong, he understood that protecting everyone was even more important than becoming strong. He charged into battle with a resolute smile, ready to face the danger lurking right around the corner. Aggressive kobold warriors poured out frantically from the spatial rift onto the streets. They growled menacingly, weapons drawn and ready to devour everything in sight. These guys look starving, eating whatever they see, devouring whatever they find. However, the moment he stepped forward, the effect of the hour between dog and wolf skill instantly activated, causing the kobolds to fall into a state of panic and complete suppression. Standing surrounded by the enemy, he let out a satisfied smirk as everything went according to plan. Nice. It's working pretty smoothly. However, he noticed that the suppression effect this time wasn't as absolute as when he faced Cerberus earlier. The reason was likely because the moon was entirely hidden behind clouds, preventing the monsters from submitting to him completely. But to him, that was actually even better, as it presented the perfect opportunity to test out the new skills he had just acquired. Launching himself into the air, he channeled all his energy into the greatsword to activate level 1 Great Impact. This mobility skill allowed him to build up a large amount of energy to launch an attack with damage and distance scaling directly with charge time, despite having his movements restricted while building power. The kobold with the long scar across its eye growled and lunged forward at high speed, only to be greeted by a brilliant vortex of blue mana. To the monster's utter shock, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing everything nearby away. Sang-yoon had activated the hidden skill Explosive Repulsion, spending all his mana to generate a force with terrifying power. The shockwave rippled across the pavement, leaving the kobolds completely defenseless as they were launched into the air in total shock. Mess with the wrong guy, kids. Standing amidst the destruction, Sang-yoon silently evaluated. The repulsion effect has a pretty wide area of impact, and at full charge, its damage is by no means small. This is plenty enough to serve as my area of effect attack. He noticed that his luck stat also boosted his critical damage range, which now scaled from 120% all the way up to 600%. Looking at the monster still barely breathing before him, he noted coldly, "You didn't die after one hit, so that probably wasn't a critical strike." Well then, this time, Sang-yoon flashed a sinister smile and launched himself into the air, the greatsword in his hands emanating suffocating pressure. He poured all his power into the finishing blow and shouted loudly, "Let's see if we can hit max damage." Just as the battle reached its peak intensity, a white truck suddenly rushed onto the scene. The blonde driver inside stared intently at the fight. He cheered excitedly upon discovering his target. "Hey over there, caught you." A car slammed on its brakes in the middle of the street, and Lee Hyun stepped down, breathlessly shouting to ask who had filed the report. He was a B-rank level 110 player from the Korean Players Association. A nearby woman hurriedly confirmed and pointed toward the looming monsters. Lee Hyun immediately asked her to find safe shelter and prepare to act. Now that the introductions are done, time to jump into the action. However, his teammate Lee Young, breaking into a cold sweat, pointed forward and suggested they check out the situation over there first. As a B-rank level 90 player, he hastily called out to pull him back. Right in front of them, Shin Sang-yoon was single-handedly taking on a giant kobold. In a powerful clash, realizing this was a kobold rift, Lee Hyun and Lee Young immediately took combat stances, intending to jump in and assist to take down the beast first. However, Sang-yoon cold-heartedly stopped them. "I'm good. Don't come any closer." This action left the two association members completely stunned, unable to understand what was going on. Sang-yoon firmly asserted, "I'll take it down by myself." This left the opposition bewildered, unsure whether to stop him. Instantly, the true dual title activated, boosting all of Sang-yoon's stats by 20% as he completely isolated the target within a 5-meter radius. With a sinister smile and eyes glowing with bloodlust, Sang-yoon thought to himself, "This is the time to test true power." The system notified that the illusion skill was officially activated, enhancing his body and boosting his speed to the absolute max. The kobold roared wildly as it lunged forward, but Sang-yoon had already channeled all his energy into the greatsword. He roared in sheer excitement, deciding to unleash explosive repulsion alongside all stacked buff skills to see how terrifying its destructive force would be. The giant kobold was sent flying into the air, letting out one last earth-shattering scream. Amidst the swirling vortex of energy and thick dust, Sang-yoon stood tall, completely overwhelming everything in his surroundings. The monster crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive, thunderous thud. Lee Hyun and Lee Young stood frozen in terror, breaking into a heavy sweat as they witnessed this destructive power firsthand. One stammered out a question. "Hey, you're Shin Sang-yoon, right?" Sang-yoon turned his head slightly in surprise and casually confirmed, "Ah, yes, that's right. Are you guys from the association?" Sang-yoon didn't forget to apologize for his earlier harsh attitude. The two association staffers hurriedly waved their hands. "No. Thanks to you, there were 0 casualties, and right at a rift no less. This is truly a miracle." Lee Hyun bowed his head again in gratitude. "I really want to thank you once more." Sang-yoon just smiled brightly and waved it off. "Haha, it's nothing really. Luckily, I just happened to be passing by. This is just my guess, but are you planning to head inside?" Sang-yoon was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lee Hyun explained that he heard that's what most high-level players usually do. Then he pleaded earnestly, "Please let us tag along if it's not too much trouble." His teammates standing behind could only express his anxiety. "Boss, why are you suddenly begging to follow someone around? Have some pride, please." Sang-yoon silently looked at the two of them for a long moment. Seeing this, Lee Hyun hastily promised, "We won't get in your way. I just want to see how you hunt monsters with my own eyes." After a brief moment of thought, Sang-yoon flashed a mysterious, decisive smile. "Do as you wish." Receiving his approval, the two association staffers were overjoyed. Sang-yoon walked ahead silently, thinking to himself, "Oh, these rookies are actually pretty cute." He suddenly paused, mocking himself for the overly mature thought. "What's this? I sound like an old man." Moving deep into the central area of the Bupyeong Station rift, Sang-yoon led the way at a frightening speed, leaving the two association players out of breath as they chased behind. Lee Hyun thought to himself in shock. How could he be this fast? Is he really a low-level player? Noticing his teammates' hesitation, he urged, "Stop worrying about levels and run faster. Didn't you see the battle outside the rift earlier?" Lee Hyun panted heavily as he ran, breaking into a cold sweat upon realizing Sang-yoon's battle instincts were something truly extraordinary. He told himself the team needed to observe and learn as much as possible, especially since his own progression had been stalled recently. Even so, Lee Hyun couldn't help but wonder how Sang-yoon still maintained such abundant stamina after that fierce fight earlier. For someone who was always confident in his endurance, witnessing this reality was by no means easy to digest. It all started 30 minutes ago at the entrance of the Bupyeong Station rift. The moment they stepped inside, the group froze before an overwhelming sight. Before them was a massive grand hall with ranks upon ranks of monsters lined up in formation. On high balconies, Kobold archers bared their fangs with sinister grins, preparing to rain arrows down on their prey. Sensing danger, Song Yun shouted out an order. "Everyone stand behind me." He surprisingly hauled up a monster corpse he had been dragging along earlier, telling himself he was fully prepared for an ambush situation like this. A continuous rain of arrows poured down, forcing Song Yun to struggle to hold his ground. He gritted his teeth and thought in regret. Bringing them along was definitely a mistake. Having to fight while worrying about them like this is really pushing it. Right then, a voice echoed in his mind as if mocking his complaining. "Nattering on again, are we? You need to learn how to deal with situations like this. Otherwise, how are you going to reach the higher ranks, right?" Song Yun gripped his sword hilt tightly, his gaze turning razor-sharp with resolve. From above, the kobold archers wearing red hoods continued raining arrows down relentlessly. Before they could get cocky, one kobold took a blow, let out a brief groan, and collapsed dead on the spot, leaving the surrounding comrades wide-eyed in terror at his terrifying power. Song Yun swiftly darted through the stray fire. He reminded himself not to lose focus. The arrow rain has stopped. Right. Seizing the opportunity as enemy fire ceased, he immediately activated his buff skill, generating a powerful shockwave that blew away every enemy in his path. Painful screams echoed throughout the corridor as the monsters were completely wiped out. Song Yun landed lightly, letting out a soft sigh of relief as he temporarily cleared the surrounding threat. Finally, their ambush formation has been completely blown to smithereens. He smirked in satisfaction. "All right, we've made it to the second floor." However, before his smile could fade, an earth-shattering roar suddenly echoed from the darkness. A giant monster lunged out unexpectedly, swinging a massive weapon to strike down with immense weight, causing space itself to tremble violently. A fiery collision occurred, and Song Yun struggled to hold his ground, getting pushed back in absolute shock. What the hell is this? Why attack out of nowhere like that? He gritted his teeth to hold firm, breaking into a sweat as he recognized the impending danger. Good thing my reaction time was fast enough. Song Yun silently told himself that if he had slacked off for even a split second, his body would have been crushed into paste. He realized in shock that the enemy before him was a kobold champion, a monster far too powerful to serve as a mere guard on the second floor. The beast roared, taking cover behind a massive shield and launching a charge attack. Song Yun was stunned, wondering if it was planning to use a tackle charge again. He quickly pondered whether he should use explosive repulsion to blow it back, but immediately brushed it off, unwilling to gamble on an uncertain situation. Song Yun gritted his teeth, poured all his strength into the greatsword, and decided to take the charge head-on to stop the attack no matter what. He let out a brave roar, bracing for the impact. A shockwave explosion rang out as sword met shield in a fierce crash. However, the unthinkable happened. Song Yun's blade tore straight through the heavy defensive barrier, slicing the kobold champion in two instantly. Witnessing this scene, Li Hyun could only blurt out in utter terror. He couldn't believe his eyes seeing this horrifying damage cut down a monster famous for its high defense in just a single hit. Something a player at Song Yun's level shouldn't have been able to pull off yet. The boss's corpse collapsed, sending the surrounding kobolds into a state of utter panic and terror. The monsters howled in complete despair, while Li Hyun was still frozen in utter shock before the overpowering dominance of the man standing in front of him. Amidst the gruesome scene covered in monster corpses, Song Yun sat down on the ground to rest, unable to hide his sheer excitement over the lucky find he had just made. It was the Flash Boots, a platinum-tier artifact containing the will of an assassin, capable of doubling his normal movement speed and even tripling it on rough terrain. He marveled deep down. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Song Yun realized the kobolds were actually way greedier than the goblins. Just as rumored, they always hoarded extremely rare artifacts. The moment Song Yun slipped the boots on, they glowed and automatically stretched to fit his feet perfectly. He muttered humorously, "It even auto-adjusts its size? This kobold didn't have foot fungus, right?" Standing up in his new boots, Song Yun confidently asserted that things would go way smoother from here on out. He glanced down toward the area below, where the two association staffers were struggling amidst the rubble and evaluated silently. Besides, that group over there actually fought way better than expected. This trip turned out to yield far more rewards than Song Yun had imagined. With 5 silver items for gold items and 1 platinum item, he estimated their total value had easily passed 1.5 billion. Song Yun darted through the rift with high spirits. He realized that simply clearing out the kobolds along the way was enough to fully replenish his health. He thought with complete confidence, at this rate, even a final boss won't be a problem, right? It's all thanks to this new title, Wise Hunter, which restores a small amount of health every time I kill a monster. Now we just wait for the final boss to hit the motherlode, folks. Suddenly, Song Yun froze in his tracks as he felt a suffocating pressure radiating from up ahead. He realized in shock where this terrifying energy was coming from. It's finally here. Before him stood the massive doors leading to the deepest part of the Bupyeong Rift, the king's treasury. Yet the moment he stepped inside, Song Yun was left entirely speechlessly stunned by the unthinkable sight. His eyes widened in shock as he stammered out, "What? I'm standing right in front of a brilliant sea of gold and countless treasures piled as high as a mountain." Song Yun could only ask himself in absolute shock, "What on earth am I looking at right now? Just forget all that dark energy stuff I mentioned earlier. My bad." These lovely gold and silver pieces. Song Yun was completely blinded by the mountain of glittering gold. He excitedly wondered if he should just retire right then and there. Forget about leveling up or any grand goals. With this much money, my life is pretty much set anyway, right? While he was completely absorbed in the treasure, a dark figure with glowing red eyes was quietly taking aim from behind. Right on cue, an arrow sliced through the air, triggering a blinding explosion right next to where he stood. Song Yun nimbly dodged the attack as the aggressor slowly revealed itself. It was a massive kobold clad in heavy armor, with flames blazing on its shoulders and a ranged weapon gripped tight in its hands. Song Yun smirked arrogantly and scoffed casually. Always the same old cliché style. Boring as hell. The decisive battle between Song Yun and the Kobold King in the dungeon of the player who devours artifacts officially began. The Kobold King gave Song Yun no time to rest, flashing a sinister grin accompanied by a challenging laugh. The system officially displayed a glowing red warning regarding the appearance of the ruler, the final boss, Sovereign Kobold King. A giant arrow was fired from the heavy crossbow. Song Yun realized in utter shock that the lethal trajectory was speeding straight toward him. Think getting that gold is going to be easy? Better be careful, or you'll end up staring at gold for the rest of eternity. An earth-shattering explosion erupted right after. Thanks to activating his maximum charge skill just in time, Song Yun narrowly escaped the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. Sliding across the ground, his breath came in heavy gasps as he thought to himself, "That was way too close. If I hadn't dodged using max charge in time, my body definitely would have been impaled right through." Song Yun gritted his teeth, breaking into a sweat under the suffocating pressure radiating from his opponent. This bastard. He determined that this was truly an insanely annoying and tough enemy. The Kobold King growled menacingly. Its giant hands gripped its weapon tightly, radiating a surge of deadly, pitch-black mana. Right at that moment, the 2 association staffers rushed breathlessly toward the glowing red doors. Li Hyun panicked. "It's already started?" They yelled out loudly. "Song Yun, sorry we're late." Yet both of them froze dead in their tracks before a giant phantom with glowing red eyes that materialized out of the darkness. The system repeatedly displayed warnings. Due to the gaze of the Kobold King, the intimidation status effect has been activated. Li Hyun and his teammate were completely paralyzed under the suffocating pressure of the boss. Li Hyun trembled, his breath coming in heavy gasps of pure terror. "Ah, what the hell is up with this boss? My body won't move at all." Just as the lives of the 2 level 100 players hung by a thread, a dark shadow suddenly burst forward like a flash of light. It was none other than Song Yun. Song Yun flashed an arrogant smirk and roared provocatively, "You dare take your eyes off me?" Instantly, the system notified that level 1 recovery had been activated, completely cleansing the intimidation status weighing down on his body. The monster only had time to let out a stunned growl before a brilliant blue sword trajectory slammed straight down onto its body with immense force. However, the system notified that Demon Strike had failed due to the target's excessively high skill resistance. Song Yun clicked his tongue in regret, realizing the gap in stats prevented him from inflicting a stun state on his opponent. Looking over at the two players kneeling in fear in the distance, he evaluated silently that this monster was truly on a whole different level compared to the Goblin Lord he had fought before. Yet instead of worrying, Song Yun flashed a scheming smile. He thought to himself, in his past life, he had missed out on the intimidation skill, but this time he was definitely going to claim it no matter what. Song Yun darted past the enemy's attack like lightning, leaving the Kobold King wide-eyed in shock. Song Yun focused all his senses, his eyes blazing with a sharp surge of blue electricity as he prepared for the final finishing blow. The system abruptly issued a warning. The Kobold King is using Scatter Aerostorm. A barrage of deadly light tripped down like rain, forcing Song Yun to brace himself and block with his greatsword. He gritted his teeth under immense tension. Damn it! Even while being heavily pressured, Song Yun managed to maintain his agility, continuously somersaulting and darting through the gaps in the barrage to find a way inside. Song Yun realized this monster was significantly smarter than any enemy he had faced before. It intentionally maintained its distance to prolong the fight, taking full advantage of its long-range, endless arrows. Looking at the system's comparison window, Song Yun realized in shock that the Kobold King's intimidation skill had a much shorter cooldown than his own recovery skill. If it caught on and continuously spammed crowd control, he would definitely end up dead without being able to do a thing. If it had a notification system like yours, you'd be a goner for sure. The mental image of being riddled with arrows and collapsing flashed through his mind. He told himself he absolutely couldn't let this fight drag on any longer. He wished deep down that he had a long-range attack to make things a whole lot easier. Suddenly, Song Yun's gaze fell upon the pile of gold and silver glowing brightly beneath his feet. A bold idea flashed through his mind, and he let out a sinister, confident smile. It's right behind. The two association staffers were slowly recovering from their stunned state. Li Yong asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Li Hyun nodded slightly, admitting he felt a bit better, but was still shaken up since it was his first time suffering such a powerful status effect. Watching Song Yun battle fiercely amidst bright explosions of mana, Li Hyun wondered how he was still completely unharmed and suspected Song Yun possessed a special cleanse skill. Yet an inexplicable feeling of unease suddenly welled up, leaving Li Hyun deeply unnerved. Li Hyun realized in shock that the arrows were sinking deeper into the pile of gold below. He asked himself in utter disbelief, "Wait, are the arrows sinking deeper inside?" Instantly, Li Hyun turned pale with terror. He screamed in belated regret. "Damn it, I should have realized it sooner." With a look of pure panic, he yelled out a warning. "Song Yun, it's a trap." Yet standing amidst the sea of gold, Song Yun maintained a terrifying composure. He smirked slightly and asked the monster back coldly, "So, are you done shooting yet?" Song Yun's feet began sinking deep into the pile of gold, preventing him from moving around freely. Seeing that its prey had fallen into the trap, the Kobold King flashed a cruel, sinister grin. It lunged forward with full force. Li Hyun barely managed to blurt out in utter shock, before an earth-shattering explosion swallowed Song Yun whole. The violent impact sent gold coins flying everywhere. Song Yun was blown back with heavy injuries across his body, standing tall amidst the destruction. The Kobold King looked down with disdain and sneered, "How foolish." It was convinced its enemy had been completely wiped out. Yet the monster's smile abruptly froze as it felt an abnormal surge of mana rising from below. Song Yun suddenly stood up, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant blue glow. He smirked arrogantly. "You think you're the only one with tricks up your sleeve?" The system immediately notified. Thanks to the effect of sacrifice, direct attacks have been negated and HP has been restored. Song Yun declared coldly, "You should have realized at the moment I let myself take that hit so easily, shouldn't you?" He decisively drove his great sword deep into the sea of gold. Song Yun's eyes blazed with an overwhelming surge of blue electricity. The system confirmed that illusion skill was officially activated, enhancing his body and boosting his speed to the absolute max. Song Yun roared in sheer excitement. Now it's your turn to take a hit. Explosive repulsion erupted violently, triggering an earth-shattering explosion right in the middle of the sea of gold. Gold coins were swept up into a storm, flying at extreme speeds and embedding straight into the Kobold King's flesh, leaving it screaming in excruciating pain. Witnessing this scene, the two association staffers realized in shock that the pile of gold coins was no different from a hail of deadly shotgun pellets. They stood there speechless, wondering just how powerful this repulsion skill actually was. However, what truly astonished them was not just his strength, but Song Yun's top-tier combat sense, something they had never witnessed in any player before. Beneath the falling rain of gold, Song Yun walked forward leisurely, his eyes blazing with overwhelming intensity. Seeing the monster still feebly struggling to get back up, he smirked slightly and made a cold remark. "You're pretty good yourself, huh? A final boss can't just go down easily. Do that and the guys will look down on you." Flashing a sinister smile, Song Yun decisively declared, "All right, let's wrap this up right now." Channeling all his strength into the greatsword, he prepared for the final finishing blow. The Kobold King let out an earth-shattering roar and made a desperate final charge. But Song Yun was one step faster. A fierce collision erupted as the monster only had time to utter one last desperate scream before being completely crushed beneath Song Yun's terrifying force. The scene fell into the silence of the victor, as the system immediately sounded a lively notification confirming, "Congratulations, you have defeated the Kobold King." System notifications chimed in rapid succession, confirming that Song Yun's level had increased significantly after the fierce battle. He unexpectedly received a C-rank title name before the wine cools. This title was created based on the memories of the constellation, bearer of beauty and flame. Grant him and all allies complete immunity to the intimidation status effect for 2 hours upon entering a dungeon. Song Yun stared at his status window in shock, thinking to himself, "Is this the first time I've received a title from a constellation I can actually see? Oh, so even without signing a contract, that constellation still supports me, huh guys?" And finally, the moment of harvest Song Yun had been anticipating the most arrived. He couldn't hide his excitement upon seeing the intimidation skill appear on the platinum tier amulet of despair. The artifact, holding the resentment of the Kobold tribe, immediately dampens the enemy's morale. Additionally, he obtained the boots of evasion, which increase movement agility, and the explorer's necklace, capable of detecting bloodlust within a 100-meter radius. Looking at the glittering pile of loot, Song Yun salivated with joy, yet reminded himself to stay calm. "I'll store them away first and absorb them later." Probably because there are eyes watching right now. Deeply absorbed in packing up, Song Yun flinched in shock as a shrill cry calling his name echoed from behind. Turning around in confusion to ask what was wrong, Li Hyun rushed over frantically, his face pale with panic as he screamed at him to get out immediately because the rift was starting to collapse. The ground shook violently, leaving Song Yun briefly flustered, but he still calmly told himself, "What? Oh, who doesn't know the rift closes right after being cleared? Why is everyone making such a fuss?" Yet the smile on Song Yun's face instantly froze, as a grim reality flashed through his mind. Wait, then what about this pile of treasure? Looking at the sea of gold and countless glowing treasures about to be buried, Song Yun stood frozen in deep regret. Before he could snatch anything else, the two association staffers grabbed him firmly and dragged him toward the exit with all their might. Completely ignoring Song Yun's screaming in utter despair. "No. I said no." They decisively pulled him away from the treasury right before the gate closed completely. Outside the Bupyeong Rift, the brilliant purple energy was slowly shrinking. The surrounding crowd cheered in excitement as they witnessed the victory. "Looks like they finally cleared it. Damn, Shin Song Yun, I'm really starting to like you." All eyes were fixed on the closing dungeon portal. Amidst the dim light, Song Yun was helped out in an exhausted state, still tightly clutching the pile of artifacts he had just harvested. However, the heavy atmosphere surrounding him left onlookers puzzled as to why the mood was so gloomy. Right on cue, A bespectacled reporter from Player magazine rushed forward with a microphone in hand. "Hello, Song-yoon. We're from Player magazine. As the hero who saved Bupyeong, please say a few words." Song-yoon stammered out in utter shock. "What on earth are you talking about?" Oh. While Song-yoon was busy dealing with the media, another evaluation was taking place in the high-level training room on basement floor, one of S building in Player Town. 3 giant Barang golems had just been summoned, radiating a powerful pressure. The person who performed the summoning was Jo Hyun, a B-rank level 120 summoner from the Korean Players Association. She clearly declared, "Well then, starting now, the simulated battle begins." Facing the giant stone monsters was a young girl with silver hair and sharp, brilliant blue eyes. A golem roared and lunged forward to attack, but the girl maintained a startling level of composure. She glided lightly out of the way, and the golem only had time to groan in utter shock before taking consecutive hits. Shin Tiri's blue eyes blazed brightly. She gripped the hilt of her short sword and launched herself forward at frightening speed. Amidst the growls of the monsters, she executed lightning-fast slash trajectories, slicing the golem's body into countless fragments. Tiri drifted through the air with immense skill, leaving behind a scene of giant crumbling stones shattering completely. After an earth-shattering collision, Tiri landed lightly while the monster completely vanished behind her back. She evaluated silently in disappointment. As expected, is this the limit of a simulated training session? Too slow. Receiving a well-done praise from Jo Hyun, Tiri pondered silently, telling herself she came here just to maintain her combat sense. But deep down, she yearned to rematch that man once more. She regretted not getting Song-yoon's contact information in time, simply due to Miso's interference. Suddenly, a breaking news report on the TV caught her attention. "Emergency news! A rift has just appeared in Bupyeong today." Tiri was left in shock upon hearing the reporter announce that a single player had single-handedly cleared the rift in a short amount of time. As the broadcast switched to a live interview, her eyes widened in utter shock as she recognized the familiar face appearing on the screen. Standing before the microphone, Song-yoon awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Well, I just did what I had to do." You call that an answer?" Witnessing the humility, Yoon couldn't stop praising him as amazing. Meanwhile, Tiri thought to herself that she hadn't expected to meet him again under these circumstances. Reporter Park Young-min continued to press regarding his confrontation with level 150 monsters despite Song-yoon's level still being quite low. Song-yoon calmly asserted, "It's true that levels are important, but I don't believe that's the absolute factor determining victory or defeat." Looking at his figure on the big screen in the middle of the street, Tiri silently acknowledged that he was right, as only those truly confident in their own abilities could objectively evaluate their skills like that. Shin Tiri watched Song-yoon's back, sensing a strange maturity in him, as if he were a player who had already been through every floor of hell. She wondered who on earth had trained him, or could his constellation even be the god of war? Or perhaps he had also formed a contract with a deity, just like her. The next day, at his home, Song-yoon sat silently before the pile of newly harvested artifacts. He began entering his unconscious space to prepare for the energy absorption feast. Song-yoon satisfactorily listed out the useful skills acquired from yesterday, such as intimidation, exploration, and backstep. He silently thanked his ridiculously high luck stat and told himself he had to keep progressing this way to grow exactly as intended. "My time is coming. I'm rising like a kite in the wind." Ever since the dawn of the player era, the image of swordsmen was usually associated only with muscle and raw physical endurance. However, when monsters with diverse attack patterns appeared, those who relied solely on brute force began falling down the path of destruction. Swordsmen gradually lost their status in raids, or at least that was how things used to be. Everything only truly changed when the magic swordsman Du Kyung-gu appeared and completely overturned the prejudice against swordsmen. He discarded heavy armor to maximize agility, replaced weak defensive capabilities with skillful evasion maneuvers, and prioritized utility skills over raw destruction. Song-yoon realized Du Kyung-gu was the pioneer of the all-rounder swordsman style. Although in his past life he had been too stubborn to change out of pride, this time would definitely be different, as pride alone wouldn't put food on the table. The preparations to absorb the amulet of despair, boots of evasion, and explorer's necklace were complete. Within the unconscious space, Song-Yun grew excited as the first dishes appeared: cobalt forest mushroom soup and black pepper steak. He remarked with amusement, "Great, so the menu follows the Kobold King's diet plan? I thought he was just a sneaky guy, but turns out he was quite a foodie." However, Song-Yun suddenly wondered why only 2 dishes had been served so far. Hey, asking for a bit too much there. Watch out for indigestion. Immediately, the third dish revealed itself, leaving him in utter shock. It was an orange larva salad from the Kobold Swamp, looking utterly hideous with a purple aura surrounding it. Song-Yun, shocked, immediately took back his earlier praise. This is so wrong. A bit inexperienced, aren't we? Put this dish of coconut beetles in front of heavy drinkers in Vietnam, and it wouldn't even touch the sides. At the same time, in the area in front of Song-Yun's house, a chaotic crowd of reporters and curious onlookers had gathered, creating an extraordinarily noisy scene. Endless shouting and bickering rang out. "I told you, we got permission last time. Just open the door." The security guards also harshly retorted, "I've told you people multiple times that's wrong. Then how are we supposed to make a living? That's not my problem." Standing on the balcony looking down, Song-Yun let out a heavy sigh. What on earth are they doing down there? He wondered how they managed to get up here when he had spent quite a bit of money to prevent things like this. The nausea from the larva dish earlier, combined with the noise, made Song-Yun feel even more exhausted. He decided to head back inside to rest, as he still had no concrete plan for the next step. Told you, greed brings grief. Good luck digesting that pile of bugs. Just as he was about to rest, the phone in his pants pocket rang continuously. Song-Yun picked up with a puzzled look. "Hello." On the other end, with a warm female voice. "Hello, Song-Yun." The caller was Kim Jae from the Player Management Bureau, whom he had met in the previous quest area. When Song-Yun asked for the reason behind the call, she notified, nothing serious. I just came to present you with a commemorative nameplate for clearing the rift." Song-Yun repeated in confusion. A nameplate? He felt extremely embarrassed because, to him, titles like hero or receiving this nameplate were truly insignificant achievements. Song-Yun reflected silently and declined the honor, knowing full well that compared to the players who would face and stop earth-shattering crises in the future, the rift he had just cleared was merely a drop in the ocean. He told himself he wasn't worthy enough of such lavish praise. Over the phone, Song-Yun firmly stated, "I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline." The answer left the person on the other end completely stunned. "What? Then at least accept the priority dungeon entry right you requested earlier. I'm talking about the Silent Ground dungeon." Hearing that name, Song-Yun's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he gasped out in utter astonishment. "Now you're hitting the exact right spot." Song-Yun asked softly to confirm. So it's been approved?" The association enthusiastically confirmed that thanks to his recent outstanding achievement, higher-ups had passed his request without any obstacles. Silent Ground, a dead-end dungeon where almost all named monsters possessed terrifying silent status effects. And there was another important reason Song-Yun had to care. Memories of an old comrade from his past life suddenly flooded back with crystal clarity. Amidst the ruined battlefield, a man with romantic, long golden hair silently looked at a necklace in his hand. Song-Yun asked softly, "Are you looking at your sister's picture again?" The comrade sadly admitted this had become a habit after every battle ended, and it had been 10 years since he lost his only living relative. Song-Yun asked in a low voice, "Where was the last dungeon your sister tried to conquer?" The comrade replied painfully, "It was Silent Ground." He opened the locket, looked at the photo of the little girl, and bitterly explained that his sister was a player who relied entirely on skills, so when she got silenced while surrounded by monsters, she was completely helpless. He asserted that now he could easily clear that place, but all regrets were far too late, unless he could turn back time. Standing in his current apartment, Song-Yun silently listened to the heart-to-heart words from the past echoing in his mind. His eyes turned sharp and determined. He clearly answered over the phone, "Yes. So please prepare everything for me immediately." Song Yoon clutched the phone, silently resolving himself because this was the dungeon where he had things he absolutely had to finish. The new car rolled smoothly down the road, making Song Yoon unable to refrain from expressing admiration for the stark difference. Although he originally just wanted to save all his money to invest in artifacts, the costly experience in Bupyeong last week forced him to change his mind. Thinking back to how he carried that giant greatsword and squeezed into a packed subway car, enduring cold stares and whispers about being a nuisance from surrounding passengers, Song Yoon swore to himself he would never use public transportation ever again. The sudden ringing of his phone cut off his train of thought. On the other end of the line was an association staff member calling to double-check his schedule to raid the Silent Ground dungeon today. Song Yoon enthusiastically replied that he was on his way and would be at the scene soon to start the mission. Looking back at the recent stretch of time, he suddenly realized time had flown by at an astonishing speed. For an entire week since clearing the rift at Bupyeong, Song Yoon had poured all his mind into intense training to recheck all his progress, to the point of smashing countless wooden dummies to pieces in the training room. For a guy who does nothing but eat and work like you, it's really no surprise you were still single at 55 in your past life. Right now, Song Yoon was extremely hyped and couldn't wait any longer to test out the new skills he had just acquired. The itch in his hands made him just want to dive into battle right away. However, a long line of gridlock traffic up ahead caught him completely off guard. Song Yoon had clearly taken the initiative to avoid rush hour for smooth travel, yet traffic had become unnaturally chaotic. Watching the traffic officer struggling to wave signs and direct traffic up ahead, he began to feel worried and suspect whether another spatial rift had suddenly opened up out of nowhere. The moment he peeked through the car window to find out the reason, Song Yoon's eyes suddenly went wide in utter shock. Surrounded by a swarm of reporters with cameras pointed at the glowing gate, a powerful figure was calmly answering an interview. It was none other than the legendary genius who had completely changed the bias against the swordsman class in history. Song Yoon trembled and stammered in absolute astonishment when he realized that person was Du Kyong-soo, his idol standing right there in the flesh before his eyes. At the Weedu intersection, dungeon number 21 had just appeared like a brilliant blue vortex right in the heart of the city. The crowd of fans and reporters surrounded the area, screaming nonstop, "Kyong-soo Appa, I love you. Please look this way just once." A pretty female reporter enthusiastically interviewed him. "Ha ha ha, you're still insanely popular as always. Mr. Du Kyong-soo, how does it feel to be loved by so many fans?" Facing the camera, Du Kyong-soo only answered coldly, "It's an honor." His indifferent attitude made the cameraman standing behind silently judge whether he was looking down on people like that just because he was so famous. The female reporter forced an awkward smile to break the tension. "Ahaha. Then how do you feel about the upcoming dungeon raid? Like, what's your attack strategy?" Kyong-soo glanced over with glowing, pressure-heavy eyes. "It's always the same. I just slice through all the monsters. That's all there is to it." The brutally short answer left the reporter completely stunned. Yet right after that, she blushed daydreamily. Well, kind of think of it, his bluntness is actually kind of hot. "Oh boy, I'm such a hopeless fangirl. Get together, girl." Her male colleague rushed to remind her to snap out of it, but then he himself gasped in shock upon seeing a luxury car pulling up. "Hey, wake up. Look at that." The crowd began buzzing. "That's Shin Song-yoon. Is he following Du Kyong-soo?" Sitting inside the car, Song-yoon broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had gotten so caught up watching that he forgot he himself was now a famous person who was easily recognized. Breaking news instantly exploded. A clash between a god and a mortal. Is he challenging the throne of the sword demon? Standing next to Kyong-soo, his teammate made a low remark. "That's the player who solo cleared a rift not too long ago. I heard he's a swordsman with a style very similar to yours." Kyong-soo smirked faintly with a mysterious look in his eyes. "Yeah, I know." Instantly, Song Yoon was swarmed by a crowd of reporters firing off rapid-fire questions. "Mr. Song Yoon, why did you come all the way here? Did you come to challenge Du Kyong-soo?" Song Yoon could only flusteredly insist this was just a coincidence, and he had zero intention of challenging anyone. The surrounding reporters kept shooting hardball questions about his new car. Why the car change? Is this full option? How much was it? Song-yoon could only sweat nervously and reply curtly. Just a coincidence. Man, these reporters will ask anything as long as it gives them something to write about. Unbelievable. Deep down, he was screaming inside because he didn't want to draw attention at the same time as Kyung-soo like this. Just as he was at a loss on how to handle the situation, Song-yoon suddenly froze as he saw Kyung-soo curl his lips into a subtle smirk. What? Did he just smile? Was that a sneer? Ignoring the reporters who were still blabbering about whether he bought the car in installments or paid cash up front, Song-yoon told himself that even though he didn't know what that smile meant, he felt truly lucky to have witnessed this moment with his own eyes. Watching Kyung-soo's figure walk away, Song-yoon told himself, seeing him right now makes me realize I still have a very long way to go. Kyung-soo coldly ordered his subordinates. All right, let's get going too. The assistant hurriedly agreed and followed. Meanwhile, the sword demon silently evaluated the young player he had just met. I've seen plenty of promising players, but this kid is truly different. Kyung-soo noticed something special about Song-yoon. The kid didn't look at him with eyes of admiration. Instead, he viewed him as a target that needed to be surpassed. It's Shin Song-yoon, right? I'll remember your name. Kyung-soo walked straight into the glowing gate, leaving behind the panicked shouts of his subordinate. Boss, wait for me. He was certain that the two of them would definitely meet again in the near future. At the location of dungeon number 66, codenamed Silent Ground, Song-yoon stepped lightly out of his car, silently marveled at the true caliber of his rival. Kyung-soo is really on another level. He was just standing there, yet I couldn't find a single opening. That pressure is still lingering around here. But instead of feeling scared, Song-yoon's eyes blazed with a fierce resolve. He smirked arrogantly. Well, the higher the target, the more fun the hunt is. Just you wait. I'll catch up to you soon. The moment he arrived at the dungeon entrance, Song-yoon was forced to freeze by a furious yell. No. Seriously? What do you even mean by that? In front of him, a girl with fiery orange hair was radiating intense murderous intent, loudly grilling an association female staff member. Today is clearly our team's turn to enter Silent Ground. The staff member could only try to intervene helplessly, but the girl refused to stop. She screamed out of frustration. Why the heck did it suddenly get switched to Shin Song-yoon's turn? Oh, looks like the staff messed up and overlapped the schedule. Song-yoon strolled over, calmly interrupting the argument. Is there a problem? Seeing his appearance, the female staff member felt like she had been thrown a lifeline. Mr. Shin Song-yoon. Meanwhile, the orange-haired girl immediately turned to glare at him with eyes spitting fire. Perfect timing. She marched straight up to his face and growled mockingly. Aren't you crossing the line just because you're some rising star? Even players need to follow basic rules of courtesy. The staff member standing beside them could only sweat bullets, silently wondering if something like this had ever happened before. Looking at that angry face, Song-yoon sweated lightly, thinking to himself, thank goodness it really is today. Yep, that's the face I remember. Even if the memory is a bit blurry, there's no way I could be mistaken. Song-yoon was stunned to realize today was the exact day his sister lost her life in Silent Ground. Looking at the photo inside the old locket, the girl in the picture looked so gentle, totally different from reality. Song-yoon couldn't help but sigh inwardly, seeing her still screaming right in his face. Hey, are you even listening to me? He marveled to himself. I never imagined she'd have such a wild and stubborn personality. She's the complete opposite of her brother, isn't she? Man, he must have had a rough time dealing with this girl. With a bossy attitude like this, no wonder she kicked the bucket early in my past life and made her brother live a whole life of regret. Realizing the situation couldn't be negotiated smoothly, Song-yoon decided he wasn't going to hold back anymore. He looked down coldly at the girl who was a full head shorter than him and growled. So what? The sudden intimidation caught her off guard, leaving her speechless. Song-yoon told himself that sometimes you just need to be tough with certain people. He stated flatly, even if you're annoyed, you shouldn't take it out on me like this. I'm just following the schedule the association arranged. Got a problem with that. Without giving her a chance to react, Song-yoon decisively turned his back. Then I'll be going straight into the dungeon now. I don't have time to waste. The female staff member hurriedly agreed, while the orange-haired girl stood frozen in shock before screaming out, "Hold it right there!" She yelled madly at Song Yoon's retreating back. "You think I'll just let this slide? You better watch your back. It's Shin Song Yoon, right? You better pray you can sleep with one eye open tonight." "Got it." Hearing the threats from behind, Song Yoon winced slightly in annoyance at being chewed out for no reason. He silently walked up to the entrance of Silent Ground, where ancient ruins appeared dark and gloomy under the gray sky. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Yoon stepped straight into the brilliant purple light of the gate, officially beginning his journey to conquer this place filled with painful memories, a place that had caused immense trauma to him and his friends. The moment he stepped inside, an overpowering stench of rot rushed over, making Song Yoon wince and cover his nose. He thought to himself, "This makes sense, since most monsters in this dungeon belong to the undead category." Suddenly, the ground under his feet shook. Hideous gray hands reached up from underground, grabbing tightly onto his legs. Song Yoon gasped in horror as a ghoul with a mouth full of sharp teeth and a deformed face crawled out, growling threateningly right beneath his feet. Song Yoon recognized it immediately, an undead-type monster. Just as expected, the monster lunged forward to attack as fast as light. Immediately, the system notified Song Yoon that he had been hit with the silent status effect caused by the ghoul's attack, preventing him from using any skills for 0.5 seconds. Song Yoon was shocked to realize the danger of this place. Ugh, just touching it triggers silence. Not giving his opponent a second chance, Song Yoon decisively swung his massive greatsword, delivering a heavy blow that crushed the monster into the shattering ground. Yet from the shadows of the ruins, a swarm of other ghouls came frantically crawling out, surrounding Song Yoon with horrifying roars. He recognized the brutal rule of fighting these monsters. You must absolutely not allow yourself to get hit even once, and you must minimize skill usage as much as possible. Song Yoon smirked slightly with bloodlust in his eyes, thinking to himself, "Are you serious? Sounds like it all comes down to the basics." If there was one thing Song Yoon was most confident in after decades of surviving in his past life, it was basic combat skills. At the headquarters of the Korean Player Association, Recon Team 4 was holding an urgent strategic meeting. The female presenter pointed at the screen and clearly announced, "The next player we need to discuss is Shin Song Yoon." The moment this name came up, it sent shockwaves through the entire meeting room. One member gasped in surprise. "Oh, so this is that notorious kid? The one who caught Du Kyong-soo's attention." He really made quite an impression. However, there were still skeptical voices upon learning that Song Yoon had only awakened his powers a mere month ago after a long time working as a low-level porter. On Ikkyun, leaning back with crossed arms in deep thought. "So it's him? The guy the Lee Jong and Lee Hyun siblings couldn't stop praising." Captain of Recon Team B with a massive, giant-like physique. Sitting nearby, Vice Captain Shin Min-jae adjusted his glasses slightly, confirming that Song Yoon was currently the center of public attention with unimaginable growth speed. Yet he still maintained a wary attitude. Obviously, his growth speed is unmatched. However, is he truly an exceptional case when placed next to names like Kim Miso, Shin Tae-ri, or Du Kyong-soo? I seriously doubt that. Shin Min-jae flipped through Song Yoon's profile while continuing to make harsh remarks. There are always players who possess astonishing growth rates. The way he handled that recent Rift solo is also worthy of praise. But without knowing the actual danger level of that situation, we need to be cautious when talking about his achievements. It's not out of the question that he's just someone who's good at manipulating the media. This biased assertion was instantly cut off by a firm, sharp voice. "I don't believe that's true." Lee Ga-hee's resistance made veins pop on Shin Min-jae's face in anger, since this was already the 100th time she had publicly clashed with his opinion. Captain on Ikkyun was forced to speak up to restore order. "Everyone quiet down. Lee Ga-hee, do you have something you want to share?" she stated coldly. "This is a player I personally have been keeping an eye on for a long time." With sharp eyes, She revealed she had spent the past several days gathering data on Shin Sang-yoon and requested every team member to examine it thoroughly. Lee Ga-hee emphasized that it was the only way for everyone here to understand one simple truth. Shin Sang-yoon is by no means an ordinary player. This girl's got an eye for talent, spot on without missing a beat. Lee Ga-hee began her presentation by displaying the growth chart of an ordinary level 50 player with a mere 2 skills and not a single title. Yet the moment she switched to Shin Sang-yoon's projected chart at the same level, the entire meeting room fell dead silent in shock. With 11 skills and 7 titles, his milestone blew way past all standard benchmarks, causing those present to cry out in total disbelief. What the hell is this? That's impossible. In the wake of this shock, Shin Min-jae coldly criticized Ga-hee for losing her objective judgment and reminded her not to forget the role of a professional scout. Despite the opposition, Ga-hee calmly pointed out that even if they temporarily overlooked the number of skills, the number of titles Sang-yoon possessed was truly an anomaly. She asserted that at this pace, Sang-yoon was matching the growth speed of the sword demon, Du Kyongsu himself. To everyone's astonishment, Ga-hee confirmed that this was her final conclusion after examining the data as objectively as possible. To clarify the matter, she revealed that she had personally met with all the teammates who had fought alongside Sang-yoon in previous dungeons to find an answer to the question, what was so strange about Shin Sang-yoon? Yoon Dae-kyung, who used to be Sang-yoon's party leader, thoughtfully admitted there were many strange things about this young man. When Ga-hee asked to focus on his skills and combat sense on the battlefield, Dae-kyung spared no praise for his stun skill. His stun is so incredible that no one can even touch it. However, the party leader also stressed that if it were just skills alone, Sang-yoon still wouldn't be considered special. According to Dae-kyung, the real reason he set himself apart from the rest was thanks to a much more terrifying weapon, namely his innate combat sense. When asked about Sang-yoon's practical combat abilities, both Tae-sik and Kong Joo-hee confirmed in unison that his basic skills were honestly way too insane. Seeing Ga-hee wonder whether he was vastly superior to players of the same level, they decisively shot it down right away. Both firmly asserted that if he were merely a bit better than others at his level, they wouldn't have bothered sitting here talking about him as such an absurd existence. Tae-sik admitted it was tough to explain in detail, but what made Sang-yoon different was training pushed to the realm of absolute mastery. He asserted that fighting alongside Sang-yoon made him feel like he was working with a battle-hardened veteran. It was as if he already knew every single development that was about to unfold. Sang-yoon's ability to predict his opponent's next move reached a mind-boggling level. He analyzed that for most people, exposing an opening was practically unavoidable, unless they had a ton of experience to make up for it. But Sang-yoon wasn't like that at all. It was as if his body moved instinctively on its own before his brain could even think about what to do. Those precise strikes made Ga-hee conclude that Sang-yoon possessed an extremely refined combat sense. It was a meticulously honed intuition that helped Sang-yoon take complete control of any situation, no matter what circumstances he found himself in. Lee Ga-hee continued her impressive analysis in front of the entire team. To sum up everything I've just said, the trait that makes Shin Sang-yoon stand out is an instinct that rivals the power of foresight. He isn't getting lucky. The reality is that he always has a solution ready for even the most dangerous situations before they even happen. Ga-hee further asserted that Sang-yoon's combat sense could actually hold its own against most top-tier A-rank players today. And if we factor this into our evaluation, I believe there's more than enough ground to consider him for S-rank status. Meanwhile, inside the dark dungeon, Sang-yoon drove his sword deep into the ground, his breathing ragged amidst a scene covered in red trails. He muttered softly under his breath in exhaustion. Looking up at the gloomy, dilapidated towers of Silent Ground, Sang-yoon couldn't help but sigh at the sheer, terrifying number of monsters here. In the association meeting room, Shin Min-jae slammed his hand on the table in fury, shouting in utter disbelief, "I can't believe this nonsense. Do you even realize what it means to be considered for S-rank? Foresight, right? Are you saying Shin Sang-yoon knew a rift was going to open in advance just to farm titles like that? Why don't you just say he turned back time and regressed while you're at it?" Ga-hee kept a calm expression, raising a finger with a subtle grin. Regression? That's actually a pretty compelling theory. I knew you'd come up with that, Vice Captain. Captain on Ikkyun immediately shouted to put an end to the argument. Ligahi, it's like this association exists just for you seniors to come here and bicker. He tiredly ordered everyone to shut their mouths, grumbling about why they always had to argue like children in every single meeting. After acknowledging the point that Songyun was indeed no ordinary player, Captain On made a decisive call. Ligahi, starting today, your sole assignment will be to monitor Shin Songyun. However, you'll have to handle this on your own for the time being. Got it. Granted this new privilege, Gahi flashed a bright, deeply satisfied smile. Yes, sir, I'll do my absolute best. Songyun trudged through the ruined debris of Silent Ground, grimacing in disgust at the overpowering stench of monster blood, especially ghoul blood, which was 10 times worse. That was also why he had to buy this new outfit. The monsters kept popping up out of nowhere, making them a real hassle to deal with. To make matters worse, they didn't drop a single artifact. Suddenly, Songyun froze in his tracks as if realizing something. Huh? Wait a second. Now that I think about it, don't I have that skill? He immediately activated his detection skill, his eyes flaring up with a powerful, burning glare. Songyun silently blamed himself for not using it right from the start. This was a support skill that marked all monsters within a 100-meter radius, expandable up to 500 meters. The moment his vision shifted, Songyun gasped in shock at the countless red silhouettes lurking all throughout the castle. Breaking into a cold sweat, he couldn't believe there were still this many monsters left when he thought he had cleared out almost everything. Songyun clicked his tongue, telling himself, maybe I should leave a few behind. If I try to clear all of these, I'll be stuck here until next year. Just as he was about to move, Songyun suddenly paused when he spotted a tiny object hovering in midair. Huh? It's just a small fly, but weirdly enough, detection is marking it as a monster. Curious, he reached out his hand to touch it. A fly? Does this thing count as a monster too? But before he could even finish his sentence, an earth-shattering explosion went off right next to his body. Songyun gritted his teeth in pain, realizing he had just touched a suicide fly. Luckily, his reflexes kicked in just in time to leap back, leaving him with only a minor injury on his hand. Glancing at his smoking hand, Songyun told himself that if he had been a second slower, he would have lost the whole arm. He quickly assessed the situation. If suicide flies were popping up here, there was definitely a mage-type monster lurking nearby, controlling them. If he didn't break out of this swarm's encirclement, he'd be in real danger. Another violent explosion erupted right where a mysterious hooded figure was lurking in the shadows. From atop the ruins, hooded entities with hideous skull faces were working together to cast a bizarre form of magic. These guys are insane. Using a swarm of bomb-carrying flies like free-cam drones is next level. Meanwhile, in the association meeting room, Shin Min-jae called out to Li Ge when he noticed her still lost in her own thoughts. I get that you hold Shin Songyun in high regard, but besides his combat instincts, have you actually gathered any hard data on his skills or titles? He stared straight at Ge and pressed further. According to your analysis, it seems like he has unique methods to obtain almost all of them. Am I wrong? Facing her superior's skepticism, Ge lowered her eyes slightly and replied, No. Actually, I've been thinking about this too, even though it's still just my personal theory. Right at that moment, inside Silent Ground, a skull-type monster suddenly froze in surprise, seeing its target completely unharmed after the attack wave. Ge silently reasoned, but if there's even a slight chance my theory is correct. A massive explosion broke out, but Songyun managed to activate a new defensive skill just in time. A radiant green hexagonal barrier wrapped around him, completely blocking the full destructive force of the suicide flies. It was defensive sword level 1, allowing him to create a sword wall that blocked any attack directed at his blade. Although it restricted his movement, it provided absolute protection. If they're going to rush him like moths to a flame, defending first and counterattacking later is definitely the way to go. Songyun smirked arrogantly, his eyes glowing bright blue with lethal intent from behind the razor-sharp blade. He coldly threw the question back at his enemy. All right then, is it my turn now? A few days ago, In the underground training room of Building C in Player Town, Sang-yoon had thrown himself into grueling, relentless training sessions. Arrows fired from automated traps shot through the air, yet he calmly swung his sword, parrying every single one with mind-boggling precision. As of today, he had been maintaining this routine for about 3 days. Except for the special case of absorbing artifacts like he did, the way for a normal player to acquire skills was actually pretty straightforward, through repeated training. By using common skill books, acquiring basic passive skills was relatively easy. However, to obtain specialized active skills like maximum force, those ordinary methods were completely useless. That was because they required repeated training under extremely specific conditions. The more he trained, the more he drew on his deep well of past experience. Players who discover these methods usually kept them strictly under wraps to protect their exclusivity, making them almost impossible to obtain unless by sheer luck. But Sang-yoon, after all, was quite a seasoned player in his past life. He smirked with quiet confidence, knowing full well the secrets others tried so desperately to hide. That was precisely the active skill defensive sword level 1 that he had painstakingly trained for. This skill generated a shield-shaped barrier in front by using his sword to block. However, while the shield was active, forward movement was completely restricted, and the player could only move backward. It consumed 2 mana per second, and if the shield broke, the skill had to be cast again from scratch. The Skull Mages let out ear-splitting shrieks, preparing to unleash their next wave of attacks. The swarm of suicide flies along with streams of burning purple fire rained down like a relentless storm from the hands of the Skull Mages. He silently evaluated. Defensive Sword was definitely a solid defensive skill that he had worked hard to get. Yet he also recognized its biggest drawback, the fact that he couldn't move forward while using it. Realizing every limitation had a workaround, he shot through the smoke and dust like a flash of blue light. Sang-yoon told himself, "There's always a way to bend the rules." The mages refused to back down. They shrieked frantically, casting a barrage of blazing inferno magic all at once. Yet Sang-yoon nimbly glided through the crossfire with absolute finesse. His gaze turned razor-sharp, channeling all his power into a finishing blow as he shouted out loud. Too late. A deep blue vortex of mana exploded. Desperate screams echoed before fading away as their bodies were shattered into countless tiny fragments. Standing in the dark, silent space of the dungeon, Sang-yoon suddenly froze as he felt a suffocating pressure closing in on him. Out of the darkness, a mysterious warrior clad in spiked black armor, eyes glowing with blue electricity, silently observed him. Beneath Sang-yoon's feet, the last remaining fragments of skull bones gradually dissolved into nothingness. Suddenly, a brilliant purple flash of light caught Sang-yoon's attention. He gasped in surprise. "Is that a purple mana crystal?" Seeing the high-value item, he realized with excitement that high-grade loot was finally starting to drop. With an average value of over 100 million won per crystal, Sang-yoon told himself that the deeper you go into high-level dungeons, the better the rewards obviously get. He decided he would pick it up after clearing the dungeon, setting his mind. Let's head straight for the deepest area of the dungeon. To ensure his safety, Sang-yoon immediately activated his detection skill. Yet the result from the system left him completely stunned, as there was only a single target mark. "There's only one?" He asked himself in total shock, wondering where all those monsters gathered earlier had vanished to, and where the hell this single remaining monster was hiding. Right at that moment, a black-armored warrior with glowing purple eyes silently emerged right behind his back. Sang-yoon felt a chill-inducing surge of murderous intent run down his spine. "There's something right behind me." He realized it was already too late to react the normal way. With his mind constrained by not knowing where the strike would come from, right, left, or below. Damn it! In that split second between life and death, he told himself he had to rely on sheer instinct to guess the direction of the attack, praying, "Please let my choice be right." Sang-yoon launched himself into the air right as the enemy's blade swung toward him. An earth-shattering explosion of purple energy erupted, tearing up the ground where Sang-yoon had been standing a split second before. Struggling to keep his balance in midair, he gasped out in shock, "This is nuts." Looking down at the rubble, Song Yoon's eyes suddenly flashed with realization as a horrifying truth hit him. Now, I get it. The monsters didn't just vanish out of nowhere. Turns out every single one of them ran for their lives because of this guy's appearance. A monster that massacres enemies and allies alike. It's a Death Knight. He couldn't comprehend why a monster that was supposed to be on the deepest floor of the dungeon was appearing right here. But standing face to face with it, Song Yoon suddenly realized the painful truth. Through fragments of memories about his comrade's poor sister, this exact bastard was the one who took her life in his past life. The system confirmed this was indeed the mid-boss, the Death Knight of regret and wrath. Song Yoon roared with deep determination. In this life, I won't let things end like that again. Dazzling sparks flew everywhere as their swords clashed, forcing Song Yoon to grit his teeth through the pain, shouting in sheer frustration. The opponent's strength was far beyond anything he imagined, every single slash packing a terrifying weight. That blew Song Yoon back and sent violent shockwaves through him. He realized in shock that each attack from this deadly knight was simply too heavy to block normally. The Death Knight, true to its name, was an undead monster born from death. To be precise, it was the soul of a fallen swordsman resurrected in an immortal body. Its main skill, Silent Swamp, was constantly active, silencing anyone who touched the black aura beneath its feet. The association had naively assumed it could easily be defeated with a ranged player, using ghouls as the baseline for evaluation. They had set the difficulty of Silent Ground at level 120, and that was the association's biggest mistake. The Death Knight's true power didn't lie in its Silent Swamp skill, but in the swordsman's soul dwelling inside. In other words, if that swordsman had been a skilled master, the Death Knight would be exponentially more dangerous. The association realized this far too late and had to significantly adjust the dungeon's threat level afterward. Song Yoon gritted his teeth in agony. Damn it. It was only revealed later that the Death Knight's actual threat level here was somewhere between A+ rank and S rank. A slash glowing with blue mana crashed down. Song Yoon bore the full force of the impact. Could I actually die this time? Song Yoon collapsed onto the ground, his blurred eyes staring into nothingness as blood kept pouring from the corner of his mouth. The Death Knight let out an irritated roar, seeing its opponent hadn't completely fallen yet. Song Yoon was currently struggling, leaning heavily on his sword just to keep himself from collapsing. He groaned silently in utter exhaustion. Every time I say I'm about to die, things get way too hard. Blood continued to drip from his mouth. Song Yoon realized bitterly, whenever things got a little dangerous, weak thoughts always popped up first. At this rate, I haven't changed one bit from my past life. Dying like this, after getting a second chance at life, would be such a pathetic joke. Yet in his most desperate moment, Song Yoon snapped his head up. Gathering what little strength he had left, he forced himself up and growled, "Hey, you miserable trash. What the hell are you staring at? Come at me, bastard." Faced with the defiance of someone who was just on the brink of death, the Death Knight stood frozen in silence for a brief moment. It curled its lips into a faint, sinister smile of pure amusement beneath its iron mask. Yet instead of charging in for a suicide clash like he just declared, Song Yoon suddenly turned on his heel and sprinted away as fast as he could. This abrupt move left the Death Knight completely dumbfounded. It gasped softly in disbelief at his opponent's unbelievable decision to retreat. "Hey, what kind of cheap trick is this? You cheater!" Refusing to let its prey escape, the Death Knight let out an earth-shattering roar and gave chase with frantic speed. Watching the enemy fall for the bait, Song Yoon smirked slightly with glowing blue eyes. Great, it's taking the bait. Glancing at his HP bar flashing in the red danger zone, he mocked himself for how stupid it would be to stubbornly keep fighting in this depleted state. Song Yoon knew full well he had to find a way to recover his vitality at all costs before the real showdown. He immediately activated his detection skill, his eyes flaring up with a powerful, burning glare. System notifications kept popping up as the number of detected monsters spiked from 17 to 19 right behind the stone walls. Song Yoon flashed a calculating smile. I knew it. While the Death Knight was away, these monsters had all gathered in the central area to avoid the battle. Song Yoon smashed through the sturdy, iron door and stormed straight inside. Right before his eyes, a dense swarm of ghouls loomed into view. They stood there in total bewilderment at the intruder's sudden appearance. This was precisely what Song-Yoon was hoping for to leverage his recovery title. He glided through the undead horde like a reaper, leaving no survivors with every slash that swept through, piercing and crushing the final ghoul's body into the shattered ground. Song-Yoon let out a soft sigh of relief. Phew, thanks to the Wise Hunter title, every time he killed a target, his stamina and vitality were restored. He felt quietly pleased that, thanks to the Boots artifact he had just acquired from the previous rift, the system notified Song-Yoon that he had recovered 35 HP, helping his body's condition gradually stabilize again. His movement speed had increased significantly, making it easy to shake off his pursuer and head straight for the deepest area of the dungeon. Entering the deepest part of Silent Ground, Song-Yoon warily scanned his surroundings with sharp eyes. Standing before him now was a massive army of undead lined up in formation, waiting. Man, this cave really packs a ton of monsters. Slicing through them feels never-ending. Song-Yoon flashed a calculating smile. There's still this many left? They're going to help me fully restore my lost HP. All right. Next up is, but a sudden wave of chilling bloodlust surged from behind, making him cry out in horror. Damn it. The Death Knight abruptly appeared, wiping out the entire monster horde in a single brutal slash. Song-Yoon scrambled to dodge, realizing in shock that the attack wasn't aimed at him at all. Looking at the gruesome scene with monster corpses lying everywhere, he gritted his teeth in fury as he realized his enemy's sinister scheme. The Death Knight had figured out Song-Yoon's healing strategy, so it cold-bloodedly slaughtered its own allies to wipe out his source of life. Song-Yoon could only shout out in utter helplessness. Bastard! Song-Yoon pushed off and leaped high into the air, dodging the stone fragments shattering from his opponent's strike. The system notified him that he was preparing to activate Knockback Blast. Song-Yoon gritted his teeth with fierce resolve. That doesn't matter. I've recovered enough, and I've found an opening to strike. Time to settle this once and for all with this half-human, half-demon freak. He yelled at the top of his lungs. Taste my knockback blast. But instantly, a bright red X flashed up, signaling that the skill had been negated. Song-Yoon realized in horror that he had landed inside the radius of the Death Knight's silent swamp, completely sealing off all his skills. He could only let out a shocked gasp. Song-Yoon was slammed hard against the cliff face, taking heavy damage and groaning in pain. Ugh. His HP bar plummeted into the flashing red danger zone, coming within a hair's breadth of losing his life. Song-Yoon blamed himself in bitter frustration. What a stupid mistake. How many times did I remind myself to watch out for this move? All the health he had painstakingly recovered was completely gone. He told himself that if he hadn't managed to block with his greatsword in time, he'd definitely be dead. There was no way he could give up like this. Painful memories from his past life suddenly flooded back with vivid clarity. Amidst the horrific, grief-stricken battlefield, Song-Yoon was desperately holding his dying comrade in his arms. The comrade gasped out his final breath. Please bury me, next to my sister. Song-Yoon screamed in despair. Don't talk like that. You're not going to die. The disaster is almost over. The rescue team will be here any second. So stay with me. The words choked up in his throat. His eyes went wide in terror. As he realized his friend's breath had just stopped, Song-Yoon gritted his teeth, a heart-wrenching scream, echoing across the tragic battlefield covered in monster corpses. Back in the reality of Silent Ground, the Death Knight still stood there in silence like a grim reaper. Song-Yoon forced himself up, his eyes turning cold and sharp as he looked toward the enemy, telling himself, yeah, I had it all wrong. He realized his biggest mistake was trying to conserve his stamina for the final boss fight. I was wrong. I won't repeat that mistake ever again. Everything really ends right here. Song-Yoon's entire body erupted with blazing black and red mana. He stared straight at the Death Knight with cold, ruthless eyes. Now it's a fight to the death, you bastard. The system immediately notified that the illusion skill was officially activated, plunging him into a state of full awakening. Song-Yoon declared with absolute certainty that he couldn't give up here. Not because he was bound by goals or the past, but simply because he couldn't turn a blind eye to the things he had the power to protect. Song Yun darted off like a phantom. Lightning-fast slashes were unleashed in rapid succession. Things were spiraling south faster than ever. Even a minor scratch from the Death Knight's blade was enough to rip the skin straight off Song Yun's palms. Gritting his teeth through the bone-chilling pain, he bitterly admitted that he couldn't beat this monster in a pure clash of brute strength. How the hell is this thing taking 0 damage? So damn annoying. Yet right on the edge of life and death, a flash of insight struck his mind. Now I get it. I see the one area where I completely outclass him. A heavy downward strike shattered the ground into countless fragments. But Song Yun nimbly glided away, dodging the lethal blow by a hair's breadth. The fight raged on at a dizzying pace. As the Death Knight relentlessly unleashed slashes of blazing purple aura brimming with murderous intent, Song Yun channeled all his senses to slip through the tightest openings, ignoring the suffocating pressure closing in around. Pouring every ounce of his strength into his greatsword, he committed to a direct collision, sending bright sparks flying as their blades clashed violently. The system notified him that a critical strike had officially been triggered, thanks to Song Yun's insanely high luck stat, maxing out his critical damage multiplier at 600%. A surge of deep blue mana cascaded down from the greatsword, sending the Death Knight flying in sheer disbelief. The Death Knight collapsed onto the floor, the flames engulfing its body fading away amidst the rubble. Song Yun stood there, coldly barking an order. Stop acting. Get up. I know it doesn't end this easily. Just as expected, the Death Knight roared in fury as the blue flames atop its head flared violently, purple lightning crackling around its body. The system flashed red hazard warnings continuously. The Death Knight is sacrificing its final flame of light. All of the Death Knight's physical stats have been boosted. Song Yun gritted his teeth, breaking into a sweat as he felt the suffocating pressure skyrocket. It's starting, huh? While every Death Knight possessed different skill levels, they all shared one single trait. Once its HP dropped below 10%, a deadly notification would pop up, self-destruct in 10 seconds. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, its entire body exploding with destructive energy as it officially initiated its final attack pattern, the deadly game of hide and seek. With his current health, Song Yun knew full well that taking just one more hit meant instant death. Trying to take down the knight now was nothing short of suicide. Facing a wild beast in a frenzy, Song Yun told himself that under these circumstances, he had no choice but to play the role of actual prey. Yet he absolutely couldn't let himself be swallowed whole that easily. Even prey had its own role in this life-or-death hunt. The system notified him that the countdown was down to the final 10 seconds. The timer began ticking down. The Dark Knight, with blue flames blazing around its hideous skull, charged forward like an arrow. Song Yun immediately turned on his heel, putting every ounce of strength into his legs to sprint out of the danger zone. At all costs, he had to put distance between himself and this walking time bomb closing in fast behind him. The monster roared with earth-shattering force, giving chase with relentless fury, while Song Yun executed continuous dash leaps to dodge the lethal attacks, raining down on him like a storm. The countdown ticked to 9, then 8. If I can't beat it head-on, I'll dodge and find a chance to turn the tables later, as long as I stay alive. A violent collision erupted as Song Yun struggled to hold off a heavy blow in a razor-thin, life-or-death situation. Devastating attacks rained down continuously, shattering the ground to pieces. The 7th second began. The knight's blazing skull face roared madly in rage, unleashing relentless, devastating blows that pulverized the ground. Song Yun gritted his teeth through the pain, blood spilling from his lips while his eyes still blazed with the blue electricity of his awakening skill. The merciless countdown ticked to the 6th second. Every second right now feels like a damn century. Ugh, this bone-deep pain is starting to kick in. My body is screaming in agony. Feels like my lungs are being squeezed dry. Deep down, Song Yun could only pray. Just a little longer. Hold on just a bit more. This damn body. An earth-shattering mana explosion flared up as their swords clashed violently once again. The timer jumped from 6 seconds to 5. Song Yoon was blasted backward. He struggled to stay on his feet with his battered body, his eyes glued to the enemy, without breaking away for a second. The brutal timer moved to the 4th second. The dark night suddenly launched itself forward like a deadly phantom, closing the distance at unthinkable speed, leaving Song Yoon only enough time to widen his eyes in horror. The system issued a grim notification. You are inside the Dark Knight's silent swamp. All skills are disabled, standing on the razor's edge between life and death. Memories suddenly pulled Song Yoon back to the old days inside this very dungeon. This is finally over, he screamed out in frustration. I finally took down those damn ghouls. Just how many times were they planning to use silence on me? As he was venting his anger on the monster corpse, a bright, clear voice suddenly called out from behind. Bro, is it over? Song Yoon answered tiredly. Yeah, just wrapped up. Looking at his friend's radiant, flawless face, he wondered in slight envy. Why do you look completely fine? The guy chuckled innocently. Huh? Honestly, it wasn't really that hard, was it? The response made Song Yoon jump in disbelief. What did you just say? You didn't run into those ghouls? They were spamming silence nonstop. How was that not hard? They spammed their skills constantly, and I couldn't use a single one. Isn't that totally unfair? It's like telling a swordsman like me to just go die. That's why I told you to bring the guild's status recovery artifact. I told you not to be so stubborn. That's why you gotta use it carefully. Seeing Song Yoon look clueless, he continued. Even if it's unfair, at least you can cleanse it once and build an opportunity from there, right? Putting on a flawless performance under whatever conditions you're dealt. That's what makes a real player, isn't it? Song Yoon snapped back. Hey kid, are you trying to lecture me now? If it were that easy, I'd be a top-rank high-tier player instead of hanging around this dump. The kid whined in protest. Oh, why are you like this? I was just stating facts. Song Yoon growled. Facts, huh? Want me to give you a taste of reality with a fist to the face? He silently cursed this wet-behind-the-ears kid for acting all high and mighty. Back in reality, Song Yoon, his face covered in blood, let out a self-deprecating laugh. Haha. Guess I'm in no position to lecture anyone either. Instantly, the system notified that the recovery level 1 skill was activated. The effect immediately cleansed the silence status weighing down his body. Song Yoon channeled all his power into his legs, mentally calling out back leap. A powerful kick off the ground sent him vaulting backward over a massive distance. This movement skill allowed players to quickly retreat based on foot-to-ground surface contact, creating invaluable counterattack windows against exposed opponents. The ruthless countdown ticked from 4 seconds down to 3. The Dark Knight roared in agonizing pain. In pure, unadulterated fury, the death clock kept ticking away. Song Yoon scrambled to dodge in midair, breaking into a heavy sweat as he looked at his own depleted state. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. What a hideous monster. A grim reality hit him as he realized that back leap had consumed every last drop of his remaining mana. Song Yoon fell into despair upon realizing he had nothing left to play, not a single card left in his hand. Seizing the opening, the Dark Knight lunged forward like a phantom. An earth-shattering explosion of mana erupted as the blow struck straight down, blasting Song Yoon away in sheer helplessness. The ruthless countdown moved to the second, and finally to the very last second. Song Yoon coughed up blood, his body completely drained of all strength. He told himself in total helplessness, Ugh, now I don't even have the strength to lift a finger. Looking at the terrifying enemy before him, he gasped out, How much time is left? Damn it, in that split second near death. Song Yoon wondered in utter shock, Is this really the final sight I'll ever see? Would it all start going wrong? He bitterly realized that his life was just a continuous series of mistakes upon mistakes. Song Yoon blamed himself for misjudging the enemy's power right from the start, which had led to taking heavy, completely unnecessary injuries. He felt deep regret that even after that, he had kept making the exact same mistakes over and over again. Despite fighting with everything he had until the very last minute, he couldn't help feeling a sting of regret. He should have made much better use of this second chance, this regression. Damn it. But right there at the edge of life and death, Shang-Xiun suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. Breathing heavily, He let out a gasp of pure relief. Did I really think it was all over just now? The counter hit 0, signaling that the Dark Knight's time had officially run out. The Dread Knight's body began to shatter into countless fragments of light, leaving Song-Yoon in complete awe as he marveled that it felt like he had just regressed all over again. The system immediately chimed in with a cheerful notification. Congratulations on defeating the intermediate boss, the Dark Knight. Beams of level-up light wrapped around Song-Yoon as he received a massive, unprecedented amount of experience points. He stared in disbelief as he realized his level had skyrocketed, and along with it, his health had been fully restored. Song-Yoon flashed a brilliant smile and cheered to himself. I completely forgot about that. Getting a full HP restore from leveling up multiple times, it literally just saved my life. Even though his health bar was topped off thanks to the level-ups, Shin Song-Yoon quickly faced a harsh reality. HP and physical stamina were two entirely different things, and his body was still completely wrecked. And to make matters worse, the penalty from the illusion skill was still relentlessly torturing his mind. Standing right on the threshold of the final boss in the Silent Ground, Song-Yoon knew that trying to force his way forward in this condition was completely unrealistic. After weighing his options for a moment, he reached a single conclusion: deactivate illusion. Song-Yoon had to bite the bullet and take the penalty right now just to figure out a way to regain his physical stamina. He reassured himself that since he hadn't landed any effective attacks after activating the skill anyway, things would probably turn out fine. But the moment he relaxed his guard, a sudden, sharp pain shot straight into his brain, making his eyes widen in pure horror. He screamed out in agony and collapsed, clutching his tight chest amidst the rubble. The system relentlessly popped up deadly alerts. Upon deactivating illusion, you will enter a state of severe exhaustion as all accumulated damage bursts forth at once. Flashing red warning lines popped up one after another, confirming that the damage had exceeded his endurance threshold, and that prolonged exhaustion could ultimately lead to the player's death. Song-Yoon gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. Why the hell didn't you give me a warning earlier? His consciousness slowly began to fade, darkness consuming his vision as he completely passed out. Meanwhile, over at the entrance of the Silent Ground dungeon, the association female employee was anxiously pacing around, looking at the glowing gate. She glanced at her watch and muttered under her breath, that's weird. According to the association's analysis, he should have cleared the dungeon and stepped out by now. Step out? More like he's about to die in there. Standing nearby, the orange-haired girl kept her arms crossed with a nonchalant attitude, but her eyes couldn't hide her underlying anxiety. When her teammate asked whether they should report the situation, she still snapped back bitterly. Report what? If he was confident enough to walk in there on his own, he can take responsibility for himself. Despite her tough words, the orange-haired girl was grinding her teeth in intense stress, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead from a terrible bad hunch. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is seriously getting annoying. The anxiety kept her from sitting still, making her wonder what on earth was going on inside that gloomy castle. Deep inside the dungeon, amidst an eerie, terrifying silence, Shin Song-Yoon lay motionless on the ground, his weak breath flickering like a candle in the wind. Seeing that he wasn't moving, the monsters nearby slowly crept closer toward him, just as he was about to get finished off by them. The Goddess of Luck stepped in just in time. You little creeps. Who gave you permission to mess with my main guy? Seeing her, the monsters immediately bolted for their lives without daring to look back once. After that, the goddess slapped his face a few times to wake him up, but seeing how severe his injuries were, he still didn't regain consciousness. Having no other choice, the goddess just lay down right beside him to sleep and wait for him to wake up, saving herself the trouble of calling him. Who knows how much time passed, but he finally opened his eyes. All he felt was intense pain surging through his body. After that brutal battle with the monsters, luckily the goddess was lying right there, so he wasn't dragged off by them, because if he were left lying here alone at this point, there wouldn't even be anything left of him. Looking at the goddess sleeping soundly, in his heart, he could only offer his silent thanks. Scanning the surroundings for a moment, he spotted a sacred artifact sitting on the ground. Ring of Silence Platinum Tier Equip. Special effect: Mana Flow, when activated, quadruples mana recovery speed. But the catch was that it only worked inside dungeons on full moon nights, while during the daytime, it was totally useless. Enraged, he kicked a skull rolling near his feet and cursed it aloud. All that trouble farming mobs. And after all that, I only get a trash ring that only works during a full moon. I would have been better off staying at home. Luckily, after taking down the boss, his level had reached level 83. Once the goddess woke up, the two of them decided to go tackle the strongest boss in the Land of Silence. Its name was the King of Despair. Brilliant purple magic circles materialized in midair, raining down destructive beams of light, forcing Songyun to constantly dash around to dodge them. The skeletal boss roared in utter glee. Watching you scurry around like a rat is truly entertaining. It continued to cast even more complex magic arrays and taunted, "Let's see how much longer you can keep running your mouth." Songyun struggled to maneuver through the wave of wind-cutting attacks surrounding him from all sides. A massive pillar of purple light slammed down right where Songyun was standing. He realized with horror that this subspace skill was way too dangerous as weapons kept lunging at him from every direction, making defense insanely difficult. Even though he had activated sword defense, Songyun anxiously wondered how many more hits he could possibly block, while these monsters seemed to possess an infinite supply of mana. On the flip side, he knew that if he kept overusing his skills, he would soon run out of energy himself. It's playing cat and mouse with you. Suddenly, Songyun froze as a strange realization hit him. He began analyzing his opponent's attack patterns and realized, thinking back, the way it used its skills was as if it was intentionally trying to bait him into draining all his mana. The boss let out a cruel, monstrous roar. "It's time to end this performance, you bug." Surrounded by brilliant, multicolored magic circles exuding a suffocating pressure, Songyun remarkably managed to keep his cool. He curled his lips into a subtle smirk and reassured his opponent. "Don't be so scared." His blue eyes blazed with sharp determination. Songyun declared with absolute confidence, "Yeah, you can relax now. I'm going to wrap this whole thing up in the blink of an eye." He didn't forget to throw one last mocking jab at the dry pile of bones in front of him. Not like you have any eyes to see it with anyway. The Archlich was a monster capable of wielding high-tier magic, putting it in the ranks of high-level mages. Compared to the Dark Knight Songyun had faced earlier, it wasn't supposed to be as dangerous. But in its current transformed state, it might actually be a much tougher opponent. The reason was simple. Normally, mages needed to use both hands just to cast a single spell, because casting with one hand would make the magic weaker and far less accurate, which was why it chose an extremely simple workaround, leveraging its undead body structure to forcibly increase its number of arms, so it could cast multiple spells at once. While pulling off 3 perfect spells simultaneously was impossible, firing off 3 consecutive spells in rapid succession was a straightforward yet insanely effective tactic. Songyun smirked with pure confidence. He understood that all he needed to do right now was take it down before it even had a chance to react. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and shot forward like lightning, charging straight at the boss. Seeing its prey rush in, it roared, "You've just made a fatal mistake." Immediately, a system alert popped up showing that the skill language of silence had been activated. Songyun was stunned to find himself struck by a silence status effect, preventing him from using any skills for 3 seconds. Yet he didn't flinch for a second, growling through gritted teeth, "That doesn't matter. Even without skills, I have more than enough power to take your head." But his blade only slashed through empty air. As a system notification confirmed the boss had used short-range teleportation, the boss suddenly materialized right beside him, sneering coldly. "You've made your biggest mistake yet, you bug." Right then, the Archlich cast the skill Hellfire, engulfing the entire space in a devastating surge of blazing red flame energy. Feeling triumphant, the Archlich taunted, "Don't drown in despair. You're just having a bout of bad luck." But in that very instant, a brilliant blue light burst forth from the sword blade, catching it completely off guard as it blurted out, "What?" A devastating sword stroke came crashing down, and the Archlich barely had time to scream out in agony. Songyun flashed an arrogant grin, shooting back coldly. "Bad luck? My bad, but good luck happens to be all I've got. Its body began to dissolve into a surge of purple fire energy as it groaned in ultimate desperation. This can't be happening. How on earth? Song-Yoon slung the great sword over his shoulder, standing tall amidst the ruins as he casually threw back a question. How, you ask? You've been watching me this whole time. Shouldn't you already know? Song-Yoon nonchalantly revealed the secret. I have a skill that can nullify the silence effect. The archlich collapsed onto the ground, wheezing out its final breaths. I knew that, but I saw it. Your previous battle, your fighting style, and even the limits of your mana pool. I was certain I didn't miscalculate. The archlich screamed in utter rage and denial. You shouldn't have been able to? No, there's no way you had enough mana left to use another skill. My calculations were absolute. Song-Yoon looked down coldly at the pile of ashes and declared, Is that so? Well, then there was your mistake. If you can push past your own limits, then even someone you write off as a bug can keep leveling up nonstop. The system immediately announced that the passive skill mana flow had been permanently activated thanks to the Artifact-Devour effect, causing Song-Yoon's mana recovery rate to triple on moonlit nights. The orange-haired girl stood frozen in place, her lips trembling in utter disbelief as she saw a figure casually walking out from the brilliant purple glow of the dungeon gate. The crowd of reporters and curious onlookers outside instantly blew up. They cheered in wild excitement upon seeing Song-Yoon return alive after such a mysterious raid. Song-Yoon stared blankly at the barrage of cameras and flashing lights pointed straight at him, wondering to himself what on earth was going on here. Before he could even catch his breath, he was completely swarmed by a mob of reporters shoving microphones right into his face for an interview. A woman claiming to be an emergency room nurse rushed over and grabbed him tight, barrage questioning him nonstop about his condition, from his pulse and breathing rate to his blood type and MBTI personality type. Song-Yoon was completely overwhelmed. He snapped at everyone to back off and give him some room to breathe. Suddenly, his eyes froze as he spotted the orange-haired girl standing beside a tall guy with stylish long hair. She gave a forced, awkward smile, trying to act totally unbothered seeing that he was safe and sound. The guy next to her quietly remarked that it looked like he didn't need any help after all, making the orange-haired girl flush beet red and furiously deny that she was worried about Song-Yoon in the first place. While the crowd was still loudly arguing over his blood type and personality type, Song-Yoon quietly looked toward the man in front of him, a faint smile touching his lips. He thought to himself, I finally got the chance to repay the debt of gratitude from back then. Memories suddenly pulled Song-Yoon back to the time 10 years after awakening in his past life. It was the darkest phase of his life, when his growth had completely hit a wall. He had run into an impassable ceiling that he just couldn't break through, because he had poured all his savings into that weird Artifact-Devour skill. Song-Yoon had failed to build any connections and gradually became a lone wolf, completely shunned by the player community. Right when he was wallowing in everyone's cold shoulder, a warm voice unexpectedly called out, inviting him to join a raid. That was the exact fateful moment when that teammate proactively reached out to a rejected outcast like. The long-haired guy stepped closer, scratching his head awkwardly as he talked about a team member who had just gotten a stomachache from eating expired green onion kimchi. He even naively explained that the kid didn't even know kimchi had an expiration date. Watching their cheerful vibe, I couldn't help feeling a sting of envy. In my 10 years as a player, I had never belonged anywhere and always craved that kind of safety and warmth. But my pathetic pride made me turn him down cold. I'm sorry, I plan on raiding solo today. I just couldn't stand the thought of letting others see me fail at even the most basic standards. And it was that oversized ego of mine that nearly cost me my life. Deep inside the pitch-black dungeon, I lay collapsed in a pool of blood, my breath ragged from heavy injuries. Right at the brink of life and death, that figure appeared once again out of the radiant light and gently asked, "You all right?" If it hadn't been for that timely intervention, my life would have definitely ended right then and there. He scratched his head and explained that he had rushed over to check on him out of fear he'd get mad, since this dungeon was extremely dangerous. Moved by his genuine kindness, he brushed aside all his self-consciousness and burst into tears beside the giant monster's corpse. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was he who helped him throw off his insecurity and start fresh from scratch. He accepted the offer to join the guild without a second thought. He truly fell in love with the guild. Even though it wasn't a powerhouse, it was a place that always stood up to protect weaker players. It reminded him of the real reason he had wanted to become a player in the first place. But reality could be pretty laughable at times. The once dependable guy was now slamming the table and yelling, "I'm really quitting this time, big bro. I seriously can't take this anymore." Watching him struggle, he could only ask calmly, "If you quit, what do you plan on doing?" He screamed in sheer despair. "Anything else but this. I'll get a part-time job, do farming, anything at all." The long gold-haired man collapsed with an exhausted expression, sobbing as he confessed the trauma of facing death time after time and watching those around him fall with his own eyes. His original goal had simply been to help fellow players in times of need, but reality was just way too cruel. I heard another member in the ICU decided to give up and leave yesterday. He inwardly blamed his past self. Even though I received so much help from him, I lacked the strength to help him when it mattered most. The man cried out in desperation, "I can't take it anymore. I want to quit." The past Sang-yoon had desperately wanted to tell him to just walk away. But back then, the guild had grown so big that he couldn't just abandon the members who relied on him for a living. Sang-yoon hadn't been able to utter a single word at the time. But now that he had regressed, he decisively landed a soft punch on the senior member's chest and smiled. "Don't you ever think about starting a guild." This was his chance to say the words he had missed out on in his past life. "You'll only end up putting yourself through hell." The sudden piece of advice caught the man completely off guard. He scratched his head in confusion and asked, "I'm sorry, but have we met before? My memory isn't all that great." The orange-haired younger sister, standing beside him, suddenly lost her cool and bellowed, "Now you're trying to pick a fight with my whole family? Snatching my dungeon wasn't enough for you." As the feisty sister was being dragged away, Sang-yoon could only lower his head and let out an embarrassed sigh. He quietly walked off, leaving one last message in his heart. "Anyway, just go enjoy your life." At the B-block slums in Dimension C, a gloomy atmosphere hung heavy over the crumbling structures, where phantoms and monsters prowled through the dark shadows. A mysterious figure wearing a purple cloak and glasses with long blonde hair muttered in a strange, ancient language. "Impossible. I'm actually a star? Unbelievable. It's already too late. I have to carry out my plan immediately." Returning to his apartment, Sang-yoon casually sat on the sofa watching the news. The TV reporter clearly broadcasted several updates regarding the player Shin Sang-yoon. "We have received news that the danger level for the Silent Ground dungeon has been adjusted. Up until now, this location has seen high casualties relative to its initial warning level, as the Dark Knight monster turned out to be far more dangerous than expected." The report stressed that the association had temporarily banned players from entering until the precise danger rating could be determined. At the same time, it slammed the poor management that had led to unnecessary casualties. Seeing this outcome, Sang-yoon let out a subtle smirk of satisfaction. "That's good then." He assured himself that the tragedies of the past definitely wouldn't repeat themselves. A novel feeling welled up within him, making Sang-yoon think to himself, "Is this the first time I've actually saved someone after regressing?" This trip to the Silent Ground had brought him far more than just ordinary titles or artifacts. He had also gained more intel on the old constellation. Late bloom exemplary student. Sang-yoon started inspecting the heavy-duty treasure harvest he had just hauled in. First up was the platinum-grade spatial pouch with the subspace effect, a legendary item that allowed storing and retrieving items freely without ever worrying about weight or size. Next was the gold-grade Ring of Silence, which granted a silence effect along with an extra plus 25 mana to its user. But his real excitement spiked when he saw the gold-grade Spirit Necklace featuring the Object Teleportation effect, which allowed summoning any item under 200 kilograms. Sang-yoon gasped in awe. The rewards this time are totally insane. Even the Goddess of Luck popped up behind him to join in the celebration. Sang-yoon did the math in his head. I already expected silence to show up, but both subspace and object teleportation too? He knew that these two skills alone would skyrocket his combat versatility to a terrifying degree. Though he knew mastering them would take brutal training, Songyun still burned with determination. Depending on how I use them, I could reach a whole new level. He wondered if he was close to earning the first one title. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck, sitting on his back, put on a pouting face. She complained that it was thanks to her he got all these good things. Yet he hadn't uttered a single word of thanks. Songyun quickly tried to save face. Of course. I'm beyond grateful to you. Goddess, I'll thank you properly after we eat, okay? Right on cue, the mana synchronization process for the 3 artifacts officially began, transforming them into exquisite desserts. Entering the subconscious realm, Songyun stared in shock at the lavish banquet spread out before him. Purple what now? Why are the dish names so weird this time? He inwardly cursed the archlich. Damn it, what on earth has that archlich been eating all this time? Nothing but desserts? Did that guy have a mega sweet tooth, or what? The second he took a bite, his eyes widened so far they nearly popped out of his head. What is this? It's just like the name says. This thing literally has infinite layers. The delicate cake layers kept unfolding in his mouth endlessly. This lingering flavor truly felt like a dreamlike delicacy. Songyun was completely swept away in pure bliss. He regretted having ever looked down on these desserts. The system notified that the absorption process for the 3 artifacts had been completed successfully. Songyun gently patted his stomach in pure satisfaction. Ack, you were a total blabbermouth, but you weren't half bad, huh? I gotta give it to you. You had surprisingly good taste in food. Thanks to that, he got a piggyback on a lavish feast that felt downright amazing. Now came the crucial choice: to integrate the object, teleportation, and silence effects. For the object teleportation skill, Songyun didn't need to second-guess himself, and decided to attach it straight to the decisive greatsword. Choosing the decisive greatsword is definitely the right play for object teleportation. I don't even need to think twice about it. However, the silence skill had him scratching his head in deep calculation. Since it didn't have a lasting effect like stun or freeze, binding it to heavy burst skills like Great Impact or Knockback Blast didn't seem very cost-effective due to skill latency. After weighing his options, Songyun decided that even if he didn't know the risks, this was probably the best choice right now, integrating it into basic attacks. But the system immediately splashed a bucket of ice water on him, notifying that additional requirements had to be met to integrate the silence effect into basic attacks. The system promptly threw out a heavy choice: consume 1 mana per basic attack to apply silence. Do you wish to proceed? Songyun stared at the prompt, breaking out in a cold sweat. He anxiously questioned himself. 1 mana per basic attack? That's actually pretty terrible. He knew that if he kept swinging his sword continuously, his mana pool would be drained dry in no time. Even though he had just obtained the B-rank title, End of a Twisted Desire, which boosted his mana by plus 150 from the Archlich, Songyun was still deeply hesitant. He realized that if he accidentally got swarmed by a mob of weak monsters, burning mana on every single swing would become an unnecessary risk. After a long moment of deliberation, Songyun let out a dangerously sharp smirk, a look of absolute resolve flashing in his eyes. He told himself, sometimes you just gotta take a leap of faith. I can't keep leveling up if I stay glued to my comfort zone like this. Without a shred of hesitation, he decisively hit confirm. Immediately, the system announced that the silence skill had been officially integrated into basic attacks. The effect would be applied depending on the opponent's resistance. But the moment it wrapped up, a raging surge of fiery energy burst forth violently, opening up a massive gate right before his eyes, making both Songyun and the goddess of luck blurt out in sheer shock. Whoa, my soul almost jumped right out of my skin. Songyun turned around in a panic and asked, wait a second, goddess, did you go and summon another constellation again? He thought to himself that he had just rejected them, so having more of them show up right now would be a massive headache. But even the goddess of luck herself was completely astonished, insisting that she hadn't meddled in what was happening at all. A system alert announced that 3 new constellations had just come looking for him. The first was the Great Expedition of Mongolia, who was deeply impressed by Songyun's intensely masculine aggressiveness. Next was the Descendant of the Sun, who believed that a rough diamond like him needed a backer capable of providing proper rewards and care. The goddess of luck began to lose her temper, shouting at them to get lost. But a new goddess suddenly materialized out of nowhere and declared that no one was allowed to monopolize this player. The sudden appearance of this new deity left the goddess of luck completely frozen in shock. This entity exuded an aura of supreme authority, stepping forward coldly and commanding the great expedition of Mongolia. "Step aside, you reek." Blatantly insulted, the great general was stunned for only a brief moment before suddenly bursting into a hearty laugh. He generously stepped to the side, clearing the path for this feisty goddess to approach Songyun. Shin Songyun couldn't help but be taken aback by the sudden appearance of the new goddess. She possessed a deeply mysterious beauty, declaring that she had been observing his courageous spirit for a long time, and asserting that a man like Songyun was fully worthy of standing right by her side. This goddess disdainfully suggested that Songyun ditch the outdated goddess of luck to join someone sophisticated and splendid like herself. The insult drove the goddess of luck mad with rage, making her shout back in protest, only to be met with utter contempt that she had nothing going for her besides luck. While the two deities were bickering back and forth, the new goddess suddenly revealed that she held a secret piece of information meant exclusively for Songyun. She demanded that he listen to this intel and form a contract with her, because it directly involved the late Bloom exemplary student. He instantly lost his composure, tightly grabbing the goddess's hand to press her about the former constellation situation, having no idea how he was doing now or what he had been up to all this time. The new goddess revealed that she had found him in the slums of the Dimensional Legion, a madman obsessed with the Dimensional Legion's apocalyptic theory. She laid out a ruthless condition. If he wanted to know more, Songyun had no choice but to abandon the goddess of luck and sign a contract with her. Sitting quietly on the sofa, Songyun couldn't stop mulling over the phrase apocalyptic theory, since back in his past life, that constellation had never mentioned anything of the sort. A sudden flash of blue electricity sparked in the living room as the goddess of luck returned through a small portal. Shin Songyun hastily jumped up from the sofa, asking anxiously in rapid succession, "You're back, goddess? So, were you able to get any information?" But the goddess of luck brought back less than pleasant news, regrettably announcing that she couldn't find any trace of that constellation anywhere in the slums. Songyun lowered his head in disappointment, his eyes turning grim. "I see. Thank you for looking, goddess." Even so, the goddess didn't forget to snidely remark that watching Songyun humiliate that sly cat earlier had been thoroughly satisfying. Deep down, Songyun sank into dark calculations, unable to fathom why he would be in the slums, a place reserved strictly for those who had failed to become constellations. Songyun gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, the memory of his former master, a lonely shadow carrying a heavy backpack across the endless void, floated back, making him ask in painful self-reflection, "Where are you? And what on earth have you been doing all this time?" At the exact same time, inside the massive headquarters of the Hyunjong Corporation, an important report was being submitted. In a luxurious office, an assistant respectfully reported, "Madam Chairman, I will now share the new list of participants for the upcoming open market event with." Han Hyunjong, a powerful woman with blazing red hair, glanced at the stack of documents on her desk, a subtle, intriguing smile touching her lips as she gasped. Well, look at this." On her computer monitor, the profile of a newly rising player was clearly displayed. Shin Songyun, a swordsman who had reached level 88 but still lacked an official rank. Han Hyunjong stared intently at his profile, her eyes brimming with clear amusement and calculation. "We just got a rather interesting guest here." As the chairman of the Hyunjong Corporation, boasting level 900 and holding an S+ rank, this woman seemed to have already set her sights on Shin Songyun for her next grand schemes. After that event, Songyun relentlessly kept searching for information regarding the former constellation named Late Bloom Exemplary Student and the Dimensional Legion's apocalyptic theory. But the results remained a total zero. He thought to himself that even if that mysterious goddess intended to form a contract to ascend to the mythic ring, based on his growth, his current situation was still far safer. There was no guarantee she would succeed, and the risk in case of an accident was simply too high. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck was still looking immensely smug, humming in wild excitement as she recalled the dumbfounded look on that sly cat's face when she snatched him right out of her hands. The navigation system suddenly chimed to announce that they had arrived at their destination, interrupting Songyun's train of thought. He let out a soft gasp of surprise as he looked out through the car window. Finally, the place he had been longing for appeared right before his eyes. Hyunjong Market, the most massive and modern shopping center catering exclusively to players, shining brilliantly under the sun with the authoritative emblem of Hyunjong Market. Here's where the rich elites blow their cash. This was an open market where players could freely buy, sell, and trade artifacts. Songyun recalled that in the past, transactions usually happened directly between players, but that always carried massive risks. Blatant scams and robberies occurred frequently right after high-value trades, leaving players in constant anxiety. Because of that, the rise of open markets offering absolute safety became an absolute necessity, even if the price to pay was insanely high commission fees. To maintain the top position among countless open markets run by major guilds, the absolute prerequisite was security. In South Korea, Hyunjong Market was the sole titan holding this crown. Although the Hyunjong Guild behind, it was powerful. Raw military power alone wasn't enough to protect the throne for so long. The real reason high-level players from all over the world flooded here was the presence of Han Hyunjong. She wasn't just the head of the corporation, but also the one and only S-rank mage player in the entire world. Songyun quietly stepped inside the building, preparing for his major plans in this place teeming with top-tier powerhouses. Man, you really gotta be someone big just to step foot in here. Han Hyunjong's sheer presence acted as an invisible barrier protecting the peace of this place. Songyun thought to himself, if he lined up everyone who wants to get a buff from her, it'd probably fill several stadiums. What a terrifying old lady. While he was absorbed in thought about who would ever dare cause trouble here, a pretty female employee suddenly ran over and called out to him, "Ah, excuse me, sir. Please wait a moment." She politely asked Songyun for his name to verify his entry code, to which he calmly replied, "I'm Shin Songyun. I just received access yesterday." After checking, the employee smiled and informed him, "Yes, thank you, Mr. Songyun. I've confirmed that you have access all the way down to the 8th basement floor." The news left Songyun so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Say what?" Songyun gasped in utter bewilderment. "The 8th basement floor? Isn't that the floor reserved exclusively for VIPs? He couldn't wrap his head around why Han Hyunjong evaluated him so highly, but he figured he'd go down and check it out anyway. Just as he was about to walk off, Songyun froze upon hearing whispering chatter from two players standing nearby. "Hey, isn't that Shin Songyun? Why isn't he with Kim Miso today?" The other guy blankly asked why the genius girl would be hanging out with him, only to receive a malicious reply. "Huh? You don't know? They're dating." Songyun gritted his teeth as he listened to them drag up Miso's past to mock her, claiming she had harmed her ex out of greed and was now hooking up with someone else. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. I just overheard stuff I really shouldn't have." The insults grew increasingly line-crossing as they shamelessly declared they wouldn't mind messing around with Kim Miso if she threw herself at them. Songyun stood silently, feeling a pang of pity for her having to endure dirty slander everywhere she went. Though he knew ignoring it was best, he admitted to himself he wasn't mature enough to turn a blind eye to trash like them. Songyun flashed a subtle, knowing smile at the female employee. "Well, Hyunjong Market seems pretty laid back right from the entrance, huh?" His subtle hint took effect immediately. The two players turned pale as security guards closed in on them, ordering them to leave the building at once. They yelled out in rage, "What? Why do we have to leave? What did we do wrong?" But the guards coldly declared they would explain everything outside. Watching the two get kicked out in absolute humiliation, Songyun let out a quiet smirk. He sent them a silent message. "This is how real adults handle things, kids. If you can't take responsibility for your big mouth, you'd better keep it shut. That'll teach not to spew garbage wherever they go. Brushing the annoying incident aside, Sung-yoon told himself it was time to get down to business. He stepped into the elevator and decisively pressed the button for the VIP area on the 8th basement floor. With the 3.9 billion won he had just earned from selling his silent ground loot, Sung-yoon calculated his next moves. He realized that with his current funds, actually buying an artifact on the VIP floor was out of the question. But just taking a tour was more than enough to give him a solid boost of motivation. He told himself that setting foot on an 8th basement floor of Hyunjong Market, a place he never had the chance to see in his past life, would definitely benefit his growth tremendously. The elevator came to a halt with a chime, signaling his arrival. Stepping out, Sung-yoon was instantly overwhelmed by the sheer luxury of the VIP lounge. A female employee named Song Ah-hyun walked up to greet him. "Welcome, Mr. Sung-yoon. I am Song Ah-hyun, and I'll be guiding you through our VIP lounge." He felt totally out of place, like a lost kid stumbling into a high-end luxury boutique. When you get rich, you gotta broaden your horizons once in a while. Otherwise, you'll just end up looking like a clueless bumpkin out in the real world. Despite feeling a bit intimidated, Sung-yoon reassured himself not to back down, since who knows, he might become a regular here later. He gave a slight nod. "All right, please lead the way." Ah-hyun replied warmly. "Understood. If you have any questions at all, please feel free to ask." Sung-yoon began looking around and paused in front of an artifact radiating mysterious blue light. It was a book titled Book of the Abyss, boasting a staggering price tag of 140 billion won. Sung-yoon froze in absolute shock, wondering if they had accidentally added a few extra zeros by mistake. Ah-hyun explained that it was an epic-grade artifact, but Sung-yoon tried to play it cool to cover up his broke status. 140 billion, huh? Got it. But I'm a swordsman, so I don't really have any use for these kinds of books. Ah-hyun quickly apologized and offered to introduce items tailored for swordsmen, but Sung-yoon broke out in a cold sweat and waved her off. "No, I'm good for now." He worried inwardly whether the employee had noticed him freezing up over that extortionate price. Suddenly, a commotion from a distance caught his attention as other players were marveling in total, "Oh, whoa, that's insane. I can't believe I get to see something like that in this lifetime. Is there anyone actually rich enough to buy it?" Sung-yoon asked out of curiosity. "What's going on over there?" Ah-hyun explained that it was a special display area for newly arrived items, and naturally, they were all up for sale. She was about to elaborate further, but Sung-yoon took the initiative. "All right, let me just check it out on my own this time. Since I don't have the cash, I'd better just know my place." As he drew closer, Sung-yoon felt a massive shockwave from the immense energy pulsing forth. A blazing red pillar of light soared wildly, enveloping a stone burning like the fires of hell itself. It was none other than an M-stone boasting an omnipotent rank, the absolute highest tier among the 9 grades of artifacts. Sung-yoon stood petrified, cold sweat pouring down as he witnessed a true living legend in the flesh, something he had never imagined seeing in his entire life. Sung-yoon froze solid before the unthinkable starting price of the M-stone, 3 trillion won. A figure with far too many zeros that left him screaming inside from sheer astonishment. He began speculating about its owner. Jeron. Did he acquire even higher-tier artifacts before deciding to put this up for sale? If he was willing to sell gear tailored for his own class, it meant he was holding on to stuff that was far superior. Sung-yoon let out a forced laugh. He had initially come here to get a surge of motivation to level up, but the harsh reality only made him feel tiny and powerless before such ultimate luxury. The rich really have it good. With enough cash, you could buy pretty much anything. Leaving that area behind, Sung-yoon headed down to the platinum section on the 4th basement floor. Here, a piece of equipment was on display, with a starting price of 700 million, while still far from cheap. At least this number helped calm his nerves compared to that crazy cluster of zeros earlier. As he was absorbed in looking around, a voice suddenly called out his name from behind, making Sung-yoon jump in surprise. A young guy with rugged gray hair walked up, introducing himself as Jong Jun-hyuk and asking out of curiosity what kind of artifact Sung-yoon was searching for. Sung-yoon awkwardly replied that he was just looking around and wasn't really searching for anything specific. Song-yoon instantly recognized the guy in front of him as Jong Jun-hyuk, who in the future would carry the legendary moniker Perfect Storm. He marveled inwardly at how, ever since his regression, he kept bumping into absolute big shots. Seeing that, Jun-hyuk made a surprising offer. He wanted to pitch an artifact he was struggling to use himself because it didn't quite suit his style. It was none other than the Platinum Grade Ring of the Life Current, a support item that automatically drained mana to recover physical stamina, complete with an active skill to swap 20% mana for 30% stamina. Bro didn't come here to buy. He came here to hawk his gear to a fellow player. Song-yoon wondered in disbelief whether he was planning to use the direct trade exemption. This was a special system exclusive to Hyunjong Market that allowed two players to trade directly with each other without getting hit by the usual hefty 5% commission fee. Looking at the platinum grade treasure in front of him, Song-yoon silently assessed that it was actually a solid artifact. He realized that with the mana-related title he had earned just a few days ago, this item seemed practically tailor-made for him. However, I'm sorry, but it's a bit different from what I'm looking for, so... Song-yoon tactfully declined Jun-hyuk's offer. Seeing his awkwardness, Jun-hyuk just laughed out loud and waved it off. Ha ha ha, it's totally fine. You don't need to apologize. In truth, what Song-yoon was searching for was an artifact so useless that nobody would even bat an eye at it, because only then could he snag it at a dirt-cheap price and devour it in a completely different way. Devour them in a completely different way. Long story short, you're just too broke to afford the pricey stuff. Sigh. As he was lost in thought, a sudden shout echoed. Ah, for crying out loud. I told you can't eat in here. Song-yoon and Jun-hyuk stared blankly toward a girl who was nonchalantly sitting flat on the floor, eating pizza right next to her pile of artifacts. Ignoring the security guard griping about the smell of food and the fact that she had dragged several pizza boxes inside, the girl with a face covered in breadcrumbs simply asked back innocently, "Do you guys want a slice too?" Seeing the guard on the verge of exploding, she even added, "Not that I was planning on giving you any, though." Jun-hyuk whispered softly to Song-yoon, "She's acting up again." Seeing the security guard still yelling that he didn't give a damn about pizza, the girl kept bargaining. "All right, I get it. How about I give you a sample bite of pasta I just got?" Song-yoon took in this half-laughable, half-pitiful scene and thought to himself, food didn't do anything wrong, and maybe I didn't do anything wrong by walking over either. His eyes suddenly froze as he spotted two rings glowing on her mat. Huh? Wait a minute. Song-yoon stepped forward and politely interrupted her meal. "Sorry to bother you while you're eating, but could you let me check out the stats on those artifacts over here?" Munching on her pizza, the girl replied casually, "Yeah. Go ahead and pick him up to check. It's not like you're going to swipe him and run, right?" Song-yoon gave a subtle nod and carefully reached out to pick up the light blue ring radiating a mysterious pulse of mana. The second he touched it, Song-yoon's eyes widened in sheer shock. Whoa! He cheered silently in his heart, because this was precisely what he had been searching for all this time. The first one was the Platinum Grade Ring of Velocity, granting an explosive speed surge beyond human limits, though the catch was a drain of 20 to 40 mana per second, depending on the speed tier. The second was the Ring of Potential Enhancement, also Platinum Grade, which boosted dexterity stats by 1.5 times while consuming 10 mana per second. Song-yoon realized this situation was identical to when he acquired the mitigation skill in the past. Even though they possessed insane effects, it was precisely because of their outrageous mana consumption that no ordinary player ever gave them a second look. That was why this girl had been sitting here for days on end without making a single sale. Song-yoon decisively made up his mind. "I'll take both of these rings." His words made the pizza-eating girl jump in surprise. When he asked for the price of the pair, she started flusteredly doing the math. "Oh, well, as you can see, I'm actually really attached to these two." She quoted 1.2 billion for the speed ring and 1 billion for the potential ring, coming to a total of 2.2 billion. Seeing Song-yoon stare at her in complete silence, the girl broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly lowered the price. "But since you're buying both at once, I guess 2 billion for the pair works." Song-yoon maintained a completely stone-cold expression, throwing her into even more of a panic as her face contorted under the pressure. "Okay, but since I'm eating pizza, I'm actually in a really great mood, super happy even. I'll give you a special discount. 1.8 billion. Song Yoon kept a straight face cold as cash. His razor-sharp gaze made the seller girl tremble, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Under that suffocating pressure, she could only stammer. Finally, a chime notification sounded, confirming a successful transaction at 1.3 billion won, an absurdly good bargain compared to the initial asking price. The girl instantly flipped her attitude, bowing profusely with a glowing smile, thrilled to have closed a major sale. Song Yoon smirked inwardly, telling himself that with his past life experience of being dirt poor, these price-hiking tricks stood zero chance of getting past him. But a casual remark from the girl made Song Yoon freeze in his tracks. She excitedly bragged that she would use this money to buy delicious food and donate to the orphanage she ran. Hearing the words orphanage, Song Yoon's eyes suddenly narrowed in deep suspicion. Seeing his interest, the girl enthusiastically pulled out her phone to show off photos of the kids there, not forgetting to mention how utterly adorable they were. The moment he looked at the screen, Song Yoon stood petrified in absolute shock, his eyes widening in pure horror. The name Joy Orphanage hit his eyes, making his heart clench tight. Song Yoon gasped in utter shock, asking himself, Joy Orphanage? Faded memories washed back with crystal clarity in an instant. He looked at the old photo of his childhood self huddling beside the teacher and old friends, and then back at the current photo in the girl's hand. A shattering truth unfolded before his eyes as Song Yoon realized in total shock that this was the very place where he had grown up. Sensing something was off, the girl asked anxiously. Your face suddenly turned pale as a sheet. Did something happen? Song Yoon slightly lowered his head to compose himself. No, I just remembered a few things from the past. He looked up at her, asking hesitantly about Joy Orphanage, mentioning that he knew it had been destroyed long ago. The girl was stunned in surprise. Ah, that's right. It was destroyed after getting attacked during the collapse disaster. But how did you know that? Song Yoon forced a smile, cold sweat beads forming on his forehead. Ah, I just happened to have an acquaintance who was there. Inwardly, he told himself, it's best to completely hide the fact that I grew up there to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Why do you want to deny your own past so bad, huh? The girl pondered silently, wondering how he could have an acquaintance from a place like that. Song Yoon made a mental assessment. I'm certain the reason she needs so much money for the orphanage is to hire private security for protection. Since she's a player herself, that must weigh heavily on her mind. The girl suddenly waved her hand with a bright smile. Ah, whatever. My parents ran that orphanage way back in the day. That's why I recently started rebuilding and reviving it. Song Yoon blurted out in surprise. Your parents? I see. I had no idea. The girl excitedly handed him a small business card. Oh, right, if you ever have time, please stop by. Here's our orphanage's business card. The kids drew it themselves. Cute, right? Song Yoon stared blankly at the business card covered in drawings of flying cash, rendered completely speechless. Ah, yeah, it's very cute. He thought to himself that kids these days sure had practical dreams, drawing nothing but money. Yet a sudden lump in his throat surged up, forcing him to swallow hard. Memories of the old orphanage, where he once had a true family before the collapse disaster struck, flooded back with vivid clarity. Song Yoon realized with a jolt that he was softening up and had almost burst into tears right in front of a stranger. He scolded himself. Get a grip, Shin Song Yoon. The older you get, the easier you get emotional over nothing. Letting out a soft sigh of relief at holding back his emotions, Song Yoon told himself, Phew, that was a close call. Nearly lost my composure there. Still, he felt a strange sense of fulfillment knowing that someone out there was still cherishing the exact same memories he held. Watching the girl enthusiastically debate whether to buy fried chicken or something else for the kids, Song Yoon made a quiet vow to visit the place sometime in the near future. Meanwhile, over at the headquarters of the Eden Guild, the massive building still stood grand and majestic in the heart of the city. Song Yoon walked into the Eden Guild headquarters with purpose. The moment he stepped into the main lobby, a deep voice echoed, Are you Mr. Shin Song Yoon? He turned around in surprise and gasped. Standing before him was a burly man with a ruggedly handsome, full beard, rocking a striking orange outfit. He crossed his arms confidently, We've been waiting for you for a while now. My name is Jinho. Nice to meet you. Faced with such a warm reception from this top-tier swordsman, Song-Yoon could only offer a forced smile in response. Ah, yes, thank you. As Jinho invited him to head upstairs, Sung-Yoon thought to himself, haha, I never expected to be greeted right at the front door by Jinho himself. Though he had originally planned to drop by on a whim, seeing this level of formality reminded Sung-Yoon that he needed to be dead serious from this moment on. Rewinding to 1 hour earlier, right after finishing the trade, Sung-Yoon gave a slight nod to bid farewell to the girl running the orphanage. I'll be in touch later then. The girl replied brightly, yes, feel free to call me anytime. I'm sure the kids will be thrilled to meet you. Song-Yoon smiled. Sound great then. Right on cue. The phone in his pocket began buzzing continuously. Song-Yoon apologized awkwardly. I'm sorry, I have to take this call. Do you mind? The girl quickly waved it off. Oh, not at all. I have to head out right now anyway. I'm really glad we had a good trade today. Song-Yoon picked up the phone. Hello, Shin Song-Yoon speaking. A playful, affectionate voice called out from the other end. Song-Yoon Appa, he immediately recognized the voice. Ah, Miso, what's up? Kim Miso was currently sitting inside the Eden Guild office. She pouted affectionately. Oh wow, Miso. Don't tell me you didn't even save my number. Whatever. I called because we're about to be assigned a mission at a new gate. Miso excitedly announced that it was a 2-person gate located in Gano with a minimum level requirement of 130, named the Black Gate. Hearing that name, Song-Yoon's expression turned dead serious. He repeated thoughtfully, the Black Gate. He dug through his memories, assuring himself he had definitely heard about it before. Song-Yoon's eyes suddenly widened as fragments of memories flashed back with absolute clarity. I remember now, he asked himself in shock. Isn't that the dungeon that Kong, known as the Adjudicator Sword, was the very first to successfully clear? Song-Yoon recalled the image of that powerful woman standing amidst a fiery battlefield, after which she publicly shared her entire Blackgate clear strategy with the player community. He analyzed it in his head. Flawless teamwork with a partner is the bare minimum requirement to pull through that place. But Miso and I have always had great synergy from the start. On top of that, pairing a bow and a sword always delivers insanely high efficiency. Furthermore, if his memory served him right, this gate hid another terrifying secret. Song-Yoon couldn't hide his excitement thinking about the Black Gate's first clear reward, an epic grade artifact. Even though its form was still unknown, its value went up to 120 billion won, making him unable to sit still as he swore he would no longer be that broke guy staring enviously at the luxury gear in Hyunjong Market. When Miso made the suggestion, Song-Yoon answered decisively, I'll do it. Count me in. And then she told him to come meet her in person. He immediately set off for the Eden Guild headquarters, walking right behind Jinho. Song-Yoon couldn't suppress a sinister grin at the thought of the massive fortune coming his way, leaving the big bro to inwardly ponder what kind of dark aura was oozing behind his back. What a guy. Mention money and his eyes light up, corrupting his soul instantly. Song-Yoon quickly brushed it off with an awkward smile to dispel any suspicion. The two stepped into the elevator and rode up to the 4th floor. Jinho explained that since Miso was currently tied up in a meeting with the chairman, he would be guiding him instead, adding that he hoped Song-Yoon wouldn't mind hanging around an old guy like him. Jinho led him to the special training room, the pride of the Eden Guild, a place with strict regulations on who was authorized to use it, located right behind the massive doors ahead. As they stepped deeper inside, Song-Yoon could feel a distinct shift in the atmosphere, no longer carrying the professional vibe of an office building, but rather the heavy pressure of an actual battlefield. Jinho excitedly mentioned that they were in luck today because the training room was completely empty, telling him to make himself right at home. But the second the gate opened, Song-Yoon froze in his tracks and pointed forward. Excuse me, but it looks like someone's already in there. Jinho couldn't believe his eyes, because right in the middle of the training field, a giant golem was coming under heavy attack from a familiar figure. It was none other than Shin Tiri, unleashing brutal kicks and lethal sword strikes aimed straight at the stone monster. Tiri landed fatal blow after fatal blow, shattering the golem's body into pieces under suffocating pressure. She spun around to deliver one final slash, decisively crushing her enemy before landing lightly back on the ground. Jinho gasped in surprise upon recognizing the familiar silhouette. Tiri, seeing his younger sister deep in practice, he asked out of curiosity if she had reserved the training room, since the system logs hadn't recorded anything. Tiri caught her breath and paused, sweat beads still lingering on her skin. Jinho politely suggested that if there had been a misunderstanding, they could both wait outside, and asked how much longer she planned to train, but Tiri replied that she needed the room from 6 o'clock on. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the young man standing behind Jinho, and as Jinho asked what was wrong in utter bewilderment, she offered a faint smile and greeted him. "Long time no see. What brings you here?" Which made Jinho look equally thrilled to unexpectedly bump into her today. Songyun calmly explained that he was just here to train with Miso for their upcoming gate raid, and had simply arrived a little early. Hearing this, Tiri couldn't help but gasp in surprise, while Jinho teasingly poked fun at how close he and Miso seemed to be, leaving Songyun to awkwardly laugh it off as pure coincidence. Just then, a voice over the intercom called out Tiri's name, leaving her lost in thought, while Jinho pressed her on whether she was intentionally trying to make things difficult for him. But right then, a new idea popped into Tiri's head. She suggested that Songyun spar with her another time when they got the chance, and promised to get back in touch later. With that, she quickly turned on her heel and walked away with a playful wave, making sure to remind him before disappearing that since she had used the room without a reservation, he should go right ahead and use it now, leaving Jinho gritting his teeth and radiating pure, fiery wrath at his younger sister's attitude as he grumbled, "All right, thanks for the quick reply." Stepping into the training area, Jinho apologized for the hassle and reassured him that Tiri didn't always act like this. Seeing that Songyun didn't mind, he suggested that while waiting for Miso to finish her meeting, they do something to kill time instead of just standing around bored. With a mysterious smile, Jinho asked Songyun if he was interested, and then forcefully slammed his massive sword into the ground, sending a violent shockwave through the room, making Songyun think, "What the heck? Is this guy trying to start a beef with me or something?" Jinho suddenly stripped off his outer protective armor, revealing a rugged physique bursting with hard-packed muscle, and threw out a challenging proposal. "How about we have a quick, light spar?" Songyun stood there frozen in sheer disbelief, his mind screaming in utter confusion over why this guy was suddenly taking his clothes off, and whether challenging someone he had just met to a fist fight was some kind of weird tradition in this guild. The image of Tiri flashed through his head, making him even more exasperated, but reading the clueless look on Songyun's face, Jinho quickly reassured him not to feel pressured, admitting that since both Miso and Tiri had sung his praises and witnessed his strength firsthand, he simply couldn't hold back his curiosity to test the young player's skills himself. Jinho let out a hearty laugh and explained that sparring was practically his favorite pastime anyway, since swordsmen only truly reveal their real nature when they cross blades. Songyun nodded subtly, "Ah, I see," inwardly realizing this big guy wanted to test firsthand what kind of man he was, and Jinho's shameless, outright honesty actually struck him as pretty entertaining. Noticing Songyun wasn't carrying a weapon, Jinho eagerly pointed over to the rack and said, "Looks like you didn't bring a weapon, so feel free to grab whatever you want over there," but Songyun quickly declined. "Nah, I'm good like this." Instantly, a brilliant surge of blue mana burst from his hand, opening an ethereal spatial vortex as he said, "I've got my weapon right here, and I always keep it on me," before decisively pulling a massive greatsword right out of subspace, leaving his opponent in awe. The system instantly displayed info for the hidden skill Subspace Level 1, which allowed him to store any item he pleased in a separate dimension. Songyun dropped into a battle stance and threw down the gauntlet. "So, shall we get started?" Witnessing this rare skill, Jinho froze for a second before bursting into an excited laugh. "Ha ha ha, I never expected you to have a skill like that. I heard you were an interesting guy, and it turns out that's completely true." Jinho growled with conviction, We definitely need to get started right now. His face suddenly turned deadly serious, his eyes glowing with a fiery red bloodlust as a suffocating pressure enveloped the entire room. Jinho coldly declared, "To be honest, I was planning to go easy on you at first, but now I fear that would be an insult to your power. I'm going all out right from the start." Meanwhile, over at the Eden Guild Chairman's office, the atmosphere was growing intensely tense between Yoon Cheol and his daughter. He said sternly, "Listen to your father this time. If this keeps up, that incident is going to happen all over again." But Miso cut him off in a fit of rage. "Dad, I've told you over and over again to never bring that up." Yoon Cheol sighed apologetically, insisting he was only doing it because he was sick about her safety, but Miso had completely run out of patience. She decisively turned her back and walked away, telling him not to contact her for a while, leaving Yoon Cheol calling after her in desperation. Yoon Cheol stood motionless, watching his daughter's retreating figure before letting out a helpless sigh. He walked over to his desk, hit the intercom button, and called Department Head Jong to ask about the connection line to the Players Association. Upon receiving confirmation, Yoon Cheol lowered his voice and issued a special request. "Yes, Mr. Chairman, I received your call," he commanded in a stern voice. "I want to place an order. That player, Shin Sang-yoon, start with his family and his past. Investigate every single detail about that player for me." While on the other side of the battlefield, Sang-yoon was breaking out in a cold sweat in sheer shock as he watched his opponent suddenly grow massive and exponentially stronger, desperately asking himself in utter disbelief, why the heck did he get so big all of a sudden? It was understandable, really, because the man was a level 700 player, an absolute monster in the hunter world. Do Gyungsoo had previously completely revolutionized the swordsman playstyle into an all-rounder build. But that was only possible because he was Do Gyungsoo. Not every player could easily adapt to such a complex fighting style. Other swordsmen focused purely on raw power, believing it to be the one true answer. They relentlessly trained their bodies to reach the absolute pinnacle of pure combat strength. And that raised a question: if Do Gyungsoo was the peak of the all-rounder style, who was the ultimate peak of the power-based playstyle? While the world still debated it, in this country at least, the answer was crystal clear. It was Jinho. Armed with his gigantification skill, he had the power to crush any opponent with a single blow. No matter how the combat meta for swordsmen shifted, Jinho firmly held onto his undisputed throne. Instantly, a system notification flashed, announcing that official training mode had officially begun for both players. Jinho roared with excitement. "I like your confidence. Straight to the point. I love that," he boldly declared. "A real man always knows how to cast aside all doubt and prove himself through action." Just Jinho raising his blade was enough to generate massive shockwaves of wind pressure that threatened to blow away everything in sight, forcing Sang-yoon to grit his teeth and stand his ground, mentally calculating how to handle the incoming strike, whether to use defensive sword or trigger a stun. No. Clashing with a man like him meant he had to meet absolute strength with raw power. Instantly, he activated the illusion skill, causing a fiery crimson aura of mana to burst from his body, maxing out his strength and speed to their ultimate limits. While the title True Showdown activated immediately, completely isolating his target within the combat zone. Jinho roared in pure thrill. "Now, let's start with a light warm-up strike," before an earth-shattering explosion erupted as their two colossal forces collided head-on, leaving Sang-yoon thinking. "And he calls it a light strike? I need to stay calm." Sang-yoon reminded himself, knowing full well that taking Jinho head-on right now was practically suicidal. He decided to aim straight for the flank where his opponent's power was weakest to land a decisive blow, resulting in a 1,000-ton clash that created a staggering explosion right in the middle of the training hall. Jinho stood there frozen in utter disbelief, unable to fathom how his attack had been blocked so effortlessly. The big guy was shocked not just by Sang-yoon's sheer power, but also by his reckless choice. Out of all the possible options like dodging or throwing a sword, Sang-yoon had courageously chosen to match brute force with brute force, something that completely caught Jinho off guard. Standing amid a brilliant surge of blue mana, Sang-yoon asked coldly, "Is it my turn now?" The pressure emanating from him was so intense that Jinho reeled for a second, inwardly marveling at the unbelievable energy unfolding right before his eyes. "There's always a bigger fish. The old folks weren't lying." Songyun shouted out, "Here I come," and poured every ounce of his strength into a lightning-fast slash. A violent blast of mana detonated wildly, sending Jinho flying backward in absolute astonishment. From among the rubble, Jinho burst into an excited laugh, amazed that it had been so long since he'd been sent flying by such a small body. Not far back, Jinho couldn't help but feel stunned as he admitted to himself that he had completely misjudged the young man. Before this, hearing Miso and Tiri talk about him, he had only assumed Songyun was some mediocre guy who got lucky. But now he had to acknowledge that Songyun was a true man, just like himself. Jinho got up, heaping praise on the attack and expressing shock at the monstrous strength hidden inside Songyun's small frame, leaving Songyun to just give an awkward smile of thanks, secretly knowing it was the result of stacking all the critical damage from illusion and repulsive blast. Jinho encouraged him not to be overly humble, saying a real man has no need to hide his strength. He decided to apologize for his rudeness at the start and declared he would take on Songyun with everything he had. Watching the bursting aura of mana, Songyun realized Jinho was about to unleash his signature technique, Star Shatter. This was the legendary attack that had saved countless lives during the second collapse crisis in the future, a single slash capable of obliterating everything in its path. A massive pillar of light shot up to the heavens from Jinho's sword. Jinho admitted that it was still an incomplete technique, and that this was the very first time he was showcasing it to anyone else. Songyun broke out in a cold sweat, secretly satisfied that he had pushed an S-rank powerhouse to go all out. But he also realized he stood almost no chance of withstanding this move in his current state. Refusing to give up, Songyun decided to gamble everything on his strongest attack, gritting his teeth as he gripped his hilt tight and channeled illusion, max output, and sheer speed all into repulsive blast to prepare for the final clash. Songyun told himself that with this combination, he was ready. This was the single strongest blow he could deliver right now. The tactic remained the same. Target the flank where the opponent's power was least concentrated, since thinking back, clashing power against a level 700 player was honestly absurd. On the opposite side, Jinho was radiating a blinding aura as his massive greatsword charged with maximum energy. Jinho roared, "Come at me," and charged forward for the final blow, while Songyun grit his teeth in absolute determination, having overcome countless impossible odds to get to where he was today. That was why, right here and right now, he was definitely going to overcome the impossible once more, both screaming as they put every fiber of their being into the fateful collision, creating a blinding flash of light. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Kim Miso was strolling along with a deeply somber look on her face. She reminded herself that she couldn't afford to stay sad forever. Instead, she should be training with Songyun right now. Miso clenched her fists, telling herself to pull it together and clear her mind immediately. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion shook the entire building violently, scaring the absolute life out of her. Miso gasped in shock. "Huh? Is this an earthquake?" The female assistant beside her was equally panicked, having no idea what was going on, realizing these tremors were coming from the direction of the training room. Miso's face went pale. "It can't be." She rushed over, threw the door open, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Songyun Appa, what on earth is going on here?" All that was left in front of her was a pile of ruined debris and a thick cloud of dust engulfing the entire room. "This place is a total wreck. What the heck happened here?" Amid the thick dust, Jinho was leaning on his greatsword, catching his breath, and chuckled with deep satisfaction. "You really never cease to amaze me. Even though this was just practice mode, I put quite a bit of weight behind that strike." Jinho looked straight at Songyun with an expression full of respect. "You took it head-on like you were flexing or something." "I honestly didn't expect that." Songyun sat slouched on the floor, his face drained as he softly replied, "Thanks for the compliment, but I didn't exactly walk away unscathed. I think my wrist is toast." Jinho burst out laughing to reassure him. "Huh, don't worry about that. Eden is top-tier medical facilities. It won't affect your training with Miso. Deep down, however, Jinho was horrified as he stared at his own trembling hands, realizing he was trying to play it cool when he had actually taken way more damage than expected. He couldn't believe he was on par with a rookie who had just popped up out of nowhere. He recalled the moment their blades clashed violently, thinking still, I wonder why. That didn't feel bad at all. Shin Sang-yoon's sword skills are nothing like those of a typical rookie. Yeah, it felt like I was facing off against a battle-hardened veteran. Jinho thought to himself with a meaningful smirk, well, a veteran? There's no way in hell that's true, though. I guess I still have a long way to go. Right after that, the system chime sounded with an official notification. Training mode has ended. Jinho expressed his sincere gratitude. Thanks again for going along with my selfish request. Mr. Sang-yoon, I didn't see this coming, but this turned into a real moment of self-reflection for me. Besides, from now on, nobody in Eden will dare question your abilities. Sang-yoon asked back in confusion. Does that mean you wanted to test me from the start? Jinho laughed heartily and clasped his hand tightly. Of course. You blew up so fast that I had my doubts. Jinho roared with excitement. But now I fully acknowledge you. You're a real man. Sang-yoon, what do you say? How about joining the Real Men's Club I started? If you do, before he could finish his pitch, Miso's icy voice cut in from behind. Jinho. Jinho and Sang-yoon instantly broke out in a cold sweat from sheer terror. Miso screamed, what real man bullshit is this? I only asked you to guide Sang-yoon. So what the hell are you doing? This place is completely wrecked. How are we supposed to train here now? Miso continued to vent her rage. Does a real man ignore his friend's request like that? You too, Sang-yoon. You made a promise to me. So what is the meaning of this? At the underground parking lot of Building C in the player district, Sang-yoon stumbled out of his new ride, looking like a total zombie. He groaned in pain. I'm gonna die. Sang-yoon deeply regretted not listening to Miso and instead picking a fight with that giant Jinho, only to end up getting dragged into an intense 18-hour non-stop training grind by her. He thought to himself, if this had been his old body from his past life, he definitely would have kicked the bucket 3 times over. Even though he was utterly exhausted, Sang-yoon felt secretly satisfied because the training session had been well worth it. He locked his car, telling himself he'd spend the next 2 days getting some solid rest before officially heading into the Black Gate. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Are you Mr. Shin Sang-yoon? Sang-yoon turned around in confusion and met an unfamiliar woman with short blue hair, dressed in a sharp suit. She smiled politely and greeted him. What a coincidence, it's nice to meet you. Looks like you just finished training. Sang-yoon answered awkwardly. Who are you? The woman handed him a business card. Sang-yoon took it and was stunned to realize that she was Lee Ga-hee, a recruiter from Strategy Team 4 of the Korean Player Association. He was internally shocked that she knew his name so well, briefly wondering if she was an acquaintance from his past life, though she clearly wasn't. Lee Ga-hee confirmed bluntly. That's right, I'm Lee Ga-hee. To recruit you, I spent a ton of time gathering information on you. Sang-yoon thought to himself that people usually keep quiet about investigating others. Yet this woman just laid it out like it was no big deal. Feeling completely drained, Sang-yoon tried to find a way to bow out. I'm pretty tired today, so I'll be taking off now. Let me know if you have any questions regarding recruitment later. But Lee Ga-hee persistently tagged along, pressing him on whether he really had zero interest in becoming an official association player. Sang-yoon firmly denied it. Nope, not right now. Seeing his attitude, she flashed a mysterious smile and asked for permission to pose one last personal question. Even though Sang-yoon felt like passing out from her relentless badgering, Lee Ga-hee suddenly stepped up close and dropped a question that sent a chill straight down his spine. Mr. Sang-yoon, is your ability perhaps a skill that allows you to copy or even steal other people's abilities? Lee Ga-hee leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she pressed on. Or do you have an ability that lets you see into the future? The question hit the nail right on the head, leaving Sang-yoon frozen in shock. Sweating buckets, he could only swallow hard in utter horror, screaming internally. What the hell? Leaving that intense confrontation behind, the scene shifts to the entrance of the Black Gate in Weedo. A white van pulled up to the curb. Kim Miso stepped down, remembered to say goodbye to the driver, and let out a soft sigh of relief. She told herself it was good that she arrived earlier than scheduled, since she'd have extra time to prepare everything thoroughly before starting. Lost in thought, Miso suddenly froze in her tracks when she caught sight of a familiar figure sitting quietly on a stone bench right next to the gate. Seeing Songyun, she ran over brightly to greet him. "Whoa, you're here so early. I just got here too, so..." But as he turned his head, Miso was horrified to see a gloomy, dead-eyed face that looked no different from a zombie's. Songyun mumbled in a lifeless voice. "Do you want to warm up?" she asked anxiously. "Who are you? Did something happen to you?" Songyun quickly waved his hands to brush it off, insisting he was fine. But in reality, he was screaming inside because anxiety had kept him wide awake all night. He thought to himself in frustration, "Damn it, that woman's words kept haunting me so much I couldn't sleep a wink. I feel like I'm about to pass out right here." Despite spending the whole night digging into Li Gahe, Songyun still couldn't find any useful information, which threw him into an even deeper panic. "Look at you, poor guy. Must have looked like you were possessed by a demon last night." Songyun never expected the secrets of his unique ability and regression to be suspected so quickly. He questioned himself in pure panic. I was so careful, so how did she catch on so fast? How the hell does a normal person even suspect someone is a regressor? The feeling of being held in the palm of a weirdo like Li Gahe sent Songyun into total disarray. He kept weighing his options on what to do so she'd stop suspecting him, whether he should lay low for a bit or proactively approach her to get acquainted. Songyun even thought about asking her out for a drink, but immediately dismissed the idea, fearing it would only expose more flaws. As he was lost in these negative thought loops, Miso's call snapped him back to reality. "Appa." Noticing he was acting weird, Miso worriedly suggested that maybe they should cancel today's raid. Songyun immediately shut it down and insisted he was fine, knowing full well he couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip through his fingers. "Look at that face, there's not a drop of life left in it to be fighting anything." Looking at his teammate's gear, Songyun spoke up softly. "By the way, Miso, I haven't seen that bow before. Did you pick up something new?" Miso beamed brightly, unable to hide her pride. "Oh, this? I was actually just about to show off to you. This is an epic-grade artifact I borrowed from the Kurikawa Guild in Japan." She went on to explain that since her guild had a long-standing partnership contract, she did everything she could to borrow it for this important raid. Looking at the brilliant weapon in her hands, Songyun could only manage a forced smile and total disbelief. Unreal. Deep down, he was stunned, wondering how she could borrow an epic item so easily when the price tag to own one must be astronomical. Soon enough, though, Songyun pushed his envy aside. He clenched his fist with determination. "No, I'll get my own epic item soon enough." He reassured himself not to be jealous and to focus entirely on the objective ahead, putting aside his worries about recruiter Li Gahe snooping around. Songyun regained his usual composure and stated clearly, "All right, it's a bit earlier than planned, but shall we get started?" Standing before the gate, radiating a vibrant blue energy, he flashed a confident smile that left Miso stunned for a split second before she firmly replied, "Yeah, let's go." As both of them stepped inside the portal's glowing light, Songyun quietly steeled his resolve. "Yeah, who cares as long as I get epic gear? Whether my regression gets discovered or not, I just need to stay focused on what I have to do." Behind his back, Miso looked at him with eyes full of deep contemplation mixed with anxiety. She thought to herself, Songyun Appa really has zero self-awareness. Did he seriously just say unreal? Miso wondered why she had gone through all that trouble to borrow such a high-tier epic item for today's run. Memories of their training session a few days ago suddenly rushed back vividly, leaving Miso thoroughly shaken to her core. Having observed him for a long time, she already knew Songyun's growth rate was unnaturally fast, but the reality unfolding before her eyes was far more terrifying than that. Miso recalled the moment after 15 straight hours of training when Songyun suddenly announced he had just learned a new skill and wanted to test it out right away. She vividly remembered the horror of that scene. The training area had been heavily reinforced to be indestructible, yet Songyun completely demolished it with a single strike. Song Yoon was equally panicked back then, frantically asking if she was okay and nervously worrying whether he'd have to pay for the wreckage, as even he hadn't anticipated such terrifying power. Only now does he remember he completely trashed someone's facility before walking away. Having witnessed that freakish strength that defied every standard, Miso understood that without this epic item, she was nowhere near qualified to stand on equal footing or even compare herself to him. She affirmed to herself with a sharp, resolute gaze. That's why I prepared meticulously for today. I won't let myself be left behind, so that I can keep chasing after him forever. Kim Miso quietly steeled her resolve as the two officially set foot inside the Black Gate. The jungle entrance area, a lush green natural landscape stretched out before their eyes. But Miso still couldn't hide the tension on her face as she walked behind Sonya. Sonya turned his head slightly to reassure her. Staying alert is good, but don't worry too much. Keeping your guard up nonstop drains your stamina fast. Miso replied awkwardly, Yeah, actually this place is a bit different from what the preliminary report said, so I'm just a little anxious. Song Yoon started picking up on the anomalies, pondering deeply. I heard this was a forest with spiritual activity, but looking at it right now, that seems a bit far-fetched. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings with a dead serious expression. I researched this gate in my past life too, but does this place usually change this much? Looking at the giant mushrooms emitting a bizarre glow, Song Yoon felt secretly anxious since this was his first time experiencing a divergence from his past life memories. Suddenly, a massive dark silhouette with glowing red eyes loomed right before them. Miso gasped in panic. Monsters up ahead. Looks like an orc, right? Song Yoon immediately dropped into a battle stance, assessing that the situation was indeed completely different from anything he knew. No. That's a giant goblin. Standing before them was a hideous grayish-green creature with jagged teeth, growling menacingly. Song Yoon was stunned to realize this wasn't just a simple variation. Right in that tense moment, Song Yoon suddenly recalled their training session from a few days ago. He brought up a suggestion. After researching the Black Gate, I have an idea. From now on, let's use this. What do you think? Miso asked in confusion when she saw him hold up his fingers. Your fingers, are you talking about hand signals? Song Yoon clearly confirmed, exactly. To prepare for extreme high-stress situations, we'll simulate every possible scenario and communicate using hand signals. Miso still seemed anxious and doubtful. Every possible scenario? Do we even have enough time for that? The raid is only a few days away. If just the two of us aren't in sync, we're going to get killed out there. Song Yoon reassured Miso that they didn't need to stress too much about memorizing every single scenario. As long as they mastered the core movement patterns, everything would flow naturally. Although Miso was worried that remembering exact hand signals in the heat of battle wouldn't be easy, Song Yoon insisted their only option was to focus on repetitive training drills. According to him, as long as they successfully ingrained the reflex patterns, the two of them would be able to clear this raid flawlessly. To test her, Song Yoon held up 2 fingers and asked, All right, I'm holding up 2 fingers here. What does this signal mean? Miso looked slightly flustered as she racked her brain, then shouted in joy when she realized the answer. Just then, the giant goblin let out an earth-shattering roar. Just like the drill they had practiced, as the monster charged head-on, Song Yoon quickly leapt aside to dodge the crushing blow. He reminded her of the rule that they would dodge in opposite directions, while pressing her on what the next step was. Miso clearly answered that the monsters would then instinctively target the weaker threat, which would definitely be her. The goblin immediately shifted its attack toward Miso, but she was already prepared. Miso explained that once she knew its target in advance, she could shoot directly at its joints to restrict its movement right before it could make a move. Song Yoon fully agreed, since once the enemy's movements were restrained, they could create openings to attack even without using skills. She was stunned by the terrifying power of the epic artifact in her hand. Even though she hadn't used her full strength, the damage inflicted had already heavily wounded the monster. Miso was shocked, wondering if this was truly the power of an epic item, considering she hadn't even pulled the bowstring all the way back and the force was already this devastating. She thought to herself that if she went all out, could she perhaps finish it off in a single hit? The monster shrieked in pain, thrashing frantically and making the ground shake violently. Miso realized that landing a finishing blow right away was going to be difficult, but Sang-yoon suddenly appeared, right above the beast's head. He clearly declared that he would capitalize on the exact brief opening she had just created to end it all. Sang-yoon swung his greatsword in a heavy downward chop from above, cleaving the monster's body in two to finish the battle instantly. The massive monster collapsed. Sang-yoon sheathed his sword, turned to his teammate, and said softly, "Hey Miso, just now." Miso was also astonished by her own firepower. "Yeah, it seems my damage output has increased immensely compared to before. I think we should recalculate our tactics." Based on the power of this new bow, Sang-yoon nodded in agreement. "Right. If you had aimed straight for its head earlier, things would have been much safer." Sang-yoon evaluated internally. "Looks like we'll have to adjust our attack patterns a bit. Epic grade power really is something else. You get what you pay for." The old folks were right on the money. He secretly assessed that Miso's strength had now increased threefold, maybe even fivefold compared to before. "This gate might actually be way easier to clear if we make good use of this," Sang-yoon told himself. Miso smiled with confidence. "Anyway, it's such a relief that our teamwork is still amazing, right?" Sang-yoon replied. "Yeah, you reacted faster than I thought. You must have practiced a lot." Hearing this, Miso's face suddenly darkened. She recalled staying up all night, studying every training video clip until her eyes nearly popped out. She snapped. "Whose fault do you think that is? Do you have any idea how many times I had to rewatch those training videos just so I wouldn't get left behind?" Seeing Sang-yoon look sheepish, she regained her serious demeanor. "All right, since the dry run is over," Miso clearly declared. "Now let's start the real battle." The two quickly moved deeper into the forest, where other massive monsters were looming with heavy footsteps that shook the ground. From a high cliff, a hideous creature with glowing yellow eyes was silently watching them. It let out menacing growls in the shadows. Noticing the monster's hesitation, Miso wondered, "Is it because we took down their buddy way too easily?" Sang-yoon calmly analyzed. "They're not attacking right away. They're being extremely cautious. If that's the case, it actually works out even better for us." The system immediately notified that the detection skill had picked up 10 targets in the area. "There aren't as many as I thought, probably because we're still near the entrance. There are 10 in total, including the one you just spotted for the first time." Based on preliminary intelligence, he affirmed that target was definitely a kobold assassin lurking using a stealth skill. Sang-yoon and Miso began discussing their next tactical move. Miso suggested using Tactic 42, but Sang-yoon immediately shot it down since there were no ranged monsters nearby. He suggested using another tactic instead. The moment she heard the term, Miso's face went completely dark. "That tactic? Don't tell me." "No way, I don't want to." "Why would you do that?" Despite her protests, Sang-yoon maintained a deadpan smile. He explained that Tactic 42 was only for stealth monsters, whereas this was the right approach. Sang-yoon went on and on about using Option 4 to take on the monster horde, completely ignoring Miso, who was practically screaming in tears. "Listen to me, will you?" In the distance, a massive monster loomed into view from behind the cliff. Right now, Miso was crouched on Sang-yoon's blade, asking tearfully in sheer helplessness, "Tell me why on earth we have to do this?" Sang-yoon replied with a confident smile. "Don't you know why already? Your firepower is way stronger than expected, so there's zero reason not to exploit it. No matter how you slice it, this is the optimal tactic." Despite her deep frustration, Miso could only tearfully accept reality. I know. Fine, just do it. It's not like I can change your mind anyway." Sang-yoon flashed a bright, excited grin. "All right, let's get started." In a dungeon with no ranged monsters, occupying the safest high ground to rain down arrows was an absolute advantage. And with that, Sang-yoon channeled all his strength and swung his greatsword, launching Miso straight into the sky like an arrow. This was the completely insane human cannonball Kim Miso tactic. Miso barely had time to scream at the top of her lungs as she was launched skyward right before the monster's baffled eyes. Floating high among the clouds, Miso cried out in tears, "Seriously, I hate flying like this the most." I don't even ride roller coasters because I despise this feeling. Immediately, the system notified that the B-rank gliding skill had been activated. For 5 minutes, her fall speed from high altitude would be significantly reduced to aid in her offensive attacks. Though still sniffling, Miso quickly regained her focus. She gritted her teeth, fought down her fear, and drew her bow straight at the targets below. Fine then. Hope this actually works. Song Yun roared as he went head-to-head with two massive gray monsters. He cold-bloodedly swung his sword, executing the monster running in front, after which the remaining one was sniped from above by Miso. Song Yun let out a subtle, confident smirk. All right. He internally marveled that, just as predicted, this truly was a one-shot, absolute kill maneuver. Song Yun realized this terrifying power didn't come solely from the epic-grade equipment, but was also the result of relentless training. Looking up at the sky, he saw Kim Miso floating among glowing green magic circles. Song Yun was stunned to see Miso's marksmanship had grown sharper than ever before. The image of the legendary divine sniper from his past life instantly flashed vividly in her current figure. This served as a reminder to Song Yun that he wasn't the only one getting terrifyingly stronger. Feeling driven, his excitement grew even more. All right, next up, he immediately activated the detection skill, picking up a dark silhouette with glowing red eyes lurking behind the purple foliage. A humanoid creature with a bright, glowing blue wolf head emerged from the shadows. Yet the moment the monster made its move, Song Yun swooped down from above like the Grim Reaper. Song Yun swung his blade, finishing the monster off in a split second, telling himself his job was to back Miso up properly. Though feeling a bit awkward, Song Yun chuckled softly. Haha, I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. On the other side, Miso was hyper-focused, clearly reporting 7 monsters left. Instantly, the system announced that the multi-target lock-on skill was officially activated. The system confirmed it had locked targets onto all 7 monsters looming forward. Miso shouted as she activated the meteor shower skill. A barrage of glowing arrows rained down like a storm, unleashing earth-shattering explosions that pulverized the entire enemy force in a flash. Night had fallen at the World Tree Rest area deep within the jungle. Beside the crackling campfire, the atmosphere was dead tense as Miso sat curled up in a corner with a dark, furious expression. Song Yun broke out in a cold sweat, speaking up softly to break the silence. Miso, when are you going to stop being mad at me? In response to his awkwardness, Miso stated firmly with a deep growl, never. She exploded in rage, screaming, 6 times. You made me do that ridiculous thing 6 whole times. How could you throw me into the air 6 times? Song Yun stammered an explanation that because monsters were popping up everywhere, he had no other choice. Miso continued to vent her frustration, bitterly asking why she was the only one stuck slaughtering the monster hordes after firing countless arrows. Song Yun internally admitted he might have overdone it a bit, but getting a free ride after so long made him recklessly excited. He wondered how to appease her wrath, knowing standard gifts wouldn't work on a Chable heiress like her. Suddenly, Song Yun gasped. He pulled out an artifact pulsing with blue electricity, thinking to himself, now I've found a way. Song Yun worked the pans skillfully over the fire, thinking it had been a while since he flexed his cooking skills like this. In a situation like this, he believed a delicious meal was the absolute best medicine to cure a terrible mood. Kim Miso was sitting nearby, still pouting with her arms crossed, but her stomach betrayed her, letting out an embarrassingly loud rumble. Whatever, eat first. We can talk about being mad later, right guys? Noticing her presence, Song Yun greeted her warmly. Oh, you're here? Perfect timing, I just finished up. Miso asked curiously, what are you making? Song Yun presented a hot, gorgeously prepared plate and urged, come on, don't be like that. We still have a long way to go, so eating something good right now is the perfect way to keep both our spirits up. Before Miso's eyes was a lavish explorer's beef Wellington, steaming and releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Song Yun excitedly urged, all right, dig in. Miso stared at the dish in disbelief, swallowing her saliva, amazed that he could whip up such an intricate meal out of nowhere. The moment she took her first bite, Miso's eyes lit up, and she showered him with praise. This is insanely good. What the hell? How did you even make something like this? Sonyun smiled back. I'm really glad you like it. Miso still couldn't get over her amazement. The texture of the meat is super unique. Where did you get this meat? I've never eaten anything like it before. Sonyun broke out in a cold sweat, resorting to a white lie. I found, something like a rabbit. Seeing Miso excitedly talking about catching a few more on their way out, Sonyun apologized internally. Sorry I can't tell you the truth, Miso, but if it makes you feel better, that's all that matters. I'm taking this secret to my grave. In reality, the 5-star meat Miso was raving about was actually kobold meat. Seeing her cheered up and thanking him, Sonyun could only offer a forced smile. Miso cleaned the plate completely and let out a satisfied sigh. Phew, that was delicious. Thanks again, Sonyun Appa. Sonyun asked softly to change the subject. The next area is the final location from the preliminary survey, right? Miso confirmed, yeah, that's where the Shadow Guard appears. After that, we won't have any intel on the upcoming areas, but we'll be fine. The atmosphere suddenly softened as she looked deeply into Sonyun's eyes and hesitated. Appa, I've been causing you a lot of unnecessary trouble lately, haven't I? Miso lowered her head remorsefully. I'm sorry. I should have brought this up sooner, but it's my fault for being so careless. Sonyun calmly reassured her. Well, on the flip side, it's just because we're drawing way too much attention, right? Sometimes it feels pretty nice that you became famous thanks to me. Sonyun immediately countered. What are you on about? Even without me, you'd still be pulling tons of attention. Your growth rate is unreal. There's zero reason to apologize for that. No matter what the media says, we still seek each other out when it counts. Sonyun casually concluded. That's how all business relationships work, right? The sentence left Miso stunned. She silently stared into the campfire with a heavy, conflicted look on her face. Sonyun blissfully carried on. Anyway, people sure love to gossip, don't they? Seriously. Miso suddenly snapped her head up, looked him straight in the eyes, and asked a question that caught Sonyun completely off guard. What if that's not the case? What if this isn't just a simple business relationship? What happens then? On a live stream screen drawing over 1.3 million viewers, a pretty female YouTuber was excitedly greeting her audience. Hello everyone watching on YouTube. Today's dish is kobold tenderloin stew. Don't worry, kobold meat is very similar to the meat we eat every day, so it doesn't carry any weird pathogens. You can all enjoy it with peace of mind. But she abruptly paused as if suddenly remembering something. Right? Come to think of it, some people are actually allergic to kobold meat. The symptoms are a bit strange. She explained that the main symptom is making the person feel confused and lowering their self-control. Back to reality beside the campfire. Kim Miso looked deeply into Songyun's eyes and asked hesitatingly, what if this isn't just a simple business relationship? The sudden question stunned Songyun so badly he broke out in a cold sweat. In his head, the female YouTuber's explanation echoed. You could say that person becomes extremely honest. Songyun froze, questioning himself internally. What? Why is she saying that all of a sudden? Wait, don't tell me this is an allergic reaction to kobold meat. He suddenly recalled a horrific memory from his past life when a team member also suffered from the allergy. I want to be a bird. Birds are awesome, they can fly. Songyun was horrified to realize the allergy rate was only 1 in 10,000. Yet he never expected Kim Miso to be that unlucky one. He trembled as he remembered how much of a nightmare it was back then when a party member had an allergic reaction. I need to think carefully about how to handle this situation. Right at that moment, the advice from the cooking video echoed again. However, don't worry. There's a great way to deal with someone allergic to kobold meat. Songyun beamed as he found the sole way out. Right? That's the only way. Luckily, there's still a fix, otherwise I'd be in deep trouble. To save Miso from embarrassment later on, Songyun decided he would play along with her. He explicitly cut her off. Miso, the truth is, I want to become a real bird. His bizarre behavior left Miso completely frozen in her tracks. She blurted out in utter confusion. Huh? A bird? Songyun kept hamming it up with sparkling eyes. Yeah, a real bird. Witnessing his craziness, Miso suddenly burst out laughing brightly. You dummy. You talk as if fake birds even exist. Songyun secretly let out a sigh of relief, telling himself, As long as I pretend to have an allergic reaction too, she won't feel embarrassed about what she said. The next morning, deep within the jungle area, the atmosphere between the two of them became painfully awkward. Both walked in silence, a suffocating quiet dragging on between them. Miso hesitantly broke the silence. Sang-yoon appa. Sang-yoon jumped in shock like he'd been zapped by electricity. Love, wait, what? Miso brought up last night's incident in embarrassment. Well, about what happened then? Without letting her finish, Sang-yoon hurriedly laughed loudly to brush it off. Ah, it was super delicious, right? Huh, but I think it has a weird hallucinogenic effect. Let's never eat that dish again, okay? Deal. Sang-yoon screamed internally, telling himself to grit his teeth, endure it, and absolutely never admit the embarrassing truth. Thinking back to how he had to pretend to be a giant bird just to save Miso from embarrassment, he felt utterly humiliated and cursed his 55-year-old self in his head. Seeing him deliberately ignore it, Miso let out a soft sigh of relief. Yet, deep down, she was flustered by her abrupt confession earlier, questioning herself why she said those things, but still secretly admitting to herself that she really did feel that way. Seeing Miso standing there muttering to herself, Sang-yoon asked curiously, causing her to panic and frantically wave her hands, denying that anything was wrong. Suddenly, Sang-yoon froze as low, guttural growls resonated from up ahead. Miso quickly scanned the area and confirmed that she also spotted the targets lurking below the cliff. It was a group of shadow guards. Massive stone creatures loomed in the valley, looking grim and silent. Facing their rough stone hides, Sang-yoon asked if Miso could pierce through that defensive layer. She showed a lack of confidence, admitting that according to the preliminary survey, their hides were extremely thick, making it nearly impossible to finish them off with a single ranged attack at the moment. Oh man, dealing with these guys is going to be tough. Winning this would be a real grind. Sang-yoon pondered, realizing they couldn't keep relying on luck like before. He understood that even though Miso possessed an epic artifact, with her current power, breaking through the guard's defense was still too big of a challenge. Sang-yoon decisively drew his greatsword, crackling with blue electricity, from its scabbard and proposed a direct assault. Miso immediately took a battle-ready stance, clearly declaring that as long as he gave the signal, she would definitely follow closely to support him. But right as they prepared to move, Sang-yoon suddenly froze with a suspicious look on his face, as if he had just noticed something unusual. He turned to ask Miso if those monsters usually moved in groups like that. Miso was stunned, realizing she had never heard any reports about them gathering in packs in previous intelligence. Looking at the pack of stone guards forming a battle formation surrounded by a cloud of green toxic mist, she anxiously wondered if the preliminary survey had missed crucial information. Suddenly, the monster's eyes glowed in unison with an eerie purple light, radiating an overwhelming pressure that made Sang-yoon gasp in horror. Sang-yoon was stunned to realize these monsters couldn't possibly possess such seamless coordination on their own. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run!" He knew for sure that this was a dead giveaway that a commander monster was nearby. The system instantly displayed a warning pop-up regarding the appearance of a mid-tier boss named Impenetrable Defender King. Miso let out a soft breath, thanking Sang-yoon for saving her from that dire situation just now. Wasting no time, Sang-yoon immediately held up 3 fingers as a signal, which Miso quickly understood meant option 3, a series of rapid close-quarters attacks. The two synchronized seamlessly and charged straight into the pack of stone guards, unleashing a devastating storm of sword slashes and arrows to break the encirclement. Miso decisively released her bowstring, launching a powerful mana arrow that pulverized a monster's head in an instant. She excitedly turned to report, "Appa, I'm done over here. Next up." But before her smile could fade, an earth-shattering roar echoed out, scaring her half to death. The rhino boss was frantically gathering energy, prepping for a devastating strike. In that split-second, life-or-death moment, Sang-yoon charged in like a flash of lightning to intervene. He activated maximum speed enhancement, willing to consume a massive chunk of mana to break past human limits. A powerful collision erupted, but Kim Miso couldn't help worrying as she screamed, Songyun Appa. Facing his opponent's ridiculous durability, Songyun internally marveled that this guy was seriously tough. The Rhino boss stood firm amid the cloud of dust, completely unfazed by the attack just now. Songyun gritted his teeth, realizing its impenetrable title was definitely not just for show. He told himself if they kept dragging things out like this, they'd win eventually, but he needed to save his stamina for the final boss battle ahead. Songyun pondered and decided, looks like it's time to use that. He softly called out to Miso, making her hastily ask what their next move should be. Songyun just let out a subtle smirk and held up one finger as a signal. He asked meaningfully, "You catch my drift?" Miso was stunned to recognize the signal for Tactic 1. She swallowed hard in extreme tension, thinking about what was about to happen. Songyun smiled with absolute confidence. "All right, let me rip." Miso quickly leaped onto the high cliff to take the high ground. She reminded herself that against an enemy with absurdly high defense like this was indeed the right tactic. Still, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy, because she had never actually seen Songyun use that skill in a real battle before. Miso anxiously wondered if everything was really going to be fine. He cracked his shoulders with utter arrogance. "All right, let's get this party started." Songyun stomped his foot hard onto the ground, gripping the sword tightly, as it radiated a terrifying surge of heat. "Looks like you still haven't realized what's happening, huh? Don't worry, though. You won't have time to think anyway. I'll wrap this up real quick." Songyun roared with excitement as his greatsword burst into flames. "Let's test this baby out in a real fight." Instantly, the hidden skill named Sword of Destruction officially activated. This was a special move that cost money to charge energy into the weapon, with its power scaling directly with the amount of mana consumed, and it required the player to maintain over 50% mana to trigger. With just a single slash, the giant rhino monster's body was sliced into pieces. A flurry of system notifications chimed, confirming that Songyun had successfully defeated the mid-tier boss, Defender King. He laughed out loud in deep satisfaction. "Ha ha ha. Now that's what I'm talking about. This performance is amazing. I finally got my hands on my first one-shot finisher since the regression." However, his joy was short-lived as the system warned that Sword of Destruction had completely drained his mana. Songyun looked at his empty MP bar in utter shock, barely able to utter a word in his confusion, as he received a notification that he would enter a state of mana exhaustion in just 3 seconds. The steep cost for ultimate power thrust the player who swallowed the artifact into quite an awkward situation right after his glorious victory. A few days ago, at the Eden Guild's special training room, while the two of them were fighting together, Songyun suddenly froze up. This sudden stop left Miso utterly bewildered. She asked in confusion, "Why did you stop all of a sudden? We were doing so well." Songyun kept his eyes fixed on empty space and replied, "Sorry, there's just something I need to check real quick." In complete awe, Songyun realized he had finally unlocked the hidden skill called Sword of Destruction. This was one of the finishing moves he used to master back in his past life. He wondered if he had met the swordsmanship requirements based on his mana consumption, unable to hide his amazement at getting it in under a month. In the past, it had taken him years of grueling training to reach this level. In reality, Sword of Destruction was the kind of finisher every swordsman would eventually acquire given enough time, which was why it was also called a swordsman's basic right. Although usually used as a finishing blow, depending on a user's skill and mastery, it had countless applications to gauge a player's true strength, such as focusing all energy into the tip of the blade or pushing mana to the limit to unleash an explosive combat style. Thanks to his ability to swallow artifacts, Songyun had naturally mastered the technique of mana control. However, he let out a bitter smile, realizing he hadn't truly exploited the full potential of this move until his final days in his past life. But things were entirely different now. Songyun was confident that with his current power, obtaining Sword of Destruction would give his growth speed a massive boost. Back in the present during the battle with Defender King, the blazing flames completely pulverized the giant monster in an instant. The sheer force of the explosion was so terrifying that Miso, standing behind him, could only scream in horror as the shockwave blew her away. Witnessing that horrific power, Miso gasped in utter disbelief. "No way. She couldn't believe her eyes, seeing how much stronger Song-yoon had gotten since the last time they met. Staring down at the massive crater carved into the middle of the wreckage, she wondered in sheer amazement how he could have reached this level in such a short time. Down below, Song-yoon collapsed in the middle of the ruined battlefield, gasping for air in extreme mana exhaustion. I need mana. Song-yoon chugged a high-grade mana potion to restore his energy. System notifications showed his MP rising sharply back to a stable level. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close one. Seriously, thanks a lot, Miso. He admitted he hadn't expected her to carry such a life-saving potion on her. But Miso looked far from pleased. She snapped, "Did you seriously blow all your mana on that one hit? Isn't that totally different from the original plan?" She reminded him that he had promised to finish them off in one strike to save energy, yet here he was collapsing pitifully. Song-yoon could only give a sheepish apology, making excuses that it had been a while since he last used the skill, so he got a little too excited. Miso narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Didn't you just get it recently? Why are you acting like you've been using it forever? I'm dead. My big mouth got the better of me again." Song-yoon stammered awkwardly to cover up. "Well, a few days is a long time, you know. They say the world can change overnight, right?" Seeing that things were getting dicey, Song-yoon quickly changed the subject by praising how awesome the Eden Guild was for having such amazingly concentrated mana potions. Seizing the opportunity, Miso pitched her guild invitation again. "If you like it that much, why don't you just join our guild? It's not even that expensive anyway. I'll supply you for life." Song-yoon chuckled, asking enthusiastically how much the potion cost so he could pay her back, not wanting to take it for free. Miso casually replied, "Around 500 million. Hearing that number, Song-yoon hadn't quite registered it yet and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I see. That's really not that bad. If it's just that much." He hesitated and double-checked. "Wait, did you say 50 million? That's a bit pricey, but..." Miso cut in to set the record straight. "I said about 500 million. Song-yoon realized with a shock that he had misheard an astronomical figure, stammering in absolute horror. 500 million. Got it. The price shock sent Song-yoon into full-blown shock. Miso grumbled in annoyance. "I'm not going to ask you for money, so just drink up." Leaving the commotion behind, the two officially set foot into the deepest part of the jungle, the breathless village. The deeper they went, the more uneasy Song-yoon felt. He thought to himself, "Now I'm absolutely sure. From a moment we stepped into this dungeon, I felt like something was off. But this place has changed way too much from what I remember." While the forest itself might be slightly different, he had never heard of a monster village of this scale existing here. This was the very first time Song-yoon noticed a massive deviation from his past life memories. To be safe, Song-yoon decided to share what he knew with his partner. "Hey Miso, any info on the final boss will definitely come in handy. I think the boss of this dungeon is gonna be..." But Miso cut him off in complete shock. "Huh? The final boss? How do you know that?" Suddenly, the space around them warped, and Miso's body began to glitch and fade away amidst a swarm of mystical butterflies, leaving Song-yoon barely able to gasp in astonishment. Song-yoon froze, wondering to himself, did time just stop? Right then, the goddess of luck physically manifested before him. She reached out with her soft hands, cradling his face amidst an ethereal blue light. System notification. The goddess of luck says the words you were about to speak have been blocked, so that no starlight in the dimensional core could hear them. She smiled mysteriously, directly intervening to protect the regressor's secret. Song-yoon was stunned. The goddess, a starlight, just intervened in the physical world? No, more importantly, why did she? Right away, the system issued a crucial warning, as the goddess of luck revealed a truth to him. When others find out what makes you special, you won't be special anymore. Song-yoon suddenly realized something mind-blowing and yelled back, "Wait, goddess, does that mean you already know about my regression?" Miso looked at Song-yoon with curiosity and pressed. "So what were you going to say? You know something about the final boss?" Song-yoon flinched, cold sweat breaking out as he recalled the goddess's intervention. He quickly made up an excuse. "Nah, I think I just got mixed up. This place looks pretty similar to a YouTube video I watched once." Miso burst out laughing at the silly explanation. "What? That's ridiculous. Well, whatever. I get confused like that all the time, too. She didn't forget to warn him that the final boss might show up soon, so they both needed to stay on high alert. Sang-yoon watched her in silence, his mind a chaotic mess as he wondered if the goddess's action was a warning or a form of protection. Either way, Sang-yoon was certain that the goddess of luck knew his secret about the regression. He beat himself up for getting arrogant and forgetting that he could become a target at any moment. Just like the Dark Hunter before, if any Starlight opposed his regression, Sang-yoon would be their top priority prey, and he'd definitely be in huge trouble whether they acted directly or through contracts. But what he really needed to watch out for was the Devouring Network, a group of heretical players who fake their identities to dodge the association's radar. They slaughtered other players using sinister methods to steal starlights or absorb their victims' energy. This was the infamous criminal organization that had nearly brought the world to ruin in Sang-yoon's past life. To deal with this threat, Sang-yoon knew he had to quietly get stronger until he was powerful enough to face them head-on without drawing their attention. Miso suggested they split up to search the surrounding area. He agreed and told her to signal him the moment she found any clues. Though her true intentions remained unclear, Sang-yoon told himself he must never reveal any information about being a regressor. Even if it made the raid harder, it was still way better than facing death. Venturing deeper inside, a gruesome scene unfolded, littered with the decayed, gnawed remains of monsters. He silently stared at the tracks left behind by the brutal predator that had just passed through. Looking at the leftover marks, Sang-yoon smirked mockingly. You left behind some pretty obvious clues, didn't you? He realized this predator was marking the entire village as its own personal trophy. A flashy move, just like a little kid's. Fine then, we'll play by your rules in this childish hunting game. Meanwhile, Kim Miso was lurking among the massive, eerie roots of ancient trees. She sensed a chilling wave of killing intent surrounding her, anxiously thinking to herself, there's definitely something dangerous hiding nearby. Miso scanned the area and noticed monster corpses along with feeding marks scattered everywhere. She was hit by a terrifying realization. Even though the corpses were far apart, their state of decomposition was identical. That proved this monster possessed a speed so terrifying it was almost unimaginable. Right at that moment, she suddenly whipped around and fired 2 lightning-fast arrows behind her. But she was left in utter shock, because even though she had just felt its presence, the enemy vanished instantly like a ghost. Realizing the situation was far too dangerous to handle alone, Miso planned to send a signal for help to Sang-yoon Appa. But little did she know, right behind her back, a hideous creature with warty skin, razor-sharp teeth, and countless glowing red eyes opened its deadly maw wide. Miso stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with absolute horror as she felt the suffocating pressure right on the back of her neck.